Hello everyone and welcome back inside the PokerStars Arena. This virtual venue has hosted the Stadium Series, the World Championship of Online Poker, and most recently, the first ever EPT Online. We've had cards up coverage of some of our major online series, but we thought, why not go cards up with the big event on the weekly schedule? The $1 million guaranteed event that takes place every Sunday. They call it the Sunday Million. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my Sunday $1 million babies. James, this arena has also played host to a lot of my hot dog farts.
I was going to say, Joe, do you think they'll ever let us out? Do you think we're imprisoned in here forever? Is this a bit like John Oliver's White Void? We're never getting out?
I thought we were getting out when the EPT Online was done, but it turns out this Sunday Million thing's been running for a long time.
Yes, just when you thought they were out, they pulled us back in or something like that. It's from the worst of the three Godfather movies. Let's not quote it. Yeah, the Sunday Million, of course, has been running for, well, pretty much a decade and a half now. And recently, it changed to being a two-day event, which I think is pretty exciting because it gives us the opportunity to not have to cover the final table at 4 o'clock in the morning. Crucially, it means that we can start at a reasonable time of day. I appreciate it's early where you are, Joe, but it's peak time for Europe right now. And we can follow day two, the late stages of this MTT, through to its conclusion. We'll probably take a few hours tonight. Just to give you the stats on this week's Sunday Million, ladies and gentlemen. A total field of 11,411. That's around 8,100 unique players and around 3,300 re-entries. So a prize pool in excess of the guarantee, $1.1 million. 2,033 players made the money, including our Poker in the Ears superfan, Alex Gray, who was gifted a ticket for the Sunday Million by beating Joe in our on-air quiz. Alex managed to cash for just over $200. Congratulations to you, Alex. Everyone is now guaranteed more than $1,000 with 90-odd players remaining at the start of day two. Let's pick up the action, Joe. Let's get to our first feature table, headlined by a player who we saw in action during WCOOP and who we got to speak to on the live stream, Fabiano Kowalski from Brazil. Kowalski won, and on the stream I remember us being kind of maybe a little bit disparaging of the fact that he had a dog as his avatar rather than a cat. And then Fabiano surprised us by revealing that actually it's not just any old dog, it's his dog. And he brought his dog onto the live stream. All is forgiven. Fabiano, we wish you the best of luck tonight.
It's tough to hate on a dog once you meet the dog, like anything else on the internet.
So action here has been opened under the gun by Thale Scop, and J.M. Lucky has sourdough, not artisanal sourdough, just the cheap kind you get from Tesco. Ace-5 in the big blind.
It's our two most primo hands here, the two hands we've made into superstars. Ace-5 and pocket sevens, and guess what?
It is always coming seven. Now, an important thing to point out, this is a little bit more scaled down, this production, than what you had during the online series. So I'm sorry, guys, don't have the animations running, but we will still celebrate the seven whenever it may come.
We just have to get some practical props.
I mean, again, if we were covering the late stages of an EPT or covering the late stages of a WCOOP, there'll probably be quite a lot of players that we'd know, we'd recognize the screen name. In a huge field like the Sunday Million, where you've got a much lower buy-in. I'm not saying $109 is cheap, but it's a lower buy-in than the events we've been covering recently. Yeah. Plus, of course, you've got hundreds of satellite winners as well. You are going to end up with a field that maybe we don't know that well. But, hey, we'll get to know these guys. We'll get to understand them as we watch them play down to the final table and down to a winner. And look at this. Kelseth opening with King-Jack suited. Mikansonis re-raising with Ace-King. And now the cold four from Colton B. And what's this? I guess Leistig is super short. Calls all in with 6-5 of diamonds. I guess the hand's alive.
I mean, super short, right? You have the opportunity to quintuple, septuple up, whatever it is. I don't hate it, but also I'm terrible.
I don't like it. I have to go along with it.
We do see a 5 and a 6 have been folded. Diamonds are awfully live right now, though.
Well, the king-jack folds. Ace-king throws poo at ace-queen.
Is that a throw?
And folds.
And folds.
And it is an ace-high flop. Oh, how sick are you if you're the player with ace-king right now?
How do you fold ace-king ever?
How
for any reason.
Grotesque. The good news, Joe, as we see
goodness.
Kowalski won open here with queens, but unfortunately
How is that good news?
run into the kings of SG Sargent, because I was looking at it from their perspective without all of the hole cards. I was going to say, actually, let's just see how this hand plays out, and then I'll introduce our friend and colleague for the evening.
How tight is Mick and Sanchez? Folds the ace-king, folds sevens to a single raise. I got to start taking notes, actually. Maybe this is my problem. I haven't folded a pair in months.
There's the re-raise from kings.
No choice here for Kowalski, who's pretty short. Fewer than 20 big blinds going into this hand. This would be pretty incredible. Yeah.
And not looking good for Kowalski, who flops quads! It's looking amazing for Kowalski.
How do you do it?
Wow, what a hand. I was going to say that we are not alone this evening. Very pleased to say that we are joined on the stream right now by OP Poker Nick. Nick Walsh with us for the Sunday Million.
How's it going, guys? Thanks for having me.
Good to have you with us, Nick.
So this might be a little bit tricky, guys. I was just sending James a message behind the scenes, but my quality is a little bit crunchy. So I'm struggling to make out the cards for the time being. I think we're going to fix these technical issues.
That's how good you are, Nick. You don't even need to know what the cards are to do analysis.
That's right, exactly. Queen deuce, is that queen deuce there?
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's really that bad.
Okay, I'm going to try something. We have got a flush here, which could improve to a straight flush. So JM Lucky is lucky.
Yeah, has his hand locked up. And rivers, doesn't matter. 6 high flush is good. Kowalski can only attempt a bluff here. Bluff's real small, gets snap called. Kowalski going from short stack to second in chips at this table. Third now, I guess, after that last hand.
Is that any better, Nick?
Yes. Yes, it is. Thank you very so much. That's much better. Thank you. Oh, yeah, crystal clear now. Well, not quite, but I can at least make out the cards, and that's what's important here. Thank you very much.
That is an important part of the job, right? I mean,
it would be. I was trying to put on a brave face, but yeah.
Back in my day, we couldn't see any of the whole cards.
I was going to say, what we could do is basically do a kind of like semi-sweat with, where Joe and I have all the information. Nick has none of the information. We look like geniuses and laugh in his face.
That was a great check raise there. Oh, wait, what? No, he didn't check raise. Okay, just kidding. All right, king jack off, opening fear from the button.
Now, I don't know how often you get to play this, Nick, if ever. I have never played the Sunday Million. Joe, you must have played it at least once in a time when you were living in a part of the world.
I have an extremely good cashing rate in Sunday Millions. I've played 8 of them, and I think I've cashed in 4.
Wow, that is pretty good.
That is pretty good. Again, I would say that based on my understanding or knowledge of this event, it plays a little bit faster, I guess, than some of the events we've been covering recently. If we look at the EPT Online main event, for example, 250,000 starting stack and 30-minute blinds. Here we're talking about a 10K starting stack, and we're talking about 15 or 12-minute blinds in the early levels. And that's understandable when you have to get down from 11,500 players to a winner in 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All of that sweet, sweet Sunday Million action, but sort of condensed to try and get there a little bit faster. Absolutely, that's what you're looking for. My experience of the Sunday Million is I mean, I've played a good couple times. As you guys know, MTTs aren't necessarily my jam per se, but I remember fond memories of trying to take on the Sunday Million, in particular when there was some sort of a special Sunday Million, anniversary or whatever. How many of those? I remember taking one of my first ever Sunday Millions was trying to take part when they used to give away a Lamborghini for first. If you guys can remember that kind of jazz going on.
Oh yeah.
Spoiler alert, I didn't win the Lamborghini. Didn't even get close, but that was fine. I was still on board for it. They still got me involved.
Spoiler alert, here's my Lamborghini.
How would you like that?
Can you imagine if Nick just tilts the camera to the side and there's a Lamborghini inside his house?
What's that movie with Ben Stiller, Tower Heist, where he's just got the car, he's got Steve McQueen's car in his front. I'm just like, yeah, guys, check it out. Let me just change cameras. There you go, right there, gold-plated.
Tell you what, we've seen a few 6 setups at this table already. Now we've got jacks for JM Lucky, we've got queens for Thaleskop, and we have got ace-king for Komarak. By the way, in case you want the overview, right now 78 players remain. So that means there have been nearly 20 eliminations already, and we're only 10 minutes into play. And right now, the chip leader with 78 remaining, 77 remaining, is Simsalal from Germany.
So everybody's crossed over the 4-figure payday mark, which is pretty cool. Everybody's going to 10x their, at least if they're in for one bullet, they're going to 10x that.
Yeah, that's sweet. Okay, ace-king with the aggression here.
Yeah, when we saw ace-king fold before, I guess, that fast structure makes that fold of ace-king even more surprising to me, I'll say. Absolutely. I just don't know how you get away from spots like this with a 12-minute clock.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's here we go. Looks like it's going in.
Flip City.
Flip City, indeed. Okay, queen's taking it down. Very nice. No, you're absolutely right, Joe. I mean, and the same thing is mirrored in pretty much any kind of a structure. Like the speed should dictate to a certain degree the willingness you are to put chips in the middle, when you have a more marginal and or closer spot, right? So like if you have a nice slow structure, you don't necessarily need to be going, okay, I'm pretty sure I could shove this theoretically and it's going to be fine. But the fewer opportunities you have just to do an insta profit all in or something like that, the more likely you should be to go ahead and take the spot. But yeah, I mean, the Sunday Million, like you said, guys, such a mixed bag. We're definitely going to see a very different sort of dynamic range of poker than we did when we're doing W coops or EPTs, obviously being, we're going to have the top of the top. So this is going to be great. This is going to be, we're going to see some really good ones, I think. Some really interesting spots.
And I think,
wow, look at that fold. Oh, there was an open. Sorry, I thought that was just a big shove, and I was like, well, how do you get away from that?
No, the open came from the ace-8 of diamonds, and now it is all into call. And I'm guessing we are closing in on a money jump. Yeah, 72 is when there's a money jump. But I think we're going to see the call, and not looking good for the sergeant.
Some life.
No life. And another KO. So they are going super fast right now. But this speaks to what we were talking about with the structure of the Sunday Million. And Nick, you often see deals done at the final table, sometimes 5 or 6-handed, because of the variance at that stage, with the blinds being so big relative to the to the blinds.
Variance, and also probably, I think, here's what I love about the Sunday Million. We got 2 or 3 players in this field we recognize. Sunday Million is where the players we recognize tomorrow are born today. And I think that, this is a lot of people, their springboard gets that bankroll going, gets them able to move up in stakes once they bank a Sunday Million. And I think for a lot of folks, no offense, when there's 5 or 6 people that have never played for $100,000 up top before, they might be a little bit more inclined to make a deal and cash out for 85 instead of 30 for fifth and 110 for first.
Absolutely. I mean, I have so many friends, even friends who I knew personally here from Brighton who went on to have pretty cool sort of MTT careers, and almost ubiquitously, it started with one big score. That was like you said, the springboard that they needed just to have the role to take part in some of these games that they otherwise couldn't have. And I think a lot of people really underestimate how important or how potent that can be to just putting yourself in a better situation for tomorrow and knowing that you don't need to sweat the money as much. It's a real confidence booster. one of the things I talk about on my stream a lot is about how bankroll isn't just about enduring swings. It's also being confident that you're not going to be scared money. So I go, okay, how many buy-ins do you need to play this game? I say 200. Well, 200 seems pretty high. Yeah, you probably won't go bust with 200, but knowing that you don't have to check your balance and sweat your last 5 buy-ins or something is a huge confidence booster, and that's where you want to live in any format of poker that you play. But as you say, getting to that final table, people are getting there who, might not necessarily get there ever again. So many pros who are just crushing these high stakes events have never won a Sunday Million, or they've never seen a final table of a Sunday Storm, because there's so many players to get through and there's so much variance involved with that. The other day we were on stream and somebody asked me, Nick, what's harder, getting to the final table of a 10K with 1,000 runners, or getting to the final of a 49,000 player tournament for $11 or whatever? And it's always harder to get there when you have to go through more players, because there's more flips, there's more levels, you have to run so much better in those situations. There's so many more consecutive shots that you need to win in order to get to a final table in some of these tournaments.
Let's acknowledge some of the people watching on Twitch and on YouTube. Had a question from Hey, it's Ray. Are you streaming till a winner? Absolutely. This is a 2-day event. They've come back with 94 players, now down to 71. We will follow it through to the final table and down to a winner. So you will see the final table, but later on. Right now, 70 players remain as the eliminations continue to come at a rapid pace. And to answer Nocturne's question, the replayer doesn't give us the option to toggle between chips and big blinds. You can see right now blinds are 25,000, 50,000, which is one of the easier levels to calculate how many blinds players have. Average stack right now is 1.6 million. So playing around a 30 big blind average, and again, playing shallower than some of the online events that we've been covering recently.
Yeah, we're getting right into that zone now where there's going to be a lot of unavoidable situations, those spots where it's like, well, I'm never not going to shove this hand here, and the big blind's waking up with it, and so on and so forth. As you do whenever you get to this sort of the stage where the people are stacked in this way.
Carnage.
Ace-7 versus Ace-7, but Kowalski folds his Ace-7. It was the 5K midweek freeze during WCOOP 2020, which Fabiano Kowalski won. His third WCOOP title, I believe.
Can't believe we started an entire new streaming poker series just to cover Kowalski.
Look, if you have a cute pet, I'm here for it. What am I going to say?
There's been some discussion in this house about getting a cute pet.
Oh, yeah?
But, it's just kind of, you're just worried about the thing all the time.
Yeah.
Right? Where's the thing? Did you leave the door open? Did the thing get out? Is the thing sick? Is the thing hungry?
Also,
the thing's crying.
Would you feel threatened if you weren't the hairiest creature in the house?
Yes. Yes, I would feel threatened by the thing in multiple areas. Why is my girlfriend paying more attention to the thing right now than to me?
Yeah, I feel you. Okay, what kind of a pet would it be though, Joe? If it was going to be a pet, what kind of a cute creature would it be?
Look, I see benefits to cats and dogs. I like them both. First of all, the first pet we discussed getting, because we have a yard now, was a box tortoise.
Okay.
I just think it'd be super cool to have like a dinosaur just like roaming around in the backyard. Okay. They're super chill. You don't have to worry about them escaping. You don't have to worry about them. They do their own thing. They don't need attention. They're not trying to climb up in the bed with you when you're trying to get it on. They just leave you be.
I get it. I don't think I'd ever get one necessarily, but I always thought snakes were pretty cool for that same reason. They kind of just hang around and just chill and look cool. And...
See, the snake, I would have to check the snake box every 5 seconds to make sure the snake didn't get out. Like, I would never trust that the snake wasn't going to get out.
Just invest a little bit more in your snake box, man. Come on. Easy game.
But I do think there's pros and cons to both dogs and cats.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Brewers Gambit says, nice stream, gents. Very nice to see you streaming this event and give it more credits. One little improvement, maybe. I'm missing the player's left counter. Good luck with the stream. There's a few things you're going to miss, I'm afraid. We don't have the graphics team with us for this. We don't have all of the animations. It's a little bit more stripped back, a little bit more ghetto, because we're in the streets. What up, peoples? This is the Sunday Millions. Word.
James is doing a lot behind the scenes here. Fun flop.
Yeah, absolutely. James gets to feel my pain. Me and James back in the day trying to cobble together the first ever dual stream with cards up on both players, action, audio feed, video feed, everything coming into it.
Can I just read a question here from Resin, who says, maybe just switch to info tab? How about this? Maybe just switch to your band. I'll give you a comment.
Oh, very interesting turn here, guys. The two pair.
Oh, my God.
Versus the made flush. The absolute gin turn for 8-10 of hearts here.
Such a sick turn card. And, of course, Mecca not drawing dead could still improve to a full house on the river.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough being out of position here as well, right? Because, you know, your opponent has that ability to put you in bad situations here if they have, like, you know, the ace of hearts blocker, the jack of hearts blocker, that kind of thing. So it's so hard to get away from your hand at this point when you make two. But it's whether or not you think your opponent is going to have 3 barrels here as a bluff. There you go.
It does raise an interesting point, though, Joe, that question that you just brought up about the info tab. I don't think at any point during EPT Online, during those 6 live streams, did we discuss the technology behind this and the fact that what we're effectively seeing is a replay, that what we're effectively seeing is a reconstruction of hands that were played 30 minutes ago. It's not the traditional PokerStars client, therefore there are certain things that we don't see. We know that there's an issue replicating the player chat. We know the info tab doesn't work. We can't toggle between chips and big blinds. So there are limitations, but hey, I'll take that if it means on a 30-minute delay I can see all these hands with whole cards. Unlucky, Micken.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and my man just walks into aces the very next hand. Oof. God, what a life. What a life.
Yeah. So gets in with the flush against 2 pair. Now gets in with aces as he's all in with what he thinks might have equity. Oh, 10.
Oh.
Straight.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's the jack for 2 pair.
Oh.
You know what? I'll allow it.
That's a case of lose the big one, win the small one, right?
But the weird thing is that if he hadn't lost the big one, he probably wouldn't have been in the small one.
Yeah. True that.
Look, once you fold ace king there, and you in that first hand, and you see you're up against ace queen, and you would have been like overwhelming chip leader.
Yeah.
Had you just called with ace king, which is like the easiest thing to do in the world, calling it off with ace king. Like, it's really hard mentally to recover from that if you're a normal human being.
Pocket 5s here with the option. Seems pretty reasonable. Question is, are the 4s the one you got Omega dominated here, are they going to want to come along, or do they just get out of the way? Pretty poor playability as a flat here.
James, eliminations so far, by the way. 30 eliminations. Down to 64.
James, you see Alex O'Brien tweeted at us. Do you think she realized she got a shout out on our last podcast?
I'm sure Alex O'Brien will be delighted that you confused with Alex Gray. I mean, the names are nothing alike. Apart from sharing a first name, their last names are nothing alike.
Yeah, you're right about that. Well, I guess I just think about Alex O'Brien a lot. Thanks for watching.
Story checks out. Fabiano Kowalski in trouble here. Top pair against a set of 5s. Colton B's doing all right.
Yeah. What a spot. What a spot for Colton.
Just finding all the little spots. Oh, and the jack turn feels fantastic.
Boat up.
Oh, the boats. Oh, man. I mean, KJ just feels like, oh, what a nice turn for me here. This is really, really sweet. It's such a dry texture for him to go for more value. Then fives just have to ping it in. How do you feel? It's like just over a min click back at him now on the river. Oh, just feels so good. You're not afraid of anything at this stage. Here's the question. Do you shove or do you just make it like a little bit more? I mean, I feel like the shove looks weaker, right? There you go. That's all of it. Whether or not King Jack calls, though.
Oh.
This was the Kowalski show.
What are you ever beating here, though, Nick?
I know. It's just so hard to be winning now. Like, it's so hard to be winning at this stage.
Yeah,
right?
but I'll hold by the same token. Like, what hands are there?
Well, right. I mean, on this, but that's kind of the whole point, right? On this texture, they're not going to turn over Jack 10, are they? Right? Jack 10 is not going to put you all in on this river unless you got a read on this guy being like.
It's real easy to convince yourself you're up against 6-7 here for a little while.
Folds. Right? Lets it go.
Mm.
I mean, it's going to be super short now. Blinds are up to 30-60. Kowalski only has 3-8-8 behind, but managed to conserve those chips and not go broke there. Joe, do you have your banhammer ready by any chance?
Yep.
Hapoels says James is always so rude to Joe. And guess what? Going to be rude to you as well. You're banned.
Even though you had my back, there's nothing I can do.
Hapoel actually just followed my channel this morning, so now I feel really bad. Shout out to Hapoel. You banned. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't know, Joe. Like you, it's a situation where you want to convince yourself that he's got the missed flush draw, but I think once you bet half your stack in the middle, I don't think they got a lot of bluffs anymore. I think people realize they got next to no fold equity at that point. I don't know if you're going to really catch people with a missed draw there often.
Totally.
Unless they are Despo, right? One of the Despo players. Hopefully by this time in the tournament, you would have them noted for some reason, you know, doing some crazy stuff, and you can kind of just hero call there. But I say hero call. It's not that much more to call, you know.
Kojak, all in.
KJ, let's go. Putting it in the middle. Less than 10 bigs. Seems reasonable.
Gets no action.
All right,
James, the guy in chat said you're awesome, and I banned him for the grammar. I hope that's okay.
You apostrophe RE banned. Kowalski.
I would accept banned.
In the cutoff with ace-8. And might decide that this is the hand to go with. Yep, all in, and Kelseth has jacks in the small blind.
Yeah, you're absolutely destroying the cutoff shove range for this effective stack depth. You're like a million miles ahead. In fact, you're 70% ahead here in this situation.
And no ace on the river. And that will be the elimination of Kowalski. This table breaks. So let's go across and check on the chip leader, Sim Solol, who we can see at the top of the table, folded the Jack 4, is the biggest stack of the 63 remaining players right now, has 5.4 million. Alan Sheikh, the start of day chip leader from Brazil, is now second on the leaderboard with 5 million. 63 remaining from the 11,500 starters. A chop pot there, and you know what they say, guys? Everyone loves a chop pot. We can do better.
James,
we can do better.
We got Black Beatty here as well. Black Beatty. Started the day second in chips and is a scoop winner.
Nice.
Nice.
Apparently won a free roll in 2014 for 12K. That could be the ubiquitous big score to get things off.
I will allow it.
Did I just say get things off? Start things off? Did I say get off? I had too many screens going.
Oh, a couple of questions from YouTube. Raymond asks, is a deal at the final table usual in this event? Yes, very usual. Sometimes multiple players involved in that deal. I've seen 5- or 6-way deals at the Sunday Million final table. So We'll see what happens. Variance is big in this game.
Speaking of variance, Ace King gets the double. Very nice. I mean, I think there's kind of there's sort of an extension to that conversation as well, right? We were talking about how for a lot of people just getting to the final, well, for anyone really, honestly, even if you're a pro, getting to the final table of the Sunday Million, you have to run really good to get there, regardless of your skill level. But it begs the question, if there's a really well-known pro and he gets to the final table with 4 other relatively unknown players, is he the one going no deal, no deal, no deal? I mean, I imagine those are the scenarios where people are really desperate to do deals where you could really flex your muscles if you weren't, sweating the money as much as you just really wanted to take it all, for the glory.
This table's pretty sick, by the way. Of the top 4 stacks, 3 of them are at this table.
Yeah. Pretty good, right?
Great job.
Meanwhile, small blind aces, that feels good. Already some action ahead of him with ace 10. Could very well get all the chips here if he plays it just right.
Seems pretty reasonable.
I mean, stacked in such a way where, just putting it in here, I think is pretty enticing. Ace 10 certainly has the stack to give him a spin here as well.
Does this count as a cat vatar? I guess it does. It looks a little bit like a lynx, but I think it's just a domestic cat with very tufty ears.
Making a face. It's pulling a face.
All right, straight in with the ace 10.
And that
good
is going to be a double up for Mitts 304 through the former chip leader Alan Shake, who's still a top 5 stack with 4.3 million. Simsalol, by the way, no longer chip leader. Colton B, who we saw on a phenomenal run at our feature table earlier on, has now taken the #1 spot. The Canadian player has more than 5 million, but doesn't have that big a lead over Simsalol, Black Betty, and Alan Shake, who are all at this feature table.
Black Betty, Bam Malam.
Whoa,
Do you think they were trying to write Black Beauty and just forgot the U?
Sorry, guys. We saw a little bit of a weird one here. Ace 10 off with the absolute min raise from position here with ace 10 off. I don't know if that was a misclick or what, but it's definitely not the size we've come to see regularly.
Look at these two both blocking each other. Yeah, so cute. Both so irritated with this flop.
Oh, man, he finds the second barrel, though. The size is minuscule, though.
All right, here we go.
Okay, now it's...
Okay, second chance.
What?
That was a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I feel like I'm in time with Joe. I'm not sure. What do you got?
It's
What do you think, chat?
impossible to say. These signals are bouncing all over the world. Satellite dishes under the ocean.
What's amazing is it doesn't matter what the setup is. It doesn't matter what we do technically. It doesn't matter whether there's 3 people involved or 45 people involved in the production. We still screw it up every single time. And we have the raise here from ace-7, ace-queen for Mitts, and Pico Humpot waiting with aces on the button.
Pika P.
Oh, straight in with the aces, not messing around.
Snap in.
Well, calls all in. Mitts does have Pico covered.
Got a pretty good average there from that chop pot.
When you see the queen on the flop, you don't like it. But aces do hold. And our lynx-like cat manages to get the double up. And now we are down to 57 players. They continue to fall at quite a rapid pace. So that means we have our final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tables.
Yeah, easy come, easy go.
And meanwhile, keeping tabs on who the chip leader is going to be tough because it changes quite frequently, and there isn't one player who has a phenomenal advantage right now. But currently, at this moment in time, it is Raz VQ from Romania.
You're Romania.
You're of Romania. All right. Don't think King 8's going to call here somehow. Like the ambition, though.
Piku Humpa.
Piku Humpa just got the chips. Doesn't want to give them any away.
Vavan with pocket tens.
Yep. When you're looking at that stack depth, pocket tens are looking mighty strong here. Definitely wouldn't mind getting these all in.
Can I tell you guys something really embarrassing? I used to think, like when I first started doing poker stuff, hosting podcasts, I used to think that when you won a big pot, that you mentally needed to take ownership of the chips for a little while before you should like get involved in another hand. And I used to ask this question to many professional poker players on my podcast until one of them was like, "Are you an idiot? What are you talking about? That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard." And I still continued to believe it for a long time. And now I think, you ever think back, like have those moments, like these little daydreams in your head when you think of something embarrassing you did and you react to it in real time and you're like, that's what I was just thinking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about, by the way.
Queens
Yeah.
for BB Heat, who gets it in, and Guden Liu decided to fold the ace-jack there. A comment and a question from YouTube. DeLonghi says, James and Joe, really love your work. Always laugh and have fun watching poker with you guys. Poker would not be the same without you. Hi from Argentina. Hello, Argentina. And Marky Pro asks, are there any players from Italy in the Sunday Million? The short answer to that question is no, because Italy is its own market and doesn't get to play against the rest of the world. The slightly more complicated answer is there will be some Italian professional poker players who will have relocated to other countries. There's a huge contingent in the UK, for example, so that they continue playing against the rest of the world. I think one of the most famous is Mustafa Kanit, lasagna, or is it lasagna? One of the two. Anyway, Mustafa now resides in the UK. Still very much Italian, but officially classed as a British PokerStars player.
Usually it's a giveaway if the avatar has some sort of, pasta reference. You can tell who they are.
Yeah, speaking of relocation as well, guys, many of you know that watch the OP Poker stream. I live in Brighton on the south coast of the UK. Brighton is actually an absolute hotspot for relocating internationals who'd like to take part in, in the UK market, etc., in the European market. And yeah, we got some real bad boys here. It's really cool to go out and hang out with those guys here and just be surrounded by that, And every once in a while you get to ask them a sly question, just pick their brains just on the cheap,
Yeah. So is it a bit like the movie
No,
Casablanca, Nick, only about poker and in the 21st century where all these people are like hanging out because they can't be in their own country anymore? And are
It's
you
exactly
Humphrey
like
Bogart
that.
or
It's
Sidney
exactly like
Greenstreet? Or Peter Lorre? Hide me, Rick.
definitely a Humphrey. What do you
Protect
guys
me,
think?
Rick.
I think Nick's the piano player.
No, it's awesome. We have a Skype group, where anybody coming in from outside kind of gets like the inside scoop, and they got invited to the Brighton Poker group. And yeah, it's such an interesting forum as well. People talking about, trying to people talking about, keeping it, like I need to speak to somebody about Bitcoin and like the legality of Bitcoin and like, whether or not I need to get a lawyer for this and that. It's really, really interesting.
Quick ban there.
That was a snap ban. T-Dog,
You
nice
banned.
work. You banned. Sorry, buddy. All right. So we got 7-10 here, picking up the straight draw.
It still amuses me to this day that someone at some point thought it would be an awesome idea to give Joe moderator/administrator privileges for any of our channels.
What's amazing is that I completely shred our audience. Like, just, we want people watching, and I'm just like, nope, you banned. And nobody cares. Nobody said a word to me. Nobody said, hey, Stapes, we kind of want people to watch. You think you could stop banning people? Everyone's kind of on board with it. It's great.
10-7 did stab the turn, but now they're giving up on the river, it looks like. Jack 9's like, wait, do I bluff now?
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, so I guess you kind of do, but you don't want a random 5 showing up there or something like that. You want to try and get some of those to fold, and it does work, even though he doesn't need to bet the river. Yeah, I
really don't want to lose to queen high, right?
Right, yeah, and any of that kind of, yeah, absolutely.
Get your racing shoes on here, guys. The start of day chip leader, Alan Shakes, opened with 9s, and Vivan's got ace king in the big blind.
I think this is pretty much unavoidable from both players, I imagine. Unless Alan knows something that we don't.
Alan. All in.
He's like, I got 4 mil.
King high flop. And no 9 on the river, so Vivan doubles up through Alan, who slips further and has almost dropped out of the top 10.
Who's in the bottom 10? Lisi's got to be, right?
So where are we at right now? 54 players remaining. How have we lost 40 players already? We've been going for like 40 minutes.
And that's the stream, everybody.
Listy is the shortest stack, by the way, with 97k. Yes, the super short stack. Hyper danger zone, Joe.
Danger zone, chip in a chair. Other catchphrases. Yeah.
And Colton B retains the chip lead right now. So what are the blinds right now? 35.70. So Lissy has about 1.5 bigs.
So you're saying there's a chance?
No, I'm just saying that Lissy has 1.5 bigs and is going to be all in very soon.
Yes, James, but as I was trying to say when I invented the phrase, all it takes is a chip and a chair in 2017, is that as long as you're still in, there's still a chance. It's a slim chance, but there's still a chance as long as you still have that seat in the poker tournament, right? The chair and the chips are kind of implied. You can't have one without the other. You still have a chance.
You do. That is very true.
All it takes is a chip and a chair. Joe Stapleton, 2017.
Vivan on the button with 10-8 of
Sorry,
clubs.
guys, I'm lagging pretty hard now. 10-8 of clubs in the button. Okay, cool. I'm only 3 seconds behind you guys. We're good.
We're going to go 3-way to the flop here in this limped pot. Yes, we are. And oh, hello. We have got clubs, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the clubs are going to miss. The 3 is going to hold. Oh, poker is so good.
No, the deuce is going to get there. It's going to be a 5. The deuce is going to get there.
Either way, 8-10 suited, not winning this hand.
The non-club 5. I mean, just going to say it right now. Sourdough looking pretty good, eh, Joe?
Sourdough would be amazing.
The king of hearts on the turn, no change. Now the 3, an absolute monster, 70% going to the river. Feels great. Yeah, it is a good turn for him to barrel, though. Absolutely.
How do you fold a pair and a flush draw? You do. Wow.
Like that.
See, I got to take notes. Where's my notebook at?
That's how you fold a pair and a flush draw. Talking of flush draws, Lissy, super short stacked, all in with ace-6 of diamonds. And
Domination Nation, the one chip. This could really be chip in a chair.
I love that. I love the virtual all in, leaving yourself with 1 chip.
I mean, let's see how this pans out, but
Well,
oh,
that is a chop pot. One more time, guys. You know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop
pot.
Not even close.
I didn't think that was
I
that
just wanna
bad.
say
I
though,
don't think
guys-
that's as bad as you think it was.
I think that
Maybe
one might
not.
have been good. 10 out of 10. We're getting a lot of 10 out of 10s.
You have to remember
Okay.
that because I have the power, because I'm hosting, I actually get to hear what the audience hears for once. So I have a better
Oh, I
idea
see.
of what's in sync and what isn't. Not saying it was
Damn, that was
perfect,
close.
but
That
it was
looks like-
it was pretty damn
was high.
good.
All right, nice. So I just want to say something right now. For everybody out there watching, I'm assuming some of you playing in the Sunday Million right now who are still and are also going to be watching. I would love, first of all, to take part in more of these going forward, but I would absolutely love if the showboating would happen. Wait one sec, guys. We have an all-in Kings versus King Jack.
It was all over on
All
the
right,
turn,
King.
and that is an elimination as Kings hold. And that will take us down to 52 players.
Very nice. I would just love to see some more like really funny showboaty kind of stuff happening on these streams, right? I want people to really relish in the fact that they're on the PokerStars Live Central channel. I want to see some all-in but one chip action and all that kind of jazz. I think that would just be awesome, you know? I want to see
Get
some...
your mitts off my chips. These 3 specifically.
Is that a superstitious thing? Is it like, well, I left myself one chip behind, and you know, it was
You
a
got to
chop.
balance.
So you know, if I
You
leave
got to
myself
balance
with
how many
3,
chips you leave behind.
I stand a better chance of this time winning all of the pot rather than 50% of it. As much as I love a chop pot,
think
because
what
I appreciate that everyone loves a chop pot, but on this occasion, I'd like to win all of it.
I think one of the most infuriating things that's braggy here is when people are being chat pros is stuff like, oh yeah, if you're playing great MTT poker, you know, you don't have to be all in, you know, until the very end. You know, you don't have to be all in until you're on the final table and all this kind of nonsense. And I love the idea that that's like somebody's watched that stream and now they're just never all in. And you know, they're always leaving themselves a chip behind just so they can make that true for themselves. Ace Jack getting a really nice flop here to try and make some money against the Jack 10. I mean, you betting? You betting?
You better, you bet.
Okay, goes for the check. Ace-4 with the flush draw. This is a really, really, really action-heavy board for all 3 of these players. Oh, man.
It's so hard to overcall here. Wow, okay. Just rep it. When in doubt, whip it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that the check on the flop was more of a trap than anything else, then I suppose. I mean, in some cases, people will check here because they're worried about the big blind range having some 7x or whatever. Pretty clean turn if you just want to pump it in now, though. You've left yourself with enough to go less than pot here.
You're not at all worried when you get called that you're up against a 7 down?
Well, that's kind of my point, right? You know, like, so you play your hand like this and you get called and you're like, well, I hope he has the flush draw, right? That's kind of what you're saying to yourself. I mean, if anybody was going to have 7x here, probably, I don't know. It's tough though, right? Like people in position here will call you with some like 8-7 suited, 9-7 suited kind of hands some of the time. I think the big blind was the one that you're most concerned about turning up with some random 7s. So I guess you could kind of skew it in that direction, but there's, what happens if you make this play and the guy in the big blind has Ace-4 of hearts? Then you're kind of in a bit of a weird spot, I think. Anyway, he's picked his spot perfectly here, regardless. Yeah, and yeah, there you go. Protects his hand very effectively.
So Lissy has played through the blinds and now has less than a small blind.
Everybody's favorite hand to go all in with. Never fails. King Jack of the suited variety.
King Jack of any variety is just like, oh. Okay.
Snapping it in.
I mean, gets it in against Ace-3. Could be worse. Oh, 6-8 in as well.
Triple up.
Oh.
Well, he's going to need a lot of help.
Well, one card will do it.
I guess
Just
so.
a little bit. Just a little touch. Maybe a heart in the turn. Oh.
Oh, 2 cards.
Easy.
Okay, go Lissy.
Really was that easy.
How many big blinds is that? 2.2.
Fair to say it's not 3.
And Lissy, I mean, he's picking up the hands. He's finding the spots. I think ace queen suited never folding, but unless those clubs fall down, I think we're going to find another. We might even get the 10 out of 10 this time, guys. You ready?
So this is going to be a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Go on, chat. Marks out of 10.
Good game, Lissy. Oh no, gets away from it. I thought Lissy was going to rip with the ace-7 there, but manages to find the fold. So this is Alan Shake, who's now going to have a horrible, horrible disaster of a pot.
Shake Zula, the Mike ruler.
Aces all in. You
I
can
don't know.
fold
At this stage, I guess the 6 is probably just raised fold.
Yeah, but Alan's like, I haven't won an all-in since the day started.
Alan.
So, you know, this time, no. Now, Lissy has aces. As we see Pico Humpa pick up kings.
That's what you get for being a pickle humper. You get cold decked.
You know, in 2017, a wise man once said,
Go on, I'm listening.
We also
all you need is
have
a chip in a chair. Lissy,
Snowman's.
proven it's true.
Num num.
Num num.
Well, it's aces versus kings. Aces holding. And no king on the river. That is another pot for Lissy, who's now got more than 10 bigs.
All right, my man.
And
right
a chair.
I was actually really sad the other day, guys. You know, I was on that table, and we were rooting for the qualifier to go deep on that final table in the EPT.
Yeah.
What was his name again, guys? Something Squad. What did I coin? What was it? Oh, I forgot his name now. Come on, Chad, help me out.
Are we talking about the EPT main event, or are we talking about the... Which
what
event?
was it, guys?
Oh, is it? Was
Give me the
it
25K?
Isn't this awesome? This was like a week ago, and already none of us can remember which event it was, who else was at the table, what the name of the player was.
His name
Was it poker?
His name was something Squad. Smoothie G. Thank you, the Smoothie Squad.
G.
That's right. Thank you, guys. Yeah, the qualifier who made it all the way to the final, and I was going, all right, I'm joining you for the early half, and I'm just calling it right now. My man's going all the way. I'm calling it now. I'm in the Lissy squad now. Maybe we can come up with a better name than that. But yeah, I mean, after that comeback, is there any chance they don't go on to win this Sunday Million?
I mean, if they're born in 1978, I like rooting for senior citizens. Poker's a young person's game. 78, that might be the oldest person in the field.
Nick, the problem there is that Smoothie didn't win. So
they did get heads up, though.
That's true.
Which
that is true. So when your definition of go all the way is that you'll make it to the last hand, but you won't necessarily win the last hand.
I mean, look, when you qualify for as little as he did, and then you get to a final, you get heads up. That's going all the way, right?
No,
Come on, top three is going all the way at that point.
No, absolutely.
Okay, I mean, we don't know what Lissy's situation is, but I feel like they need a better name, right? I mean, how about like the Lissy Committee, chat? What do you think?
The Lissy Committee. You know what? I like that.
I don't know. Come on, guys, get on the Lissy Committee. Queen 7, blind v blind.
I will allow it.
Less than 10 bigs.
And blinds are up to 40,000,
I mean,
80,000.
Hey, at least the level's increased.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think blind v blind, you got to be ripping it there. Are we sitting on a pay jump right now, guys?
We are at 50 players right now, and there is a money jump when we get to 44. So with 50 remaining, everyone has locked up at least $1,562. Make it to 44th, and you're guaranteed $2,177.
Yes.
All right. Somebody in the chat saying we should call it the Lissy League. I like that. Lissy League. That's strong. It's a strong one.
Again, I will allow it. Stop throwing poo at Lissy.
What's Lissy got going on there? Is that a giant turtle? What is that?
You guys are missing this. Killer Bee in the chat just said, is more rack better? Yes, thank you for your question.
As torture instruments go, you can't go wrong with more rack.
A rack of lamb.
Set of threes means Alan is drawing dead. All in? Oh, Alan. Oh, Alan. And that hand is going to take us to the break. That is the start of day chip leader, who is now 35th in chips with 50 players remaining in the Sunday Million.
You're remaining.
Well, the chip leader right now, Joe, is Colton B02, who we saw in action earlier on. Colton from Canada playing a stack of 5 million. Oleg Daggy from Russia, second in chips with 4.7 million. Another Canadian sits in third. The Waxed Melon, awesome screen name, Waxed Melon, has 4.6 million. So we will get back to the action on the other side of this 5-minute break. It is an opportunity, and I apologize for the shameless self-promotion that you are about to get. But Joe and I are about to record, well, in a week's time we'll be recording the 200th episode of our podcast, Poker in the Ears. Now, Nick, when we celebrated our 100th anniversary back in 2017, we were able to do this huge live show at the Hippodrome. We did the podcast live on stage. Joe started it with some stand-up comedy.
Awesome.
Chris Moneymaker, Jake Cody, Liv Baree were all there. Dexter Fletcher, the actor-director, was our special guest. Plus, we had a live version of Superfan versus Stapes where we picked a member of the audience to come up on stage. And afterwards, everyone who came to watch the show got to take place in a special poker tournament at the Hippodrome. Now, we obviously had planned to do something just as special for episode 200 at the start of the year. But the way things have gone in 2020... So... we have got some good stuff planned. Can't really replicate that experience. But as far as lineup's concerned, Joe, editorially, if you looked at this purely from a who's on the show point of view, I think we've actually surpassed episode 100.
Yeah, we crushed it. And in one respect, not asking guests to have to go physically to a location helped us out a little bit, I think, in being able to acquire a couple of big names. As far as poker's concerned, we got Phil Hellmuth Jr. It does not get much bigger than that. Been dying to have Phil on the show for years. Been dying to ask him why he's blocked me on Twitter for years, or at least since I've found out a few months ago.
Joe, if I think of all the questions I'd want to ask Phil Hellmuth, that's not anywhere near the top of the list.
Because you're not the one who's blocked.
And in the time we've got to talk to him, I'm not sure if that's a question we should prioritize. One thing I would say, by the way, is if there is a burning question that you've always wanted fired in the direction of the Poker Brat, hashtag Poker in the Ears on Twitter. Use that hashtag and send us your questions for Phil. By the way, I just needed to double check before kind of like publicizing this. How many bracelets does he have now? I thought it was a coin flip between 12 and 13. Actually, he's got 15. 15 World Series of Poker bracelets.
14 or 15, yeah. So I was thinking for the game, I'm going to pitch you the game. I was thinking that I would ask him trivia questions from his own book.
Is that to test whether he's actually written/read his own book?
More like, this is your life.
Okay.
What celebrity did you name drop in chapter 1? That kind of thing. That's where I'm at for a game right now. I don't know. Maybe I can come up with something more clever, but...
So Helmut's the big poker name.
Yeah.
And who is the big celebrity name?
Guys, I'm actually genuinely nervous about this. This is one of my, I can't say influences, but man, if I could choose to have the career of anybody to be regarded the same way as to be at the top of my game the way this guy is. We got Aaron Sorkin. Aaron Sorkin, thanks to my friend Josh Molina, hooked us up. We're going to have Aaron Sorkin on the podcast, the creator of The West Wing, the writer-director of Molly's Game. We got the Poker Connection. We've got a guy who's written some of the best TV shows and movies of all time. The guy is one of the greatest writers who ever lived. It's insane. And I need your help, audience, for this one. Send me some questions, because the fewer questions I have to come up with, if it's a bad question, I got to be like, that's probably off.
This is the guy who wrote A Few Good Men. This is the guy who wrote The Social Network, for which he won the Oscar that year for Best Screenplay, and The West Wing. And I said this when we closed out last week's podcast, is still one of my favorite TV shows, and I think is one of the best TV dramas of all time. Plus, we're going to have some other guest appearances as well. A few cards up our sleeve, shall we say, to use a really tired, hackneyed poker metaphor. And we are going to be recording that show next week. And I think we can reveal at this point that it's going to be the first in-vision episode of the podcast. It's going to be a video show as well as an audio show. So you will have the chance to see it as well as listen to it. And I think we're probably going to release it towards the tail end of next week. I'm going to say Friday the 4th of December is probably the date when you're going to get to see this. So that's something to look forward to. Questions for Phil Hellmuth, questions for Aaron Sorkin, hashtag Poker in the Ears on Twitter. Cards in the air again in the Sunday Million. I'm going to leave you in the exclusive company of Mr. Nick Walsh and Mr. Joe Stapleton as we go back to the tables.
Use that hashtag, guys. Send us some questions for, Aaron Sorkin. I like, no matter what we're having on the show, I'm like, hey, Phil, thanks for doing it, Phil. I feel like I have to call Aaron Sorkin Mr. Sorkin. Like, I don't feel comfortable being like, hey, Aaron, hey, Aaron, what time works for you? Right.
So he was involved with he wrote the Social Network, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously, really, really cool film. And if you guys haven't seen it, that's the one that's about sort of the development of Facebook, right? Or like, the way it came about, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And I mean, like, so when you're writing a film about what are essentially, real events, I mean, I want to know how much of that is, I imagine this is how it went, and how much of it was like, I spoke to everyone and they gave me like their description of it, and I kind of hacked it together from everything that they said and tried to get past all the bias and all that kind of thing. I'm really interested in that kind of stuff.
Yeah, writing historical events that are in recent history has got to be really tough. We see a virtual all in here from Mitz304. Don't think Mitz is going to get any action.
No, I don't think so either. Yeah, I mean, and the more modern it is, the more details there were, and more, if it's ancient history, you can kind of put your own spin on it, and people aren't going to dog you too hard for, not getting the 300 facing off with, the Persians or whatever, right? You can kind of take some artistic license with that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a lot more people who can corroborate or not when it's something that's happened in recent history.
And then these days, you got a lot more people who could literally are alive and can literally sue you for the misportrayal of the event.
Yeah. Especially when that person is one of the richest people in the world.
Yeah, that doesn't help, right? That doesn't help. All right, ace-8 suited coming in with the open here. I imagine we're probably not going to see a ton of action from these hands. I don't think king-9 off is really in a position to be flatting here. I mean, they might use this as a three-bet, sort of like a three-bet bluff. It's sort of a medium-strength hands. 6-3 suited might come along, though. Those suited hands in the big blinds are combinations that people do like to flat with. By the way, guys, if I'm talking about hands that have already occurred and you haven't seen them, there is a slight delay on my side, so I do apologize for that.
No, you're not that far behind.
Okay, good stuff.
Ooh, this is a good suggestion from Sir June. Can you do a Phil Hellmuth poker rant quiz? Let's see if he remembers what he said versus who. I might have done that before. Honestly, I've interviewed Phil many times over the years, and I feel like I might have said, like, what expletive did you use in this particular situation? Let's see if we have a flip here between Alan Sheik, the start of day chip leader. Nope, no flip. I swear to God, this guy, Black Beauty, was definitely like, type. You guys, I got it. I got Black Beauty. No numbers. Can't believe it. Can't believe I signed up on PokerStars. Just got it. No spaces. No under. Oh, Black Beauty.
You guys won't believe it. Nobody's even thought to use this before. It's ridiculous. Oh.
How did nobody have Black Beauty? Oh. God damn it.
Dear PokerStars, please let me change my name. I spelt it wrong. I'm afraid that's the only account you get for the rest of your days, sir. Got to keep it now.
Got the shove here from Alan Shake. Getting a little shovey, having the best of it, fortunately.
Yeah, queen 10 off. Come on. What are you doing here?
I'm
Don't think so. There you go. Meanwhile, got the queens here in the cutoff.
The Piku Humpa.
Ooh, Pika
Gonna like
Humpa.
that. Gonna like that blue raspberry ace 10.
Yep, and there you have it.
We are close. We are close to a prize jump.
I don't think
48 players remain.
Don't think you're flat in queens.
44.
Let's get it in the middle.
prize
No, come on. I think you make your hand look really strong here when you do this, to be honest. Like, I don't think you'd ever do that with ace king, right? You wouldn't flat with ace king off, for example.
Somehow the ace on the desk does not. Bad beat, BB heat. There goes our 48th place finisher. Piku Humpa was in for 2 bullets.
Solid return.
Lysai still the bottom stack in this entire tournament. The only player under $1 million.
Picking his spots. Ace queen is all in. Oh, tough spot for sixes here.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a little bit too much, but not by a whole lot. BB Heat. Where are they at right now, BB Heat? Oh, I thought they'd be, yeah, top 10, number 10. Action folds around to Lisi. Ace tray on the button, short stack. Seems, no! I really need to take some notes on this. I rip it in there with ace 3 every time. Run into ace king, run into queen jack, run into king 7. It doesn't matter. Great fold there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're not.
Oh, no.
Making that fold there. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Going to
Did
the
I
middle.
say great fold? Blind on blind now. Oh, Lisi. Oh, Lisi. How did you not get it in there?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, Joe, like, I don't know if you can miss those spots, right? I mean, it doesn't, when you got ace 3 on the button there and you're looking for a way to double, get back in this tournament, it's really hard to even be in the situation because people before you tend to open and it kind of kills your action.
True.
You got to give up. So you get gifted a moment when you know you can basically just snap insta profit at this stage in the tournament. I guess he's sweating the jumps. He wants to go deeper. He wants to find a better spot. But I think that's about as good as it gets when you're playing on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-handed table and it folds round. Like I'm always the guy who's got like a medium strength hand there that would love to shove the button, but I'm not getting the opportunity to because you're seeing more action before you kind of thing.
Here comes fives.
Yeah. Does he find it this time? Oh, come on, my man. He's waiting for it. He's waiting for it. It served
We
him well
can't
so
see a
far.
flop this time. Please no flop because I don't know how many fives are going to be there, but it's going to be a lot.
Oh, man.
There's going to be so many fives on this flop.
Come on, 2 of them. Let's do it. Quads it is. No. All right. The Legion of Lisi might not have to see the flop. There you go. No 5 shown.
Himanshu on YouTube asked, Joe Stapleton, have you read the article about poker and relationship analogy? Have I read it? I've written it. I've written dozens of those articles.
Black Beatty here with the aces. I think his best bet for action here is with the 6-7 suited in the big blind. That's the kind of hand people like to peel once you see sort of a smaller sizing. There you go, a little bit over a min. That's the size you want to use here.
Look at this little back. Look at all the stacking the chips up. Trying to look intimidating. We see the amount. We see it's just a min raise.
And BB Heat's got to defend here. He's got any dignity whatsoever.
Of course, you don't get named Big Blind Heat from not defending a fiery 7-6.
And check that out. He's got a lot more equity now. Picking up the pair and the gut shots. Little does he know the 6 of the 7 will also give him the best hand here as well for the time being. I mean, if I'm Black Beatty, I'm going to go big on this board, right? This is a wet texture. Your opponent's going to have all kinds of stuff like, I don't know, 6-7 suited, for example, that you want to get lots of value from. Goes for a large sizing. There you go, 345,000. Sorry, guys, a little bit laggy my end still.
Black Beatty, can you handle the Big Blind Heat, the BB Heat? Turns, trips, ace is drawing nearly dead.
That is challenging. The ace of spades might actually help him to lose them in here, though, because it means your opponent is a little bit less likely to have the flush draw. But that paired board is usually pretty good for your ace X, right? Your aces, excuse me. Oh!
Are you kidding me?
And this right here is how you win poker tournaments, ladies and gentlemen.
4.5% turns into 100%.
Oh, you might actually get the whole stack here as well. 6-7 has got to go for value at this point. It's the perfect payoff river. Half pot. All he's got to do is click it straight back in. I mean, what's the size? I don't know. Shoving feels like the play.
Shove it is, and it gets called off. BB Heat eliminated, was one of the biggest stacks, now out. We are switching tables to follow Black Beatty. After the table's been broken, looks like Colton is here as well. Number 1 and number 2 chip stacks at this table. We're down to 45. We're on a pay jump.
MGM in the chat says, yeah, you run like God to win. That was the joke, buddy. That's what I was getting at. All right, King, Queen with the open, pocket fours with the option. They're a little bit too deep to shove, I think, so he's probably just going to go with the flat. There it is.
Have you met my friend Poker Dave? Poker Dave 476. River Stars. Classic River Stars.
Tell you what, Joe, you can't make this shit up, man. You just can't make it up. It's one of my all-time favorite stream moments right there. PokerStars is so rigged, you just can't make this shit up. Killed me.
I mean, you quite literally are saying it's made up if you think it's rigged.
I love it so much.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you for your comment, guys. All right, blind v blind action. It's going really big with the 10 deuce suited. No messing around there. Like it a lot.
Cool. I get snapped by sixes there 100% of the time. Good for you, Adushi Okawa. I actually have a question for you, Nick.
Yep.
And it's going to sound like whining, which it is.
Okay.
But I would also like to remind you that it is true. How do you balance if you quite literally never have a value hand? Like, I don't know how to balance my bluffs anymore because I never, ever, ever have a value hand by the river.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. If you literally never have any value, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to be balanced. Yeah, I guess you just always got to call down in those situations. Chat, what do you guys think? How often do you find yourself never having value ever? Literally 100% of the time.
Like, I'm just in a situation now where I have to decide if I'm check calling every river or check folding. Like, I can't. I have no value bets ever.
It is kind of an interesting question as well, right? Because there's been a couple, like, I don't know if you saw the other day, Lex posted this hand where he had flop trip kings, and there's some action on the flop, there's some action on the river, and he goes for a value bet where he's out of position on the river, and the guy pushes it in, where kind of a backdoor straight, backdoor flush came in or something like that. And it was a spot where, like, he was getting the most insane odds, right? He's got second set, it was an ace high board or something like that. And you just go, this guy is literally never bluffing. it was like 200,000 more to call, and the pot was like 3 million or something stupid. Like it was a silly amount to call more, but it's like they just never, ever have a bluff. And I guess those are the spots where you make those hero folds, right?
I'm in those spots like in the games I play in. It's someone who's like, I like bet half pot river. Someone leads into me for like an eighth of the pot, and I'm like, and they always have it 100% of the time.
Well, Joe, it looks like you're not alone. Many people in the chat today are saying 99%, 100%, 136.7% from Chin Dogger. So, I mean, look, it seems like there's a need out there. You can expect the OP Poker course coming out anytime now, guys. What to do when you never have value? That's gonna be the title of that production.
Despite a somewhat promising flop for 9-8, this board runs out with a straight for 7-8. Oh God, guys, I've dipped into the ether. Guys, every once in a while, I'll just astral project myself right out of reality. This is when I predator camouflage.
I mean, it looks even better with my janky connection over here. It looks great.
I'm trying
Joe.
not to. Peace out, my babies. Oh, God, I'm back. No, I prefer where I was before. The streetlights were made of gumdrops.
The snozberries taste like snozberries.
All right, bottom pair here for Jam Lucky. Two spades. The bam bam.
Pair deuce is still the best hand for the time being. Jack 9 suited with the flush draw on the 2 over cards, though, which gives him the slight mathematical favorite.
Oh, wow. Hello. Oh, snap him off here. Come on. That's your gin card, huh? See what I did there? The deuce, that's your gin card. Plus, you're holding the sapphire right in your hand. The deuce, the gin, the sapphire. Come on now.
This would be the most monumental hero call ever, and he would still be behind, even with the best hand. There you go. Balancing that. He's balancing that tank range.
There it is. Makes the call.
Oh,
huge, and it's a spade on the turn. You suck. Should never call a bottom pair.
And this is the problem with some kind of hero calls, right? Like there are spots where you're like, I just got a feeling, and I just think I have the best hand. But when you put them on a range and it contains like a lot of overcards with flush draws, you're probably not loving the outcomes where you're right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's one of them. That's definitely one of those spots. Tough spot, though. He does make the right call. He was slightly ahead, chat.
I'm sorry. You don't actually suck.
Oh, and here you go. This is an action flop. Everyone's got a piece, most notably the Queen 10 for the time being, but aces with the heart. This is pretty sweet. He's got 53.5% equity in a 3-way pot, and he doesn't even have the best hand right now.
Bam, bam, bam.
Oh, man, interesting. Queen 10 goes for the flat in this scenario. And it's a really clean turn for the Queen 10. Now he's taking the lead.
Huge shift in equity after that turn card.
Yep, absolutely.
Comes a blank.
Absolutely. Ace is still with lots of outs, though. He can still be counterfeited, remember, any 7, any 5, any ace, and also the hearts to go with it as well.
700K. Love this bet.
Yeah, chunky. Chunky. He knows where he's at this point, right?
This bet's a real chonker, a real Canatuta.
Oh, and I think it's all going in. Oh,
Whiff.
No help. No help. Queen 10 taking it down. Very nice.
Adios. Eddie Shiokawa out in 40th. Not going to say how many players remaining. Bam Bam up to 7 million, second in chips. Top spot still belongs to Black B80. Not a good day for aces, it appears. So 2 biggest pots of the tournament where aces being cracked. I love that old saying about aces, Nick. Designed to either win a small pot or lose a big one.
Big one, right? Was it old Doyle who said that? That sounds like a Doyle quote.
It was me or Doyle. 67 flops a gut shot. A belly buster, a double belly buster. I'm only referring to gut shots as belly busters from here on out.
And the king picks it up on the turn. Oh, you got to be putting some chips in now, my man. You got to do it. Okay, that seems reasonable. Decent size as well here.
All right, pause the tournament for a second. Pause. Just hit pause on it. How many players are left? I announced that Edu went out in 40th place. So who's dumber? The person who asked how many players are left, or the person who answered like 45? No opinion, Nick? No opinion on who's dumber? After I announced the 40th place finisher?
No comment, chat. Keep up. Keep up. This isn't going to be like any of those spoon-fed EPT streams. You got to work for these. We're playing street commentary.
That's right.
That's right.
I will straight up. I will lambast you.
Oh man, I love the chat on these. So cool. All right, very next hand. King 10 of spades, very pretty when it folds around to you in this position. He's got the chips to play ball. I like the limp here. I really like the flat here. A lot of people are kind of shocked to see people flatting in these scenarios, but these are the kind of hands that you want to play pots with. You don't want to get 3-bet off. You don't want to get shoved on or anything silly like that. I know that these are a little bit too deep for that, but the limp call means you get to play more of these hands without the pot getting too out of line.
Black B80 turns a belly buster.
The belly busters in the chat. All right, takes it down.
Sleevey98 asks, is Lisi still in? The answer is yes.
The
somehow. Hanging
of
on. Has laddered again.
No way. Nice. CJ,
Everyone now guaranteed $2,100 plus.
We're doing this wrong. Lisi with all the folds.
The top like 150 in the Sunday Million once, but it was not a field of 11,000. But back in my day, it was $215 to play the Sunday Million. Hands full 69. I like it. I will allow it. Second shortest stack in the tournament after Lisi. Gets away from Jack Deuce somehow. Well done. Oh, Poker Dave. It's just like the most adorable handle. I'm Poker Dave. Hey.
It's me.
Selfie.
You know me. It's poker. You know, like
Poker Dave.
There's Dave from accounting, and there's Dave from HR, and I'm Poker Dave. I'm Fun Dave.
I can see the confusion. You're looking for handball Dave. I'm Poker Dave.
Mushel in the chat is asking, is my soundboard broken? This is it. All my best quality is gone now because they gave me the headset. Nothing but clean audio and zero sound.
I'm really missing the sound of drag queen fights happening outside your window.
It happens so often. You'd be blown away.
Oh, speaking of happening often, this doesn't happen very often. Flopping a flush. And a redraw to a straight flush for Oleg?
Oh, damn. It's got to find So this is what 2.3% feels like, and no improvements.
Nino123654 says, I didn't write a single bad message and you still banned me. Shame on you, PokerStars. Don't ever ban me again. Okay, except for this one last time. After that, never again. Thank you for your comment. And you're banned. I swear, after this time, never again, though.
All right.
Top pair for Bam Bam. You know what? That sounds a lot like band to band. Who should I get? I'll see.
Just takes it down. No pain at all.
Bam Bam. Ace King. The men raise for like, whoa! Bam Bam getting a little hoity-toity over here.
Oh, wow.
Hands full.
This is a pretty wild defense from Bam Bam.
Calling all in with the sevens. And both Bam Bam and hands full flop a belly buster.
Yeah, I mean, if you got ace king, first of all, you don't want to be in a four-way pot. Second of all, this isn't a great texture, and he does decide to go ahead and bet it, though. Interesting situation here. He's going to get so much action off the hands that want to flatten these scenarios, though. I really think I'd probably just check give up on this board a lot of the time.
Come on, sevens. Hold. Yes. Yes. Sevens hold, and the best part is you can't be bluffed off of them.
Poker Dave trying to get to showdown. I think everyone's going to want to get to showdown at this stage.
Everyone loves a side pot.
Bam Bam has an option to try and go and steal that side pot if he wants to. It's not the worst run out for him to try and bluff with the 7 in his hand, but there you go.
And a quadruple up for hands full 69. Lacey's still hanging in, back down to 71,000 in chips. That's fewer than one big blind. I'm going to pull up Lacey's table on the side so I can keep one eye on it.
All right, King 8 versus 7-3 here. The 7 does connect, gives him the 73% equity on the flop. He's going to just bet. It's not a large size. He just wants to say, hey, I got a hand.
Lacey under the gun, 7-10 suited, half a big blind. Folds and would have been up against aces.
Meanwhile, over here, aces versus queens. This could get messy. These are two of the bigger stacks.
Oh, no, Poker Dave.
Oh, Poker Dave.
Poker Dave.
He's got the troll. He's got one of the original trolls as his avatar. Not like these newfangled trolls they got today.
Oh, aces just got cracked on Lacey's table, too. Later, Guardini. That's BS. Lacey all in the big blind.
Oh.
Queen 6 off. Oh, aces. What a stupid, stupid game. Live cards against ace 5. It's an ace high flop. That's it. Dead on the turn. Lacey out.
Meanwhile, guys, we got top set versus aces over here on this table.
Sorry, y'all. I know you're rooting for Lacey. Lacey's out.
The Legion of Lacey. GG.
Hands full, the official shortest stack in the tournament now, despite the quadruple up.
Oh, this is such a sad state of affairs. He's
just put the rest of it in. Queens hold. Full double. That's putting Poker Dave into the #1 spot.
They don't call him Poker Dave for nothing, chat. They don't call him Handball Dave.
It's not Backgammon Dave. It's not Overcooked Dave.
It's not Blackjack Dave.
It's not Cards Against Humanity Dave. It's Poker Dave. Learn it. Unfortunately, Razvi now super short.
Yep.
Next page jumps at 27th place. We got 36 remaining. Ace 9 for our short stack. Ace Jack for Black B80. Oh no. GG hands full. GGGLGN.
I mean, you get
GLGL.
you get to this stage in the Sunday Million and you're like, you know, it'd be really great is if I just had like queens and somebody had aces and then like I had top set and then they went all in and I like sitting there with like almost 10 million all in.
Domination Nation. Oh, but he makes the belly buster on the river. The miracle belly buster straight comes in.
Straight back in this game.
Hands full, doubles up. Man, what a day for suckouts.
Yeah. This is the Sunday Million, man. It's coming hot and fast. We're getting down to the final ASAP.
My belly buster has also come hot and fast.
King Queen. Oh, he wants to get spicy here.
That's a 3-bet with King Queen off. All right.
That is a 3-bet. He wants to get this heads up. I don't hate it. I mean, building up these pots though, when you're kind of stacked this way, dangerous game if you want to try and get later in this tournament. But it does come king high and the club blocker. You're feeling pretty good about this spot. This is one of those situations where the jacks kind of have to come along at least one street, right? Unless you go completely crazy on this texture. Goes for about 1/3.
I do want to mention that Lisi did ladder. An extra $700 from when they were down to one big blind the first time. So well done, Lisi. Colton may like the flush draw here. Unfortunately, is pipped. Doesn't get there anyway. Not a good run out for jacks of any sort.
No, not really. I mean, there are definitely combos of ace X as well that will bet the flop and then like check the turn as well because they're worried about clubs or something like that.
Is there any point to trying to bluff out queens here?
I mean, if there was, I guess this is the point. It looks like it's more of a blocker bet at this point, though. The 1.1. I don't see how King Queen can fold here, though. To be honest, I mean, they have to have such a specific kind of hand to be beating you here. And with the King of Clubs in your hand, it's really hard for them to have a lot of that speculative stuff that would turn a flush here.
Yeah.
King Jack of Clubs.
You're not worried about Ace Jack and Ace 10 hands that'll raise call your 3-bet.
Right. I mean, you're never raising, but I don't think you can fold the river. Yeah, nice call there. He's got the perfect hand to make the call, though, right, as well. It's not a tough spot there. And I think unless your opponent has, like, the nut flush draw on the flop and floats you, then what are you going to do?
Dallas Scapa. To 7.4 million. Good for number 2. Bam Bam at the top of the screen. Excuse me. Number 3 for Thalos. Number 2 for Bam Bam. Poker Dave. Number 1. The top 3 stacks at this table are the top 3 stacks in this tournament. What a flop here.
Whoa, huge flop. I don't think Mr. Hand here. Yeah,
it's all going in.
He's not in a position to get away from this if there's more action here and Queen 10 of Hearts going it.
10 on the turn.
Oh.
Locks it up, more or less. Double up for hands full. Hands full, no longer the shortest stack.
Yeah, I mean.
That honor now belongs to an LV Artours. 35 players remain.
If you're looking for an opportunity to get back in this game and you got Queen 10 of Hearts, that's a really nice little spot to wake up with, right? You just connect so hard. You know it's never going to be terrible. You're going to get the rest in. He's actually the slight favorite on the flop there as well. It's nice, man. Just watching people do all the stuff that I could never accomplish in the Sunday Million. So that's what that feels like right there.
Nick, I think you should flick it in the Sunday Million.
Yeah.
Well, you need a couple of bucks. Let's take a piece of your action. Very little makeup.
You know, I think next year I'm going to make a concerted effort to try and play more MTTs. I mean, you guys know I'm known for not playing MTTs. You hear me talk about it a lot on stream and how much I really enjoy kind of the lifestyle of playing sit and goes and cash and how it awards you a little bit more freedom because you don't have to grind quite so long of hours unless you want to, or at least you can pick and choose, right? You can put in the time, but if you don't want to, you can kind of take a day off or whatever. But
you'll never get a call being like, yo, you gotta play this spin and go right now.
Exactly.
There's a 4-day spin and go you gotta play.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, when you're grinding away and your friend texts you, he's like, you won't even believe who just showed up at this party. You got to get here right now. You're like, all right, cool. In the next 5 to 10 minutes, I can be free. You know, I like that. I like that aspect.
Is that what
But-
happens when people see me at parties?
Joe Stapleton's at this party. I talk to him all the time. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. But yeah, no, I mean, I also would like to get some titles to my name as well. I've never been one to chase those, but as an ambassador, it's important that got to represent. I'd like to get something under my belt. Just generally speaking, get better at MCTs anyway. But
No, I've experienced very infrequently, but there is a fun thrill too when you are in the money in a big event like this and knowing that like every minute you survive, you ladder up, your equity goes up
yeah,
in the tournament. That's pretty cool.
yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, Chad. As well, I've had like 5-figure scores in tournaments, right? I've taken down some bits and bobs, but sometimes it's a little bit, like, hey, what are you known for? Well, I tend to play. I'm just really good at playing cash games, or I'm really good at playing sit and goes, right? As an ambassador, sometimes it'll be nice just to be like, yeah, I took down a W Coop or whatever, got a couple accolades, just a little trophy.
Just want to address this comment from Nino. It says, do you think this is funny, Joe Stapes? You're destroying my chat experience. I'm here to be a friendly chatter and not a chat spectator. To answer your question, Nino, do I think this is funny? Absolutely. Thank you for your question. You're banned. Hilarious, actually.
I don't know. I feel like this has become a feature of these streams now, Joe. I feel like you've created a really cool dynamic, with the bands.
I always knew when I was growing up that one day I would be a member of a band. Just a different kind.
All right, King 7 on the button's got to be a steal here, especially when you got all the chippies, right? He's actually running into 2 combos that basically never connect as well, so he gets that nice freebie, just gets it straight through.
Oh, man. Aces again. This time it's for Black B80.
I love that. Guys, you won't believe the name I got on Stars. Nobody's even thought of it. Fungus is asking, is ICM relevant for sit and goes? It is, assuming that there are pay jumps and or there are bounties. If you're playing, spinning goes, for example. Oh, it's all in 1 second. Queen high flop. He needs another one to improve.
Aces actually hold. There goes Oleg.
No, in response to your question, there is ICM if there are pay jumps and if there are bounties. However, there is no ICM if you're playing winner-take-all formats, which is kind of the formats that I'm used to playing. Heads-up hypers were a game that I mained. Spinning goes were also a game that I mained. Those were both the formats that James and I, my partner at OP Poker, that's what we were playing just before we launched OP and decided to get into the chat game, or the stream game, excuse me. In which case, it's nice and easy. You just try and win all the chips all the time. No tricky spots for ICM, but learning that is definitely important if you want to take on tournaments, especially with big pay jumps like these.
Handful noticing that aces finally held. Down to 31 players.
So, Joe, am I right in saying this is the very first Sunday Million coverage?
Correct.
Correct, guys.
Live,
yeah.
at least.
Yeah.
I used to go do the Sunday Million highlights in London.
Oh, nice.
In his studio. Hey, did somebody just flop a belly buster? Oh, it turns top pair. Poor Razzie never quite recovered after those aces were cracked by the queens. There goes Razzie QQ. Pew pew. Shot on out of here. 31st place.
All right, 9 tray off. Definitely a fold there. Puts it in the bin. Feels good. Sandy Sanchez is asking, what's the biggest spinning go jackpot you hit? I actually hit a $150,000 jackpot at one point, playing the $15 stakes when I was just starting out many years ago. You guys can actually, I think there's a screenshot or something over on the OP Poker channel. No, I came I actually lost a coin flip for $150,000. I had 9s in against Ace Jack, and they hit a Jack on the river. That was the biggest coin flip of my life thus far. Didn't feel great. I know, it didn't feel great. I was like, oh my God, he didn't hit anything. Turn looks good. Oh, this is what it feels like to win a flip for 150,000. Oh, never mind. Okay, GG. I still managed to take home 15K, but when you get 15K and you could have got 150, it doesn't feel quite right. My next biggest spin jackpot after that was 6K, and then a couple like 1Ks and stuff like that.
If anyone can keep their lunch down long enough from hearing that story to follow this hand, we've got 2 pair against an up and down straight draw.
Yeah, this is gonna be a serious murder if he can improve into the straight with his up and down straight draw. There you go, Raksha. Thank you very much coming in with the screenshot. That was back in the day before I had my PokerStars name. Lost Gambit. Oh damn. Oh dear.
Aha, you can fold an open and straight draw sometimes too. Great.
Yeah, nice one.
Put that in my arsenal. Short stack here for Karamay.
Yep. I think nothing to do but just put it in. There you go.
And maybe this gets through for 10 bigs.
Yeah, I don't know. I think King 10 is a little bit loosey-goosey. The rest are pretty clear give-ups. The stage, don't want to give up any chips you don't have to here unless you're pretty confident about the get-in.
So, Nick, we're on the precipice.
Oh, yeah.
Of another pay jump.
All right.
27 players remain. Excuse me, 29 remain. The pay jump is after 27.
Yeah, I mean, these pay jumps at this point getting pretty meaningful. There is an aspect of ICM to do with these sort of even the smaller pay jumps. I guess for the most part, it's most pronounced when you get to a final table, right? That's where the money is hugely different. It's just a fact of the game that in tournament poker, it's really great to go deep, right? It feels great to get this far, but there's still so much further to go if you want to make really meaningful, life-changing money, and that's why ICM becomes so important on those finals. The difference between 10th and 1st will be monumental. You can see it there, bottom right of our screen right now, actually. Do you want to win $8 grand or do you want to win 116? That's why making better decisions and knowing how to adjust your play is so important to becoming really good at these kinds of tournaments.
This could be a huge pot. Both players a top pair, both, I guess, playing a little deceptively on the flop.
I mean, once you get past the flop, right, that minimizes the amount of damage that can be done immediately, but in a huge way, right, in a really big way, right? And this is a cool thing to talk about because I think, when you're trying to coach people to be better, there are many situations where you do want to be slowing down on the flop, and if you can just get past that one street immediately, the compounding error that you might have made becomes a lot less because there's just less. Once you bet the flop, the pot's already bigger, which then dictates a larger bet size in the turn, which then dictates a larger bet size in the river. I'm not saying that Ace Queen was a good check here, but there are situations where sometimes it's better just to take the passive line on the flop to try and save yourself some heartache going to turn river. I think in this case, he was just aware of it was a very dry flop, and he just kind of thought, what am I getting value from betting here? The Queen 9 was more of a trap, and the Ace Queen was more like, I think I need to check to let him catch up a little bit before I get more money out of this.
It's going to work out for one of these players.
Yeah, he's got to go for value at this point. Queen 9, easy call. There you go. The check on the flop does award him some chips. I think he probably gets more if he bets flop, but I can see what he was thinking there for sure on that dry texture on the flop.
Great sizing. Black Beatty back up to first place, just eclipsing Poker Dave, who's been moved. Just want to answer a question from YouTube. Vishy wants to know, how do you get rid of the temptation of calling a hand, knowing you're behind, but you have a strong gut feeling that you're going to hit? I do not know how to stop that from happening because you're supposed to hit eventually. So I think every time I'm going to fold, I'm like, maybe this is the one. Maybe this is the one I'm going to hit. but it never works out like that.
Well, I mean, I think that's an experience thing. I think once you've made that call a couple hundred times and you realize that your bank balance isn't increasing from those kinds of plays, eventually that makes you sad enough to try and like avoid that a little bit more often. And I think eventually you just kind of develop a visceral negative reaction to getting it in spots where you kind of know you're just not getting the right price or you're just not ahead. And then
Just talking about getting it in, I just mean just, like calling a
right.
2/3 pot bet.
Which is you're like, the gut shot's coming. We spoke about
I have top pair and a flush draw.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different. Yeah, that's a monster. How can you fold that?
No, the question is, how do you ever make a hand with that? Top pair for Bam Bam, second pair for Heaven.
We've spoken about that before as well, though, Joe. Right? Like when I've asked you about your poker, you say you think you play pretty good, but it tends to be more to do with getting bored, and then that's where the mistakes start to sort of come in. The cool thing about online poker, guys, is if you feel like that might be the reason, if you can be self-aware enough to recognize that that's why you kind of want to be a little bit more loosey-goosey, the cool option you have is to open up one more table, right? Don't go crazy with it, but if you're a little bit bored, you can find some more action where you can find a spot where you're really excited to get the chips in somewhere else. So we have that kind of that nice little dynamic that you just can't get live.
It's kind of like when I'm making a pizza pie. I'll make a big pizza pie, but I'll also make a little pizza pie. I experiment with the little pizza pie, and then I take my time with the big pizza pie.
Speaking of pizza pie, Joe, have you ever tried to make pizza from scratch in your air fryer? Me and Joe got the air fryer connection, chat. You know that.
We were talking about it the other day about I've made fried dough in the air fryer.
Right.
Which is not far off from pizza pie.
Sure.
But I have not done actual pizza pie yet. Yesterday, hold on a second. We got Queens getting action from 9-8 in the big blind, misses everything. I made a 6-hour soup yesterday, Nick.
Oh. Tell me what is a 6-hour soup, Joe?
I made a beer cheese soup yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Let it simmer in the slow cooker for 6 hours first.
Okay. And
it's delicious, and that's all I can think about right now.
Oh man, that you got me going now as well. That sounds fantastic. I watched
carrots, celery, onions, potato, barbecue chicken, bacon,
beer,
2 cans of Coors Light, and several cups of shredded cheddar, as well as some buffalo cheddar for a little spice, get a little kick.
That sounds awesome. What do you think about doing like a Guinness in there or something like that? That makes more like an Irish stew kind of jam, right?
They recommend a light beer for it. I wanted to mess around a little bit, but I didn't want to wreck 6 hours worth of soup, but I will try it. That's why I got to make a little soup.
Little soup?
Little soup. A big soup. You want to get weird with the little soup? You want to raise Jack 10 under the gun? You do that with the little soup. The big soup, you stick to the ace kings.
I love it. Yeah, I watched somebody make a giant cookie in an air fryer the other day, and it just looks so sweet. It just looks so it was super easy because you just get, in America you can buy cookie dough in the rolls.
Yeah.
You literally just
air fry that. I'm gonna try that.
Give it a shot, dude. Basically, you just put some baking paper in the bottom. You cut it out so it's the shape of the bottom of it, and then you just press the dough out so it's flat, and you just blast it for 20 minutes or whatever, and it's all done. It looked amazing.
That's for sure. I will do that. Colton raising on the button. Jack 9 of clubs gets it through. 28 players remain, so we're on the final 3-table bubble.
Oh yeah, we're getting close now.
Next elimination, and we will be closing a table. Caramay all in with ace-9. Going to have some trouble here when they get around to Telescopy, who is going to snap it off with ace-10.
Oh yeah, giving him a spin here, and he
Domination Nation.
Domination Nation situation.
And Karamai whiffs everything. That is it. Karamai out in 28th place, down to 27. 3 tables. How about 3 commentators? 1 commentator per table.
Let's go.
Except we can only watch one at a time. But it's good to be back, Joe. Good to be back. And Thrilled that we still get to follow the poker story of Poker Dave 476. And I did check.
Yes.
There are actually 531 Poker Daves on PokerStars. This is number 476. Dave currently second on the leaderboard. It is Black Beatty who is still number one right now with 10.8 million with 27 players remaining. Hurts your scalp after a while, right, Nick?
You know what else it hurts? Not just my scalp. Occasionally, my neck starts to hurt.
Really?
From just the weight of my head and having to keep it upright for so many hours at a time. Heavy as the crown.
Look, I think these headsets are phenomenal, and they are great for doing commentary on location. They're great for live streaming, but if they could just make the headband just a little bit more cushioned, just a little bit more comfortable, then we'd be talking kind of like 10 out of 10 rather than 9.8.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was surprised how comfortable they were, but obviously, yeah, these are the long haul. These are the marathon.
Yeah,
the marathon headsets. So yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I'm with Joe on this though. Ever since I've become a streamer, my already poor posture needs correcting in the extreme.
Spraggy, you wonderful human being, you. Oh, Spraggy. Thank you, Spraggy. Spraggy, with some crack research here, sends me an article headline from a year ago. Poker Dave 476 defeats Parker Tonka Talbot for Sunday Million title. $144,000 just after the PSPC.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Thank you, Spraggy.
Nice work, Spraggles.
I was just noticing, by the way, I'm happy to needle Tonka. I was just noticing I got a Discord friend request from Raksha during this, which I approved. I got one pending request sent 2 years ago. Tonka just letting me sit. Oh, sorry, Tonka. Sorry that I'm not cool enough to be your Discord friend. I would never talk to you anyway. I would never talk to you anyway.
Oh man, that's
Tonka.
too good.
You big time me, I big time you.
So in summary, our friend the Troll is a former Sunday Million champion.
Correct.
That's what they're saying. Feels great. Oh, Poker Dave.
I agree. These are the Daves I know. These are the Daves I know.
Well, that last hand was raise and take it for Dave. It's King 8 opening. Dave with Ace Jack, and we can see that Knowledge 911 has pocket tens. Blinds right now 8160. Oh, I just spotted that Kelseth
going in straight with a fold for Ace Jack off.
Yeah, just seeing that Kelseth got nines. Every time I see that, I want to say Kenneth, but it's Kelseth.
What's the frequency, Kelseth?
What does that remind me of?
An REM song?
No, that'll come to me in a minute.
It's definitely not it. How fun is this? That you 3-bet tens and you're up against King 8 and you just get a fold. Wonderful.
Is this
wonderful.
The point where we start to see the action slow down? Now we're down to the final three tables. Now everyone starts thinking, okay, and you can see them on screen, guys. Big sums up for grabs at the final table. With 27 remaining, everyone's locked up $2,000. That's very nice. But we're talking about a six-figure score for the eventual winner of this thing. Big difference if you can just make it another 26 spots. And I say just another 26 spots. Bear in mind, these guys have already outlasted more than 11,350 players.
Yeah, absolutely crazy deep at this stage. I remember what it was, guys. Kelsith. Do you guys remember that scene in The Other Guys where they go around to his ex-girlfriend's house? He's like, her name is Christineth. You come to my house, you get my wife's name wrong. Do you remember that, guys? Come on,
Yes.
Chad, help me out here.
Yes.
The Other Guys has like a Mandela effect for me. The first time I saw it, I loved it. The second time I saw it, I thought it was terrible. The third time I saw it, I loved it again. I really don't understand.
Oh, it's too good, man. It's too good. It's really underrated. Jacks versus nines. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. I mean, if
Joe
you're
and James.
Alan here, the three bet
Alan.
from the small blind here is going to be a lot stronger than you want it to be in many cases. I really like the fold in that scenario, right? When you think about the range from that position, feels good.
And we will go on break. Second break of the day. Players on a 5-minute hiatus. And right now is it Black BT from Germany, who's the biggest stack with 10.5 million. Poker Day 476 from the United Kingdom, second in chips with 9 million. And Thales Copper from Brazil, third in chips with 9 million. 27 players remaining, playing down to the final table, playing down to a winner tonight. And we're going to follow this all the way through to the final hand. There's one thing I want to talk about during the break, guys. In the UK, this week is Safer Gambling Week, and it's a subject that we're trying to shine a spotlight on. The entire industry is trying to have the conversation about the mechanisms that are in place, the resources that are available to people to ensure that people do gamble responsibly and safely. Because I think it's fair to say, look, we are all poker fans, right? We absolutely love this game. But equally, we acknowledge that it is a form of gambling, and therefore there are risks inherent. Now, Nick, I know that you have some thoughts on this, but Joe, I want to start by talking to you, because I think you've been going through something very interesting in the last 4 to 6 weeks, and it's something that I've mocked you for. But at the same time, it is pretty horrible to be in a situation where you just feel that you can't win, that you just keep losing. And it kind of was affecting you to the point where you just realized, I need to take a break. I need to realize that sometimes you need to walk away from the tables, you need to walk away from the game just to kind of keep your head together.
Yeah, so not only, I mean, it's very difficult to do right now also, right? Because what we have is our social releases, and seeing friends for me mostly is online playing poker, right? Is playing in these home games when we're on Zoom, and that's about the only way I'm seeing friends at this point. So it made that decision even more difficult. But it's weird, like the ad says, like it wasn't fun for me. It stopped being fun. It felt like I couldn't ever make a right decision. I couldn't get it in good enough. I couldn't win flips. And I had sort of threatened to take a break from it and then didn't. And then, yes, I did. I took this week. I'm taking next week. It's a holiday here in the U.S. And I was just like, you know what? Because not only was it not fun, but it messes with your decision-making process too.
Yeah.
You gamble more in spots where you shouldn't. You fold more in spots where you shouldn't. You just start making it. It compounds all your decisions, and the negativity I was feeling wasn't worth it. It became at a point for me. Look, there's no money on the line. Okay, that's not really an issue right now, and that even made it a easier decision for me. That just this negative feeling that I'm feeling. I'm going to take a couple weeks off, and hopefully reset my mindset, and just be a little bit more responsible, because when I was finished playing, it was negatively affecting the people that are in my life. My girlfriend was just like, oh, you're just always in a bad mood. And I'm like, I'm really sorry. I'm really sick of losing to 4%, 8%. It does put me in a bad mood. And last week I didn't play, and I played Spider-Man on PS5, and I got this frustrated when I bounced off a building the wrong way. And the rest of the time I was really great. And when I was done playing, I was like, cool, let's hang out now. I'm not in a bad mood. Let's do something else.
And Nick, of course, there are mechanisms in place to help people with that. We know that we have deposit limits, but also another function that's available is the option to exclude, to effectively opt out of playing for a period of time that you designate.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also have the ability to speak with support and get specific forms of poker also blocked as well, right? Like a lot of the people who say, you know, I just wanted to focus on one form, but I feel like I can't control myself when I play cash games, but I really love to play MTTs and I really feel like I can grind that up. You can have a word with them and you can get that kind of stuff sorted too. And a lot of the players from my community have benefited from that because they know that the cash games are something that they kind of get sucked into, but the MTTs are something that they feel like they can grind. It's kind of a mental game thing as well.
Absolutely. More information available at safergamblinguk.org. We are going to head back to the tables because we are going to continue following the Sunday Million down to the final two tables, down to the final table, and down to a winner. This is the weekly event that runs on Stars with a $1 million guarantee. Prize pool this week, $1.1 million, because it had a field of 11,411 entries. And right now we are down to the final 27. And we are going to follow this through to the final hand, to the winning moment. Mr. Stapleton is going to take a break from the booth right now. And for the next 60 minutes, it'll be Mr. Walsh and myself analysing the action as day two, the final day of this Sunday Million, continues. And we're going to go back to our previous feature table here, Nick. It is the table that is headlined by the biggest stacks right now, Poker Dave 476 and Black BT. But I think if there's one thing we've seen with the blinds as big as they are, with the style of play that you kind of almost have to adopt to go deep in this thing, you kind of know that that chip lead could change any moment. We've already seen some huge swings, and I'm pretty certain we're going to see more as we get cards in the air once again.
Yep, absolutely, James. I mean, like it's kind of an old thing. You hear a lot of it, you know, playing for the win, etc. seems to be what people need to do at this stage, and it can really feel difficult, right? It's easy to say that when we're watching games like this. You go, oh, here's a spot where I would never give up this situation. It seems like such an obvious all-in. But if you want to get past this stage, you do have to be in there. You do have to be in it to win it if you want to go super deep. And I think MTT players everywhere need to remember, if you are going to choose to play this game, if this is what you want to main, if this is the kind of things that you want to try and is this kind of the kind of poker that you'd like to focus on to be successful in the game, those big wins, like the final top three finishes, are the way that you get there, right? It's all fine and good to play conservatively and to try and get to the point where you're just in the cash, and that's all an important part of actually having sort of a win rate as you're going. But those big scores are where you're going to really make a difference. And yeah, I mean, I guess this is where we see some of the more experienced players have a little bit more insight into the game in that manner.
And just to recap for those of you who are asking, this is not the final table yet. We will have the final table later. But right now, we are at the final three tables with 27 players remaining. It's a 9-handed event, the Sunday Million. So we'll go to two tables at 18, final table at 9. I'm always excited at the prospect of hand for hand when we're on the final table bubble, Nick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And a little piece for both players here. Ace-10 versus 8-9. I don't think the 8 can give up on the flop here. I think it's a pretty, well, actually, he's used to pretty chunky size, though, to be honest. And he has opened from early position. You might actually see 8-9 just get away right here and now. Our pre-flop aggressor using a really chunky size, in fact. And gets it through, I think. A bit of a glitch on my end.
So trying to work out where the action's going to come from here. King 5 on the button for Black BT. Chip leader, suited king.
Seems reasonable. Sure, absolutely. That's definitely part of that range. I mean, even more so when you're adjusting ranges for chip stacks here. I mean, I think as the two of the bigger chip stacks here, 8 mil versus 10 mil, they're not going to go too crazy, but you definitely want to be playing this in position. If you're folding this here, you're being way too tight, even if you're not the chip leader, I think. King 5 suited, a hand that has plenty of playability from that position. You want to apply pressure to those blinds and take them down. However, Ace 7 does find the 2 pair on the flop.
Yeah, we're not going to get that ridiculously giant collision between the two biggest stacks that would seem so unnecessary and yet so wonderful.
Yeah, it is. There's a real. I feel super conflicted about these situations when we do comms, guys, because I love to see the car crashes because they're great. They're great TV, right? But I also know what it feels like to be on the wrong end of those, and every once in a while they do happen, and you kind of grit your teeth, and you're like, oh, I know what that feels like.
Yeah.
King 5 does actually pick up a gut shot here.
Oh no, not the 8. Now hold on a second. We have the advantage, Nick, of seeing hands that were folded. So Bobby Bet folded the 8 of clubs. Kelseth folded the 8 of spades. So it's a 10 on the river. I mean, it is a straighty board. It's not a straight for Black Beatty, but I don't love this board if I have aces and sevens.
No, not at all. And this is the kind of spot where, because King 5 has actually kind of come along in a couple spots, like he will have 8x combos on that flop texture, right? Like that's not there are some situations where you got 2 pair and the board runs out where there's a 1 card straight, but you can kind of surmise based on the action thus far whether or not they'd have the kind of card that just sort of slots perfectly into the miracle backdoor, straight. The 8x is definitely going to be in his range, and it'll definitely be the kind of hand that he wants to come along with there some of the time. So could get a little bit weird on that river some of the time. The belly buster. Sorry. Thank you very much, 2 meter bro.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Careful.
We're making reference to belly busters today. Sorry, guys.
Also, you need to be careful of falling foul of Mr. Stapleton, Nick, because when he wields that banhammer, no one is safe.
No one is safe. That's right. Unmodded. They're going to take away my red spade. I fought my whole life to get that thing, and just wave of the Joe Stapleton wand gone. Wow, ace king of spades, gotta love that flop. Oh, feels so good. The really cool thing about having ace king with the king of spades here is, the car crash situation is where a spade comes and they got the ace of spades, right? This is where we can do what we call range capping, guys, where because your opponent has decided to flat pre-flop, you can take out some of the ace of spades that they might have 3-bet pre-flop from that position a little bit, right? In these kinds of tournaments, a little bit less so than in sort of spin and goes or something like that, because they are going to play it a little bit more cagey than you might do if you were playing for all the chips in a winner-take-all format. But I guess when the ace of spades is out there, you can feel pretty confident you have the nuts, which is in fact what he has now. Oh,
this is just the most ill-timed check raise in poker history.
Oh, you love to see it. You're like, oh, how do I get max? You just got to flat it, right? You're redrawing to the royal.
Hands full, more like hands caught in the cookie jar.
Here's the spot as well. He never has a boat. The guy in the big blind never has a boat, because why would you check raise 2 pair on that turn? Why would you check raise a set on that turn when the spades fall? It just doesn't make sense for him to have a boat here ever. So now it's just a case of whether or not he has the queen of spades, basically. And half pot seems like a good size. Yeah, no action, but fair play. I like the grit, though.
Yeah.
I like the check raise turn. Brave. It looks a bit silly from our end, but I think that's not an unreasonable spot. I think you'll actually get plenty of action, because the player in position has all the power, and like I said, has more of those high spades in his range, so it's reasonable for him to try and turn some of that weaker stuff into a bluff there on the turn.
We love to give credit for bold moves. Meanwhile, we have Axe 1 gold all in with Queen 9 suited. Poker Day 476, who, thanks to Mr. Sprague's research, has been uncovered as a former Sunday Million champion. Flats the shove.
Yeah. This is a much nicer flat, though, right? Because he'll flat with... This is a spot where players will flat with a more speculative range, right? Not trying to get in trouble with any of the guys behind him, right? For that size as well. He does get ace-5 to come along, but it's going to cost him. Oh, my days. The flat in this case getting action from the ace-5.
Nick, always an ace on the disc.
Always. And I can't wait to hear the chat pros. Well, he deserved it. That's why you 3-bet kings got it. That's why he deserved it. Oh, God. Oh, no. No.
Oh, just a little bit of overkill on the river.
Oh, just. Oh, and it's the ultimate payoff card as well. I mean, your opponent's flatted in the big here. Again, he's not going to have as many ace-x combos as as you want him to have more to get away, but there you go.
Meanwhile, let's not forget that Axe 1 Gold was eliminated there and exited in 24th place, cashing for 3K. That takes us down to 23 players now.
Getting fast now. Still lots of shorties in there that just got to be putting the money in the middle. I mean, we're going to get to a final pretty quickly, I imagine, James. I think we're going to get down to it. And then, as we see with many, I mean, you know, the final table replays that I have seen that weren't quote unquote televised or twitched or whatever you want to say, you know, what tends to happen is there's like a fast part right here, and then they get to the final and you got some really big stacks that have to duke it out. And then playing down to that final is a lengthy process at that point.
Well, Black BT's open here with kings, hands full 69 with pocket jacks all in. Well, this is going to be unfortunate.
No way out. There's no way out. Yeah, definitely Black BT. BT without a U.
No jack on the flop, on the turn, or the river. That's an elimination. And let's just change table. Let's check in on these players. And we've seen some of these guys before. Waxed Melon is still one of the big stacks in the top 10 right now.
That name.
Bam Bam spent some time on the feature table. Well, Nariz with the 10s here. Raise and take it.
Seems good.
Still 3 tables in action, guys. 22 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million, playing for a first prize of nearly $117,000.
I mean, I don't know. Off that stack depth, queen 4 off. Seems a little bit wide. Just flies through there. But here's a spot that might get a little bit interesting. Oh, he's sitting there with 3 million as well. It's just like, what are you going to do? Here's another car crash. There's just no way out with that chip stack. If you're not getting queens in, I don't know if you're even playing the game yet.
My melon is waxed and my cards are nutted.
I don't think he's folding aces, James.
Clubs. Set of
Sweats.
aces. Oh, it ends up being set over set. The inconsequential queen on the river. And that is another elimination. Stout out in 22nd, taking us down to 21. Wax Melon moving up to 3rd on the leaderboard. The chip leader right now is Carino from Austria, who's got 15.5 million. Blind still 100, 200.
Feels good. Got a question in the Twitch chat here, James. Are you going to be streaming the Sunday Million every Sunday? Good question, Slow Kids. James.
It is a good question.
Good
we basically said that, look, we're going to do this for at least a couple of weeks. So we're going to do this week. We're going to do it next week. Nick very kindly gave up his Monday to be with us. Next week, Spraggy's going to join us on the stream. And we'll see. If you guys like it, let us know. And we'll, you know, maybe make this a regular thing. I mean, the Sunday Million runs most weeks. I don't think it runs every week. There are some weeks when there's a major online series on or there's some other special event where there might not be one. But most weeks of the year there's a Sunday Million. But yeah, the idea would be that on a Monday, when day 2 kicks off in the evening in Central Europe, we can follow it from the last 100-odd players down to a winner. It seems to take about 5 or 6 hours most weeks, Nick, which I think is manageable for a stream. As we see another elimination there.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's really manageable, and I love the idea to celebrate, you know, that weekly tournament that is just so PokerStars, right? It's just so iconic in the PokerStars sort of history. I love to see that get some attention. I like the idea that we're kind of just going to highlight some of the plays that people look forward to, you know, the situations that people look forward to being in on a weekly basis and not necessarily playing for WCube titles or Scoop titles or whatever.
Yeah, but still playing for life-changing money up top. And I do consider more than $100,000 to be life-changing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. 6 figures. It's gonna be nice for pretty much anybody. Raceland in the chat says, "I very much like it. Please never stop broadcasting." Well, 24-hour, James. Come on. Let's just. What's the next tournament on the schedule?
Have you seen what's happened to Ali Shaban with the number of hours that man has been forced to stream? He was barely sane at the start of it. Now,
The Shabanimal himself. If you guys haven't followed Arlie Shaban before, twitch.tv/Arlie Shaban, give him a follow. Fantastic human being, really nice guy. He tends to stream unusual hours though, because he's coming from the Canadian side.
not that he actually observes any normal clock, Nick, in terms of what's morning, what's daytime, what's evening. I mean, we sometimes are unfair to you when it's like a couple of days into the new month and you haven't changed your calendar. If Ali Shaban had that giant calendar, it wouldn't be even on the right year, let alone the right month.
Just be upside down, the calendar.
Oh, look at
All
this.
right, aces for Bam Bam.
The Pocket Rockets versus the
Bam Bam
Snowmans.
thinks,
Num
man.
Num.
Num num.
This girl's no loser.
All right. Queen 4 off. Ugh. Gross hand. Oh my days. It is all over. We
So-
are about to have the car crash we've so desired.
What's ridiculous, Nick, is we had a set over set a few hands back, but it was all in pre, so it didn't really matter. This
No, it
does
doesn't matter.
matter.
The only way that this does not end in complete catastrophe for Pocket 8s here is because the board is so dry. If there's tons of aggression, he might,
No.
in like a blue moon, convince himself that your opponent would never be so aggressive unless he had top set. But I don't know. I don't think we're stacked like that. I think all the money's going in here every time. Bam Bam can't imagine. He doesn't even know how lucky he got yet, but he knows he's
Here we
going to get
go.
the whole stack.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Orange basketball player is all in and all out, and that's going to take us down to 19 players. Narezaga, 20th place finisher. Bam Bam, now second in chips with 15 million, gets a firework thrown at them by the Waxed Melon.
Oh man, I'm just soaking this up right now. I've always wondered what it would feel like to be final 20, final 30, and just go set over set for 15 mil in the Sunday Million. Damn, that is just so unlucky for the 8s there. Thankfully, set over set is a very rare occasion in the first place, because then otherwise this game would be intolerable. I tell you that right now.
Yeah, but I'm glad you highlighted that, Nick, because I think that's important to point out. It's like, you know, you've cut through more than 11,100 players, and then that happens. You get set over set, and you just feel like throwing up in your mouth. Because, okay, you made it to day 2. You cash for a decent amount. What are they getting paid now? $3 grand, $3,000, having invested 109 and satellited in. Great. There was more than 100K up top. And you said, and then that had to happen?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is one of the things that I always complain about on my stream about MTTs, is that feeling like I made it so deep, like nobody ever gets this deep in the Sunday Million. Like I've already accomplished something that many people have never even accomplished in their lives. And there's still so far to go, and you still need a couple more of those little situations to get you where you want to go on that final. Soak it up now, guys. I mean, being on the right side of that, you just gotta be absolutely pumped at home. You're sitting there on your laptop, you know, your family's in bed, and you're raging. You're absolutely losing your mind, but you don't want to wake them up. They got school tomorrow. You know, you can imagine the scenario. You can imagine it.
I mean, I love the fact. I want to know more about this family. Do the kids go to private school or public school? What year are they in?
I don't like to tell the wife when I'm playing cards because she gets stressed about it. So she went to bed. I thought, okay, I'll load up the Sunday Million.
Are they all
see how it
sleeping
goes.
on the same floor, or are they on different tiers of the building? If he starts screaming, are the kids going to hear it, or are the bedrooms reasonably well soundproofed?
Great storytelling here from the PokerStars channel. Queens are all in.
It's the little details that make all the
and-
difference, Nick. All the little details that make the difference.
When are you writing your screenplay, James? That's what I want to know. I feel like James has definitely written a screenplay in his time. Come on, man. Spill the beans.
Act 1, Scene 1. He gets done, set over set, starts screaming. The kids can't hear him. They're in bed.
Oh, man.
I've never tried writing a screenplay, and I don't have any great story that I'm waiting to tell. I'm also pretty certain that anything I wrote would be pretty awful and borderline unfilmable. Jack 9 all in against Ace King, and that's pretty decisive.
Oh.
And that is going to be an elimination, and that's going to take us down to the final 18 players. That's going to take us down to the final 2 tables, Nick.
Final 2. Let's go. Let's go, you guys. We're getting down to it now. Oh, chat. I don't know. Get your F's in the chat for James's screenplay. I feel like that's exactly what the greatest screenwriter of all time said live to 2,000 people before he went on to write one of the greatest films of all time. We could be looking at the next Shawshank Redemption here, guys. You know, this could be it. You know, he just needs to believe in himself. He got stuck in a world of cards and gambling. Never thought he could find anything else. Never thought he could break free of the cards.
So let's shout out some of the players we've got at this table. We've got some of the big stacks on this table, including Black Beatty, who's currently 3rd in chips, Waxed Melon, who's 4th in chips, and Poker Dave 476, a former Sunday Million winner, who's currently 5th in chips. Bam Bam is still chip leader and is over at the other table, along with Carino, who's 2nd in chips. Get across to that table in a little while. Try and stay across both now that we're down to the final 2 tables.
Sorry, chat. Did we see that a 3x open there with the kings there? I couldn't quite make it out. Was it a 3x? A 3x open 3 times the big blinds?
Well, that is ace 7 against ace 10. Domination Nation. Ace 10 holds. And another KO. When is this going to slow down, Nick? They're already down to 16 now. Analyzer 2 out in 17th.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we just see a lot of players with that really awkward stack depth where push fold is pretty much necessary, and just a lot of hands where it's just going in too. It was a 3x from the chat. That is unusual. And I think that's why he didn't get any action, but you know, who knows? Waxed Melon, he's got a plan.
Oh, the melon, the melon, the melon.
Yep, Black Beatty. So good, he doesn't need a U.
I tell you someone who I kind of want to give a little bit of credit to here, Nick, and that is Alan Shake. And we referenced that Alan started the day as chip leader. Alan, and had quite a shocking opening session. The first kind of 50 or 55 minutes we watched, Alan just could not win a hand. And when we reached the first break, had gone from being chip leader to being one of the shortest stacks. I think was like 35th out of 50 remaining players. Alan has shown resilience. Alan has shown resolve.
Oh, yeah.
And Alan is still alive and in the top 10 with 2 tables remaining.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you need to be a really, I mean, honestly, tournament players are some of the, I know I talk a lot of trash on the stream, guys, but like I've always said whenever I have these conversations with my stream when I'm playing sit and goes or whatever, I think like real tournament grinders are some of the most brutally tough people I've ever met. They just day in, day out, put in the time, put in the hours, take the beats, soak it up, try and learn from it. You know, like they finish grinding for so many hours and then they still find time to go and do a study session on some really complicated scenarios. You know, when you get late game, there's loads of really weird action and there's loads of like dynamics that you need to consider. It's not just something you can whack into a solver and just, you know, go, okay, I'm pretty sure this is what we do every single time. There's too much that goes into each spot. And 8s versus kings.
The Snowman's way behind, and Kelseth does not hit an 8 on the river. That is a scoop for Poker Dave, and Kelseth out in 16th place.
Wow, I mean, so big for Poker Dave here, just showing us what it's all about there. I don't know, chat. What do you think about the 8s getting it in there? You're playing against somebody who's obviously done well in these games before. He's going to have some aggressive lines. You're certainly going to have some fold equity in that scenario when you shove the 8s, right? You're sometimes going to have the best hand against, you know, ace, king, ace, jack, that kind of thing too. but finds the 80-20. Feels great.
Heaven 850 all in with ace-5. No hand can really give Heaven action here. Bobby Bet is not going to call all in with king-3. With 15 players remaining, everyone is now locked up $4,200. You can see, because we've got them on screen all the time, the money that they can win if they can make it to the final table. Everyone will then be guaranteed at least 8,200 with nearly 117 grand up top.
Yeah, the chat kind of saying what I was thinking here. I think 8's pretty wild at this stage, getting so close to that final now. But again, we don't know what the dynamic is between these guys. We don't know if they've got some history and there's a reason for him to be putting in that play. But yeah, I think you might catch me getting away from it too, for better or for worse.
Three-way to the flop, and somehow it's Queen Jack that flops best. The rotation of the domination has occurred.
Oh man, I mean, ace queen with the queen of spades though, might be tempted to try and take it away on the flop. He does have some opportunities here, right? Most notably that belly buster.
Yes.
And then ace queen over here, like, hey, I kind of got a good price here. I could go for that belly buster too. I mean, it's pretty unlikely this other guy's ace queen. Am I right? Oh wait.
I'll be more excited when we get a double belly buster.
All right, he does get away. No improvement for the ace queen. Pot is pretty inflated at this stage. You've only got 4.9 mil behind. There's already 3.4 in the middle. You got to be really careful with ace queen here, because a lot of people will just ship it down your throat. If you size this the wrong way, they're just going to get it in against you. I like the sizing, right? I like, if you're going to bet turn here, I like the fact that he goes for a little bit smaller, kind of like a 1/3, a little bit more than a 1/3 situation. And he does take it down. Very masterful. Very masterful. I think this is a really cool spot to talk about, guys, because, you know, when we're taught cards to begin with, they go, okay, well, you bet the flop like, you know, 1/3 or half pot or whatever. And then on the turn, you can bet 3/4, whatever the pattern is, right? That's not necessarily suggested.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes as we're getting deeper, you do have the tendency at a level 1, you know, when you're kind of learning to just follow that same pattern. We have an all-in, guys.
We do indeed. Domination Nation again, but this one ends in a chop. And Nick, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop putt. We were in sync that time. Do you know why? Because I waited for you.
Wow.
And as long as I wait for you, it'll be fine, because I'm the host. It's all good. I get it now. Technically, I found the way to make this work.
Oh, man, it looks like you aced it. Come on, chat. What do you think? Is it an absolute nailed it? He's got it. He's got the trick.
You see?
Finally, consistent 10 out of 10 performance from the commentators. Very nice. Wow, because, guys, you have no idea. On my end, that was like miles away. I'm not even joking. Like a solid 2 seconds or something. That was crazy. 11 out of 10. Thank you very much, Riven. But yeah, chat, sorry, I was saying, you know, sometimes as we get deeper, you can be tempted to just follow the same patterns that you're used to using when you're at a deeper stack depth or whatever you're used to doing. But having that presence of mind to size in a way that doesn't put you in a committed situation where you can apply the same amount of pressure for less is, I think, where a lot of the mastery of poker comes from. Knowing when a 1/3 size or a 1/4 size pot bet is going to be as effective as an all-in, and using that to your advantage is huge. Scott Goodall in the chat. Shout out to my main man, Scott, 10 out of 10. And Scott is he's a strict judge. He wouldn't let us off easy there.
Meanwhile, we've got Asifo, the former poker tourist, currently on hiatus. Asif says you need a member of the audience from the 100th Poker in the Ears to be at the 200th show too. Asif, if there is an audience, it will be a digital audience, and you are more than welcome to be there, as is everyone else watching the stream right now. We are not going to have any people actually in attendance at the recording session. What you can do, come to my house and sit in this room in the corner and watch me talking into a webcam. That's going to be weird for both of us.
Oh man, I really feel like I've gotten robbed to a certain degree this year, guys. Like, can you imagine how baller it would have been to go to James Hartigan's 200th Poker in the Years? I mean, well. I guess there's always 300, James. Don't worry, buddy. We'll get there.
I'd like to think that by the time we get to episode 300, assuming we haven't been cancelled by then, I've said that before, episode 100 and 200, but assuming we get there, I'd like to think that we will be through the current situation that we're dealing with. Pair of fives versus a pair of threes here, and the fold from Heaven 850 takes us on to the next hand. Bobby bet with King Queen. Alan Shake, former chip leader, with King Jack of Hearts. And considering how short Bobby is, I think, should Bobby decide to make the move here, might get action from Alan.
Alan. Yeah, I don't know. If you're folding King Queen here, I think you're being way too tight, right? You really got you got nothing. You got no big blinds left. Just having a position where you can take the aggressive action, where you can get the chips in before somebody else has the action before you to take it away. Like we spoke about this a second ago. Our friend Lacey was on the button with ace-3 off, and it seemed like a pretty clear shove. Just to be in the position to have a hand you like to shove and you can feel good about it is already a little bit of a luxury. And in this scenario, I think there's no way out. You're just going to put King Queen in. You're going to feel pretty good about it. You could even get called by worse. I don't know. King Jack of Hearts, for example, might call. There you go. And
So
you are now going to be 70% favorite against the King Jack. It feels really good to be in this spot at this stage in the Sunday Mill.
it is Domination Nation, but it's a Jack high flop, Nick. King on the turn, no Queen on the river. Bobby Bet gets very unlucky and is KO'd by Alan Shake. Bobby Bet cashing out in 13th place for $5,894. We are getting really close to the final table now, guys. Down to the final 12 players. 2 tables of 6. A reminder that when they're down to 10, they'll go hand for hand. And at that point, we'll try and keep across both tables as we hit the final table bubble.
Fast and furious now. King, Queen, GG there. I mean, I think it was the right play. Obviously, put the chips in good. What can you do? I can see why King Jack of Hearts comes along as well. He wants to get to that final as well. Oh, yes, he does.
So what are the blinds right now, Nick?
He doesn't want to be on the
125, 250, and we've got
250.
Judum 96 with 2.6 million, so around 10 bigs. Heaven, who's on this table, has 3.1 million. So we still have a few short stacks. It might not actually take that long to get to the final table.
No, not at all. No, not at all. And I think once we get there, it's going to be a real battle between the big stacks, right? We're going to see a lot of people drop out really quickly, but anything could happen at this point. People navigating the ICM of that final table is going to be really, really cool to see, especially, like I said, I mean, since we've been doing these streams in the arena, such a dynamic range of different play, right? We got to see a lot of scoops that weren't even necessarily like the big scoops. We got to see some W coops, again, not necessarily the biggest W coops. The EPT probably, the most prestigious that we've seen here in the arena as well. But now we get to do the Sunday Millies, and we get to see, a couple players who might not have even made it, down to the final 100 before to a final. And that's really, really cool to see as well. What happens when they start to talk deals, James? That'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, and as we've said before, I mean, during the streams that we've done from the events that Nick just highlighted, we have seen deal negotiations. They tend to be short-handed, either heads up or 3 players. The Sunday Million, it is not uncommon, especially when you've got a lot of guys for whom this will not be a common situation for them to be playing for this type of money. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that we could see the final 5, the final 6 players wanting to redistribute the prize money. Meanwhile, Waxed Melon opening with 6s, Poker Dave with aces.
Oh, man. Once again, he's just waking up with all the hands right now. Poker Dave potentially going for, I'm assuming, his second Sunday Million. Is that where we're at right now, James? Is that what we're, is that our expectation here?
And I just referenced that, of course, most of the players in this event won't have been here before. They won't have been competing for, a 6-figure cash. Dave, we know, has been hit before. And was Spraggy's research, did it determine that Dave beat Tonka heads up for his Sunday Million title?
Heads up, yeah. I believe so. I believe so. It would be even better if that was a complete falsehood and Spraggy just like, wrote this
Absolutely.
article in 5 minutes and then just shared it with us or
But
something like that.
to be honest with you, Nick, I don't
I mean,
care.
I don't know, Chad,
care
what do you
whether
guys
it's
think
true or
about
not. I
Sorry.
don't care. The legend of Poker Dave is probably more interesting than the real story. So if we just want to say
It's always the way.
that Poker Dave 476 won the Sunday Million after defeating Tonka Heads Up, that is now a hashtag fun fact. Whether it's a fake fact or a real fact, it's a fun fact.
I mean, they say never meet your heroes, James, and that this is a good reason why not to. Hey Dave, congratulations on your second Sunday Million. How do you feel? I've never won the Sunday Million before. Oh, there you go, ruined. The legend of Dave ruined in just a sentence. Guys, what do you think about that defend from Wax Melon with the sixes? I actually didn't get to see the size of the 3-bet, but I don't know. Like when you're at this points, defending with those small pocket pairs, you're putting in a lot of chips there to try and find that set. Can get very pricey. $2.5 million. It was a 2.5 mil 3-bet, and he started the hand with, I'm assuming, 8 or 9-ish. So that's a big chunk of your stack to be going for sets, right?
Yeah. Well, great flop there for our friend, the Greased Cantaloupe. And Wax Melon now playing 7.3 million. 12 remaining. 2 tables of 6 right now.
Oh, man, so close. You got to be so pumped at this stage of the Sunday Mill, right? You're like calling your friends. Hey, John, you know what? That 5% you didn't want to buy? Well, guess what? Here it comes. Next time you'll know.
And I think it's worth pointing out that 5% would have cost $5.
Right, exactly. You don't want to be in that situation, chat, right? You want to cultivate positive relationships among your poker friends because sometimes they got to help you out. And if you're in a situation where you can't get the stake for the $5, you got to find some better poker friends. I'm just telling you right now. Oh, man.
So we've hit the next blind level. We're now at the 150,000, 300,000 level. Blinds going up every 15 minutes. Guys, it's a 2-day MTT that has to get down from 11,500 players to a winner. So it is a bit fast and furious, but for the big stacks, there is play in this, and I think that's something you've been alluding to, Nick, that when we get to the final table, it'll be interesting to see what those big stacks decide to do, how they decide to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like once we actually get down to the final table situation as well, I think maybe like there's a huge element, especially if it turns out to be more, players that where the money is they're really sweating it and they just want to take home a good chunk. They don't want to gamble when they get down to the final 4 or whatever. They're just scared they're gonna get outplayed or whatever for a big chunk. Totally understandable. Not taking a shot at those guys, but I think a big part of it is just maybe not. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, Heaven 850.
King's not going anywhere. Alan looks great about this.
And diamonds. Oh, diamond on the turn. And it's the flush for Heaven 850. Big double up, leaving Alan short now.
Alan. But yeah, I guess a lot of that comes down to maybe inexperience as well, right? Like a lot of guys who get to that stage, they're just scared that they don't know 3-handed, 4-handed, like heads up that well. And they just think maybe I'm better off just taking the payday, right? Maybe I'm better off just trying to cut a deal with these guys.
Yeah.
And that's where, we see the best players in the world having these different gears, right? They got the early game, they got the mid game, they got the late game, they got the ICM just before the bubble, they got the ICM climbing the bubble, climbing the early ladders. And then they get to the final table and they're like, navigating this weird ICM 9-headed thing. And then they got the heads-up game to boot, and that's why I think MTT players at the highest level are some of the greatest poker players you can find because they just got it all. They got all the plays.
All the plays, all the time.
That's right. Yeah, and this is why I'm such an advocate for some of these formats. Some of these short-handed formats. Maybe not your jam, but at the end of the day, playing spins, you get a lot of practice playing 3-handed. A lot of it, and it comes fast and thick, and you get a lot of those really tough spots at a high frequency learning how to beat those will give you a significant edge. Wait a minute. Oh,
Yeah.
my days.
We have got a set of fives against a no-good belly buster, but the straight does not come in on the river for Wax Melon, and we just queen high. Should be able to get away from this very easily. Cut to Wax Melon deciding to bluff shove river.
Tigre TV is asking, what's an MTT? MTT stands for multi-table tournaments, as opposed to STT, which would be a single table tournament, like, just 9 players sitting down playing a tournament. First and second get paid, or whatever the structure you want to do is. Uh-oh, blind v blinds. Oh, this is a really dangerous spot. Black Beatty can just ship it in his face here. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it one bit. Yep. And ace-5 is, this is so tough because he's going to shove really wide here. The shoving range at this stage is going to be much wider than most people are aware of. He has to call with ace-5, in my opinion. Unfortunately, he is dominated for the time being.
However, it's the type of pot that everyone loves. Nick, you know what they say?
Everyone loves the chop pot.
Not as good as the last one. Still not terrible, but not as good as the last one.
We've had a lot of those today, chat. Lots of practice kicking off this first Sunday Millie stream. Okay.
Look, anything higher than 6, just take it. Poker Dave outflopped here. That is a double up for Alan Shake. Back in this now with 7.8 million. So the average stack is 9.5 million. So still playing around a 30 big blind average as we play down to the final table and down to a winner. 12 remaining right now. 2 tables of 6.
Okay. Neither player connect here. Black Beatty in much more advantageous situation, though, with the overcards and the aggression pre-flop, so he gets a lot more bang for his buck when you're the pre-flop aggressor, right? This is a really awkward stack depth, though, because the player in the big blind will very frequently just go ahead and check jam on you if you're putting in too big a size, which is why I'm a huge fan of the size he uses here, right? It's big enough to put some threat on there, threat on the player who can give it up on the flop, but not so big that you're going to feel like you're priced into call if they got top pair, second pair, some silly stuff like that, or even some straight draws that you might be ahead of as well. Huge fan of the bet size there.
Okay, Alan. Top pair on the flop. Nothing for knowledge.
Yep, it's a pretty clean flop for ace-10 here. Thinking like a 1/3 pot size feels pretty standard. Your opponent will have plenty of hands here flatting in the big blind where they connect with the 6 of the 4, or sometimes they'll have straight draws like 5-7 suited, that kind of thing. But yeah, seems good.
So there is no money jump now until we get to the final table. So that means 12th, 11th, and 10th all get paid just shy of $6,000. And then the next jump is when we get to 9, and then we start playing for the money, which is advertised on the screen just below the table.
Yeah, $6,000, a really decent chunk of change when your investment is 109 here. But still, so close to that final. You want it all, don't you? Oh, thank you very much also to Easy with Aces for the raid. 890 of you guys joining us just now on the Twitch channel. Thank you very much, Finton. How was your stream today? Guys, of course, if you don't know who Easy with Aces is, where have you been? Go and give him a follow. Twitch.tv/Easy with Aces.
That is a very handy viewer dump from Finton.
Cheers, Finton. Hello, friends. Love to write. Thank you for the sub as well.
Yeah, to everyone who's just joined us, to everyone who's just arrived, welcome to the first stream we've done of day 2 of the Sunday Million. Covering this from the start of day 2. We started with 94 players. What was that? Near enough 3 hours ago. Down to the final 12 now, the final 2 tables. and we will follow this through to the final hand. It's going to play down to a winner tonight. First prize of nearly $117,000 in this week's Sunday Million, which had 11,500 runners and a prize pool of $1.1 million. Still exceeded its guarantee.
Oh. By $11 million.
I mean, it's not impossible.
Wax Melon actually takes it down there. And he's just here getting close to the final table with kings on the button. I don't know how much action he's going to get here, though. I mean, Alan might be tempted to try and peel, but again, we're seeing Wax Melon with this ginormous sizing here. For the second time, he's had kings on this final. And I think these are the kinds of sizing that means you're never going to get any action.
Yeah.
Alan has no reason to come into the pot at that stage, right? You're not going to convince anyone to come along with you. So on 2 occasions, I think Wax Melon probably could have done better with those big pairs, but you never know what's coming after the flop.
Knowledge opening with King 10 of spades. And pocket fours for Alan, who flats. We go to the flop, and neither player likes the flop. Alan officially still has the best hand.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spot where the set mine is a little bit more reasonable, right? The amount that he's calling pre-flop, a lot less than in that previous 3-bet pot we saw with the Waxed Melon. And, it's kind of a fit or fold spot, right? He's got a decent price. They're kind of deep enough to justify trying to find that 4 and winning a big pot against maybe an overpair, or when your opponent hits top pair and you've got middle set or something like that, or bottom set. But other than that, pretty much just going to give up the goat here, I think, especially on the ace high board.
And gets checked to showdown, and that's a pot for Knowledge. As we see Waxed Melon opening here with Kojak, who loves you, baby. Not me. Rubbish TV show, rubbish hand.
By the way, James, I meant to ask you, have you had the chance to watch the Netflix My Name is Dolomite?
I have not.
About the original 1970s Dolomite films. Oh, must see. Absolutely fascinating real life story.
Nick, can you imagine how long my list of must-see shows on Netflix / Amazon Prime / HBO is right now? It's ridiculously long, and I'm getting quite anxious about it, just how much stuff I still have to watch. But if I'm going to be sitting here every night, stuck in this arena, streaming Cards Up Poker, when am I supposed to catch up with TV?
Well, you'll be happy to know it's just a film this time, so it's not that much of an investment. Domination rotation for the ace-9. He hits the board.
Also, two other things.
Black Beatty now.
My Madden 21 franchise ain't going to play itself. And the other thing is, on the 10th of December, there's a 70% chance that they finally release Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
And that's going to be all consuming for the next year.
That's true. That's true. I mean, oh man, can't wait for that. It's been hanging. I've got loads of games actually I haven't played yet, so I'm in the same boat, to be honest. Ace 10 of hearts, though, it doesn't get much better than that. Picked up a lot of equity with the gut shot. I mean, the belly buster, and the flush draw. And he's going to put in 612,000 into the pot, a little bit under 50% here.
Yeah, Red Pixels is 70%. I think you're giving them a high odds. It's more like a flip at this point. Actually, it's more like a 60-40 against, right? We all know that another delay is coming.
It turns out there was no Cyberpunk, guys. It's just a lot of cutscenes. Really, really good cutscenes. It doesn't even exist. They had you all hanging on it. Does Ace 10 of Hearts find the barrel again? I feel like this isn't the worst run out to Bet River, but he does just check and get to showdown there. It's so hard to pull the trigger in those situations. I mean, the things you got going for you are you're blocking Jack 10. You know, some of the ace, you know, some of the king X might 3-bet you pre-flop, but I think it could have gone either way there for sure.
We get the shove from heaven, and I think we're going to be off to the races here, Nick. I think Wax Melon is going to call with the snowman's num-num, and we will have a coin flip on our hands, and it's a queen high flop. 8 on the turn, queen on the river, and that is the elimination of Heaven 850 out in 12th place, moving across to the other table. And something that we should highlight here, Bam Bam is the chip leader right now with 25.5 million. The second biggest stack is Carino with 14 million. So Bam Bam has opened up a huge chip lead with just 11 players remaining.
Absolutely massive at this stage. 25 big ones. Oh, the 8 on the turn. Oh, what a life. The smoothest melon currently playing the Sunday Million. All right, king 10 of clubs in the big blind, but not a lot of stuff that wants to play from the cutoff or the button here. Blind v blind, we might see a little bit of action, but I don't know. Jack 3 of clubs. Sometimes you can come along for a limp here. Some people like to use this as part of their open range here. Their steal BVB, but he just decides to give it up there. I don't blame him.
One more elimination, Nick, and we are going to be hand for hand across the final 2 tables. Let's bring Mr. Stapleton back into the mix. Hope you had a good break, Joe, and I hope you are fired up for hand play, final table bubble, and, of course, the final table itself.
I got a belly full of beer cheese soup. I'm ready to go.
The infamous beer cheese soup. How are you feeling about Bam Bam's chip lead right now?
I will allow. Oh my God. That's insane. Are you crazy? What is going on? Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Holy. I love a good chip lead headed into the final table.
So we have gone to blinds of 175,000, 350,000, with 11 players remaining from the 11,411 who started. That's actually around 8,100 unique players with 3,300 re-entries. And we get
Do we think King Queen's going to run down Ace Jack here? I think so.
Yeah, AJ, great opportunity here just to put it in. There it goes. Bam Bam's like, I got 25 mil. Are you kidding me?
How confident is Bam Bam feeling?
It's going to be a spade, isn't it?
Oh,
it is the spade. It is the flush. And that
so sick
is the elimination of JoJo. And we are now hand for hand on the final table bubble.
All right. Yep.
Down is up, left is right.
I think at this point, you're just like, you feel pretty invincible, right? Bam Bam in Bam Bam's position. You're like, I really can't do much wrong here anymore. I think I'm going to win this. I think I'm going all the way. I'm just going to flop top pair. No big deal.
Sourdough light flopping pretty good here.
Sourdough light.
Is that what we're now calling ace 4?
Gluten-free sourdough.
We're going to have a bread reference for every week ace combo.
I'll tell you what, we're going to have a coin flip here. Judum 96 is short with 9s. Carino with ace king. Get your racing shoes on, people, and this could be it.
Not how you want to go out on the bubble. Just a pure coin flip. So gross.
Nine.
Noin.
9.
9's holding. Nine's holding.
9-9.
Hold. And we are still at 10. We're still hand for hand.
Good news for Colton and Escalope. I don't know. That's not their name at all, but that's what my brain makes it into. I'm money makering that name.
I love it.
Oh, let's see who we got here. We got Corey Ho. We got Knowledge. These ones are too hard to mess up. I don't think even Moneymaker could misread these.
By the way, chat, it was Moneymaker's birthday quite recently, wasn't it, guys? Hope everybody wished him a happy birthday on Twitter or whatever.
I missed his birthday. I'm gonna do that right now.
I think it was his 57th birthday.
Oh, he's not gonna be happy with that.
Shout out to my main man, C Money, the one and only.
Money,
Oh,
money, 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 money. Blind v blind. Alan versus Dave.
I've actually got that song on my soundboard, my real soundboard.
Alan takes that one uncontested. Oh, guys, I'm just going to go across to the other table. You're going to love this. We've got Jacks versus Jacks.
Ooh, I do love it. You were right.
All in from Carino. And Thelscope is the at-risk player and calls. And we can say that this is going to be a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. We've had better. We've had worse. And we've reached the next break in this week's Sunday Million. We are at 10 players right now, 2 tables at 5. That means we are on the final table bubble. One more elimination and we'll be down to 9. And then they will all be guaranteed at least $8,000, playing for a first prize of nearly 117K. It's Bam Bam 10 from Germany, who's the current chip leader with 31.4 million. Black BT, also from Germany, second in chips right now with 14.7 million. So a 2-to-1 chip lead Bam Bam has with 10 players remaining. This has actually gone a lot quicker than I thought it would. And we referenced, Nick, before we started today, or as we started, that this was going to be different, that this was going to play at a faster pace to the events we covered during WCOOP and EPT Online. But I didn't think we'd be hitting the final table at like 9:30 UK time. I thought it would be kind of like maybe an hour from now.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of setups, but then on top of that as well, we're playing with a dynamic where you got a lot of short stacks, and in this kind of a format, right? A lot of it just becomes push fold. Players generally these days do have a relatively good understanding of just like, okay, at this point, I think I just need to get the chips in the middle. But on top of that, we've had people waking up with hands and people waking up with hands behind them. And yeah, it's just been fast and furious. We've seen a lot of really, really ugly setups. Most notably, aces. A set of aces over a set of eights. That was an absolutely huge pot. And wow. I mean, like I said, car crashes is good for Twitch, but must have been a brutal way to exit with that set of eights there.
Joe, I love the fact that we're getting some variety here, right? We've seen the kind of mega deep stacked elite competition that we get in a 5K or a 10K. And, I'm not trying to do anyone down here, but this is a $109 buy-in playing with a pretty fast structure. But it's a little bit different, right? It's a little bit turbo-y, but it just gives us something that we've not seen before.
Look, I'll word it a little bit nicer.
Okay.
It's nice watching some human beings play poker. We've seen the GTO bots. We've seen the superstars. We've seen the gods, right? We've seen people that just don't really make mistakes. The poker can sometimes be a little tedious. That's what happens when people aren't spewy, when people aren't making mistakes, when people aren't gambling unnecessarily. Here, in this version of poker, we get to see more of the poker that we're used to seeing, right, in our everyday lives. People who aren't really sure what to do in any given situation. So sometimes you roll the dice. That's not me cranking it, by the way. My hands have been off the cranks for this entire game. This is just the nature of the tournament we're covering here. And Of course, I like to watch the elite players go nuts and grind it out for tens of thousands, for hundreds of thousands, for 7-figure scores. But this is very fun also.
I love the fact that you've managed to keep your hands off your cooler crank. That does fill me with joy. Look, before we head back to the tables, before this break comes to an end, and Nick, I know you're going to go on break for a short while during this next session, but what have you got coming up? What is your schedule looking like for the rest of the week? If people want to check out OP Poker, if they want to see you stream over the coming days, or indeed the coming weeks, what is coming up on your channel?
Mm-hmm. Well, over on the OP Poker channel, you guys can catch me pretty much every single day of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. I'm playing Grand Tour predominantly at the moment. Sometimes spinning goes, but you guys know that's kind of my jam. I play fast formats, and that's kind of what I'm known for. So that's what I'm getting into at the moment. But also, usually from 2 o'clock till 2 p.m. till 3 p.m. UK time, we're also putting in some really interesting study sessions where we're using some of that technology to kind of go over some of the spots that we haven't seen before. Sometimes we're looking over some more GTO sort of solution type things. And I think people are really enjoying that. So if you'd like to come and join me around those times, twitch.tv/OP_poker for some more content from me. And also you can catch me on PokerStars Central on Thursdays from 10 a.m. onwards doing the exact same thing. But you'll catch me back here on PokerStars Central during those times.
Cool. And just to be clear, we're not saying goodnight to Nick. Nick's going to be back later on. But, hey, everyone needs a breather. We'll give Nick a break from the booth as we go back to the tables. Go back to the table with the chip leader, Joe. Bam Bam with 31.39 million. Again, just to put this into perspective, we have a situation where Black BT, who is, I believe, at the other table. Yes, Black BT is second in chips and has less than half of Bam Bam's stack.
Bam Bam Bigelow. Can you believe it that Bam Bam created a screen name and is only 1 month off from their deep run in the Sunday Million? October 2020. Calling my shot. Bam Bam. Gonna probably lose some chips here. Unless there's some Bam Bam magic. Oh no, just snaps it off.
And that is going to be the double up for Thales Copper. And let's go back to the other table.
Soon to be one table.
Yeah, we will be at the final table when we are down to the final 9. Actually, I'm heading straight back to our chip leaders table because we've got aces versus queens. Huge confrontation here potentially. And who's got who covered here?
I think Thescalope.
Well, so this could be it. This could be the elimination of Carino. Could give us our final 9, right?
Yeah. Just covered. Carino may be too good to go. Nope. Definitely going broke.
Unlucky, Carino. And we are going to... No, we're not going to the final table. It's a queen on the river. And that will give Carino the double up. And now, Thales Copper's left with 11.5K.
Oh, this is so sick. Aces versus queens. Aces versus 8s. Did the aces hold? I wasn't here for that one. Twice we saw aces versus queens for huge pots.
Oh,
two of the biggest pots in the tournament.
Hey,
look, ace jack, chip in a chair, chip in a chair, chip in a chair, chip in a chair.
Oh, man.
Chip in a chair.
No.
No!
You do realize what's going to happen here, right? Thales Copper's going to get
Stapes.
done in by 7 deuce. First of all, has aces cracked by queens and is now going to lose, with top pair, by the way, to trip deuces, having been outflopped by the worst starting hand in poker.
Thales Cup, if you are on Ancestry.com, we have to be related. That's the only way that anything this bad could happen to somebody.
Congratulations to the final 9 players. They have all made the final table, and here we go. Unfortunately, Thales Copper Bubble did cash out for nearly $6,000, but now everyone is locked up. More than 8K, playing for that first prize of nearly 117K. And we've got players we've been watching since the start of the day, Joe. Alan Shake, the start of day chip leader. Bam Bam, who's built up that huge stack. Colton B from Canada, who went on that sick run during the first few levels today. And the player with possibly the best screen name on Stars, Waxed Melon.
Can I read you something from Poker News?
Yes.
Is Poker News fair game?
Yes, of course. They're part of the family.
Okay. Carino has won Scoop 14 high, the Sunday warm-up, for 131,000. Hold on.
I couldn't
I
tell
think
whether
there's a
you
real name
finished there or
attached.
whether you still have more information to relay.
Well, I thought there was going to be a real name attached to this, but it looks like there's not. I got to find the right source. I'm pretty sure this is a known player, but I don't want to break our rule.
Yes, well, we would normally not go down that avenue as we see Knowledge 911 open with kings. So you see, we've lit up the table, guys. This is it. This is the moment you've been waiting for. This is now the final table. All the players remaining are now on your screen, all at a single table, playing down to a winner tonight.
All right. I can't find it from official sources, so I won't do it. I thought I was going to have the name in the Poker News article. I apologize.
And you're banned.
I think it's fairly well known, but just in case.
Well, Alan forced to fold the ace-10.
Alan.
And now it's Colton B with ace-king as Wax Melon opens with nines. Are we going to get a flip on one of the first hands of the final table? Neither of these guys is particularly deep.
Yeah.
Wow. Melon folds the nines.
You know what? I can't hate on flip avoidance.
You say that, but I'm not sure. Again, I'll be polite about it and say I'm not sure I'm good enough to fold nines with that short a stack. What are we playing here? Fewer than 15 big blinds?
I mean, look, when you have nines there, there's lots of pairs that have you beat, right? There's tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces. Then there's a bunch of hands you're flipping against.
Ace-king. It's always ace-king. Just call and hope for the best. I do
It's
believe...
It's easier to call it off with ace-king or ace-queen because there's just way more hands you can have dominated and be flipping against.
I completely understand the strategy of so-called flip avoidance. I do think that at the final table of a fast-paced event like this, it's unavoidable, and you have to take those spots.
I think that one was very close. Very, very close.
Yeah, I actually think that's a good point from Sleevey, by the way. It should just be an open jam. I think there's absolutely no harm in just getting it in rather than opening for a milli and then having to fold. You've basically just given up 20% of your stack.
Oh, I thought
left.
they were in the big blind.
Nope.
Against
Opened.
and under the gun open.
No, nines opened.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just shove the nines.
And Wax Melon is now the short stack at the table and is now the second
Folds the belly
shortest stack.
buster.
Yes. It is Colton B who's now at the bottom end of the leaderboard. Bam Bam still number one. Well, we've got kings and sevens here.
Carino sucked out before. Can they do it again?
Full
Not
house.
this time.
Well, that should help Carino, potentially. Get away from this, I mean.
Yeah, right. Okay. I was waiting for the other half of that.
I was thirsty, I'm sorry.
You almost don't want to hit the flop this hard when you have pocket kings. Like, what can your opponent have? The last king? Aces?
So what did Statrick, as we like to call him, whenever we put Patrick on data mining duties, what did Statrick manage to drag out about Alan? Alan Mello, start of day chip leader, a previous Sunday Million winner. That means there are at least 2 players at this final table who've won the Sunday Million before, Alan Shake and Poker Day 476. So Alan's last win was in July of last year for $110,000. It was a 10,800 player field in that event, not dissimilar to this one. Normally plays the mid stakes on Stars, $25 to $200 MTT, so this is absolutely in his wheelhouse. And yes, Alan is playing from Brazil.
Look, I know it's impressive to have won 2 scoops, 2 W coops, 2 stadium series, but to win 2 Sunday Millions is a feat in and of itself. Not going to put the numbers on the board that some other events will, unless you're talking about one of the special anniversary ones or, you know, one of the ones with a ton of marketing behind it. But to get through a field, what was this, 11,000 people played this?
11,411 entries. That's 8,100 unique players and 3,300 re-entries.
That's crazy. And July 2019 is going to be similar numbers.
Yep.
That's insane to have won, to have made a final table even.
Well, that's the thing.
For 2 10,000 player plus poker tournaments.
That's the thing. And I know we always say how ridiculous the money jumps are at a final table when you've outlasted so many players. But when it's like in the kind of over 10,000, it's particularly ridiculous.
I mean, the good news for this is this seems like a little bit, I mean, obviously the disparity between 9th and 1st is insane, but the jumps here are a little bit more reasonable compared to what we're used to dealing with. You know, we're talking about 180K jumps the last, when we covered the EPT main. She gets that one with the semi-bluff, it looks like. Just caught that last second there. What's going on? Nobody's broke yet? What happened?
Nope, still 9-handed.
Well, blinds are going up, my babies. King Jack suited. Gorino.
And just to echo what Joe was saying earlier on, I appreciate that people watching may suspect who players are or have inside knowledge who players are. No offense, but we can't take your word for it, and unless we have that information verified, we're not going to broadcast it on the stream. The general policy is that players on Stars have the right to anonymity, in inverted commas. They can play as their screen names, and their real name won't be disclosed unless they are happy for that information to be disclosed, or it's generally in the public domain. And we do see a lot of players, for example, Joe, whose Twitter handles, their @ handles are the same, for example, as their online
This
handles.
one's right on the edge. This one's right on the edge. So we're going to just, I'm sorry I brought it up, honestly. I thought it was less on the edge.
So the set of 5s here for Alan.
What the fudge?
Yeah, we got top
Second pair, top
Second
pair,
pair.
set of 5s, crazy town. Top pair folds. Poker Dave, I can see how you won a Sunday Million before. Tonka didn't have a chance. River's a very safe card for that set of 5s. Maybe even get value out of a jack. Carino may not think there's a lot of flat calls out of the small blind with an ace. This is pretty value-y. Good fold.
Alan back up over 17 million.
Alan.
I mean, a big yo-yo Alan's done today. Start of day chip leader. A torrid early session. Down to one of the short stacks. Now back up to a big stack at the final table. In contention for his second Sunday Million win. And blinds now up at the final table. 200, 400. That's 200,000, 400,000 with a 40K ante. And they will go up again in less than 15 minutes time.
Alan, you can let some of your buttons go, buddy. Well, never mind. I'm an idiot. Do you think Judem has a painting of Sam Greenwood as their avatar?
Oh, that would be just random.
Why? Sam Greenwood's one of the best poker players in the world. If you can have Doyle Brunson, you can have Sam Greenwood.
Huh?
That's as much as I ever get one over on James, by the way. He goes,
I mean, I guess it would be the choice of picture, right? I mean, I've got no idea what's happening in that particular photo, but it looks nasty.
I'd like to think Judem had a painting of Sam Greenwood commissioned, and it's hanging over the fireplace in their house and also the PokerStars avatar. Well, we can say this about Carreño, a very accomplished online poker player.
Yes, that much we do know.
Who is more than likely the most accomplished online poker player here. And I would not envy having to face Carreño. I'd be very happy the second they go bust.
We have the all-in here from Knowledge 911. Carreño opening with Jack 8 suited. The shove from Ace King suited. Wins the pot uncontested.
Knowledge
is power.
It is power, isn't it? You know what else is power? Power. Because there are a lot of powerful people out there that are not super knowledgeable.
That is a hashtag fun fact.
There's some real dodos out there.
Only it's not particularly fun.
Not really fun. Alan. This stream's pretty fun though, right? You guys having fun? Let us know in Twitch chat. Got a couple thou and YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Isn't it kind of weird that we have a Bam Bam and we had a Black Betty?
That is a bit.
And this game is all about ramming and jamming.
Oh, well, talking of Black BT, folded. Artisanal sourdough folded.
UTG, I don't hate it, especially with that chip stack. Somebody can just ship on you with ace 10 and it's over.
Waxed Melon opening with ace 6. Carreño with 4s in the big blind. Waxed Melon, the second shortest stack at the final table. Gets called, and 4s still good on this Queen 10-3 flop.
I'm getting nothing searching for Diane 78. I like to think it's a tribute to their old lady. Maybe the year they got married.
Oh. What if Waxed Melon is actually someone called Diane who was born in 1978? Mind blown.
It could be. I'm picturing Wax Melon as being a bald human, which would lower the chances that it's a Diane.
What if Diane is married to someone who is bald who
It's
she
waxed melon.
jokingly refers to as waxed melon.
I'm into it. I would love if this was Diane 78 at the keys.
Maybe Diane just likes putting grease on watermelons. There are weirder, more sinister things you could do with your time?
Not many.
It's not harming anyone, is it? It's not even harming the melon. It's got a thick skin.
As long as the melon consents, I'll allow it. What do you think of this hashtag possibly fake fact from Sleevey? He says, it's when Diane Keaton won Best Actress.
That's actually a fact. That is a genuine fun fact, because...
Oh.
Well, did Diane Keaton win for Annie Hall? Because Annie Hall was 1977, so it would have been the 1978 Oscars.
Diane Keaton wins Best Actress Oscar in 1978 Oscars.
There you go. I like it.
And that was the year she became romantically involved with Warren Beatty.
So we've got Diane Keaton and Warren Beatty at this final table?
That's sick. I hope they don't announce the wrong winner.
It was Faye Dunaway, not Diane Keaton. Don't drag poor Diane into this mess.
This is so weird. Thank you for that, Sleevey. You're not banned.
Bam Bam with kings here, Joe.
The Cowboys. The King Kongs.
Tough to see where Bam Bam's going to get action from, though.
Yeah.
7-3 off, 10-3, 9-4. I guess Alan could defend, but...
Alan.
Alan does defend. Ooh! And flops a flush draw. The set of kings for Bam Bam.
So this is going to be the biggest pot of the tournament, right?
Potentially. Depends how fast Alan wants to play it. Just calls the continuation bet. Deuce of clubs on the turn. Bam Bam now 77% favorite.
Oh, there's no horrible river card, is there? All right, the Deuce of Hearts. Sorry, that's the one.
Poker Day folded it pre.
Nope. Dang it. God damn it, Poker Dave.
You and your ginger troll.
So easy to be mad at a person named Dave. Damn it, Dave.
Ah.
Oh, here we go.
Alan decides to play it fast on the turn, check raising to 5.6 million.
I mean, you could be up against 4 or 5 here. Totally within the realm. Alan can't call it off. You just can't call it off with a 9 flush draw.
I mean, you can. It would be awful, but you can. Does have the wheel draw as well.
Bam, bam.
Bam Bam back up over 30 million, 34 million. Carino second in chips with 16 million. So Bam Bam has that 2-to-1 advantage. Better than 2-to-1 advantage once again.
Alan. I'm getting better. A lot of chat pros complaining about the raise, saying, why not just call? Look, you can call and miss the river, and then you're in the same spot. You got to show down 9 high. I mean, I don't know what's better, but they don't seem that different to me. Right, then you miss. You try to bluff with 9 high. You don't want to show it down, and you're running into the set of kings anyway. Could be worse. I don't know. Just trying to present both sides. In no scenario, by the way, do I make the flush. Do they make the flush?
I was wondering whether Colton would pull the trigger on this. 10 big blinds, pocket fours, gets it in, and this will probably get through, and Colton adds $1 million to their stack by virtue of picking up the blinds and antes. Bam Bam opening with 10-9. Alan with sourdough. And now Knowledge 911. Jack Deuce of diamonds in the big. And 9-10 doesn't really flop much. Pair of deuces for Knowledge, who is a 3-1 favorite here.
It's a deuce.
What the deuce?
Ooh, Molten Ashes. I like the raise. Bam Bam is going to be ultra aggressive as chip leader, and Alan has the best possible bluff hand with his combo draw. Thank you for your comment.
Bam Bam continues for $1 million, gets called. Wants 2 pair on the turn now for Knowledge. 4-1 favorite. It is a belly buster.
A belly buster.
For Bam Bam. And he gets there on the river.
Oh, belly busted.
And that is the straight versus 2 pair.
So sick.
I mean, it's so hard to even see the straight looking at that board, right?
So disguised.
So
just click it back.
Understandably, feels comfortable value betting jacks and deuces here. 1.688 million into 4.3 million. Bam Bam can go bang bang. Raises to 4.8. And now
So
Knowledge
sick.
can throw up in their mouth.
You're like, what do you, 9-10, that's the only thing you can have here. 9-10 set of 8s.
Why is 9-10 continuing the flop?
Right. But that's the only value hands here that haven't.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
calls with 2 pair and Bam Bam now up over 42 million. Yeah, that was appropriate.
Get them. Get them.
Cannot blame Knowledge for making that call, but it's so horrible. You don't want to throw the chips in, but you end up clicking the button, seeing the bad news.
Good luck, Knowledge.
Carino opening with ace-7 of spades. Knowledge with jacks.
Bloop. Slow bloop. Bleep, bloop. There it is. Triangle.
Oh, you mean one of these?
Yeah, one of those.
The blinds are up again, 255, and that is particularly relevant for Waxed Melon and Colton BO2, who are the 2 short stacks at this 9-handed final table. Oh, and Judem. Sorry, Judem. Don't want to miss you out from the short stack club.
I mean, it's pretty much Bam Bam and everyone else.
Good point, well made. If you're not Bam Bam, you're kind of in the danger zone.
Pretty much. Clarino. Do you want to tangle with the chip leader when there's so many people that can go broke before you? I understand you a good player.
Is it just me, or are you thinking of Beavis and Butthead every time you say this player's name?
No, but I will now. I'm Corinne Holyoke.
Why are you threatening me?
Oh, man. I heard that's coming back. The reboot they did like in the early 2010s or whatever was amazing. I loved it. Bam Bam, look at you. Now, I can't take things people say in chat as gospel, but someone said Bam Bam has very few tournaments when they are researched. Like, they very well have created that handle in October 2020.
Wow. I like that, if it's true. Judem with ace-jack here, short stack, all in.
Judem.
And
Hardly know him.
Carino has ace-king and stand by for Domination Nation. and the prospect of losing our first player from this Sunday Million final table.
Gotta do it.
The reshove from Carino. The blinds fold. Good luck, Judem. You're going to need it. No diamond on the turn. No jack on the river. Ace-king holds. And Judem 96 is out in 9th place, cashing for $8,200. Carino up to 19.3 million. And everyone laddering up to a 5-figure score. 11.5K now guaranteed.
Judem damn near killed him. Oh, look at this. Look at Judem.
Well, Judem in the chat. Nice to play this final table. What an honor to have you guys commenting my hands. What a crazy tournament. Judem, thank you for being with us. And also, thank you for staying silent before the moment when you went out in 9th. Congratulations. Congratulations for making the final table. Condolences for not getting the win. But hey, still a decent payday, right? $8,000 on a $109 buy-in. So glad you could be with us.
Judem. You might be my new favorite player, just popping out of the shadows like that. And how gracious. Could be upset. Could be annoyed. He's like, what a crazy tournament. They're like, excuse me, we don't know Judem. But that's awesome. Great to have you. And Xflix is hiding in the stream too. Sneaky German. Bottom pair for Alan.
Well, Alan was ahead before the flop, still ahead after the flop.
What happened to Ace Jack there? How come Ace Jack wasn't in that hand? What's your deal, Poker Dave?
All right, Dave. I thought I'll let Alan have this one. Sure, Dave? Yep, you're right, Alan.
That is exactly who Poker Dave is. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. Finally with the 9s.
Yeah. And called by King 8.
Oh, jeepers. Counterfeited?
King on the turn, 9 on the river.
Oh.
Full house for Colton B. Doubles up to 10.5 million. Bam Bam not quite as invincible as they may be thinking they've become. And Colton B now playing 20 big blinds. Waxed Melon, the short stack, still hovering around the 10 big blind mark.
I know Bam Bam shouldn't have called it off there, but how does that 9 hit? How does the 9 come from nowhere, from space? So sick.
So we've got a fantastic little nugget from StatTrick.
Cool.
Which would, again, suggest that the account Bam Bam 10 2020 was created in October of 2020.
Awesome.
Lifetime earnings, lifetime online cashes, $93.02.
Plus at least 11,500 now.
Exactly.
Cool. Good luck, Bam Bam. "10 years from now, I'll be 58 years old. Bam Bam will be winning EPT online." Doing an interview. Hey, that first big score I had was you and James. The first ever Sunday Million live stream.
Oh, Dave with Ace Jack again.
How many Ace Jacks is that? 3 in the last 5 minutes?
I think he's been dealt Ace Jack pretty much exclusively at this final table.
Yeah. Gotta hydrate.
Got to stay hydrated. Hey, whatever happened to that thing that used to pop up.
Hydration bot.
That's it. Yeah, yeah. I used to like that.
Dried up.
Oh. It's a shame. I think it was quite useful to kind of, you know, keep you abreast of where you should be at with your rehydration or just general drinking.
Knowledge folding the King Jack UTG. Waiting on that wax melon.
Yeah, and I guess that does handcuff everyone else a little bit. And again, you don't have to be an ICM wizard to be conscious of the fact that there's a guy with 10 big blinds who's on the verge of busting in 8th, which will then give you an additional, what is it, 4K, 4.5K?
Hell to the yeah.
But I don't think that's going to stop Alan from playing 7s here.
Alan. Bam, bam. You could just see Bam Bam fighting the urge to raise King 9 off.
Instead, it's Carino who opens with Jack 10. So Alan with
Fold.
around 20 bigs. Oh, it's a horrible spot because of what we just talked about, right?
Yeah, just fold.
You can't fold.
You just fold.
Does fold.
You have a 6 out of 7 chance of not hitting a set. That's the way I'm starting to look at pairs.
King Frog. You're lucky I'm going to read this, by the way. People who highlight their messages. Pretty sure there's a special corner in hell just for you. King Frog says, can we see countries for remaining players? No, but I can tell you them. So let's do it in reverse order, from shortest stack to biggest stack.
Okay.
Waxed Melon. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. David's getting all aggro. Gets a fold. Waxed Melon is from Canada. Knowledge 911 is playing from Malta. Black BT is German. Colton B02 is also Canadian. Alan Shake, a.k.a. Alan Mello, that's their real name, is playing from Brazil. Poker Dave from the UK. Carino from Austria. And Bam Bam from Germany. So we've got 2 Canadians and 2 Germans.
Holy, we got the ace-6, ace-5, ace-4. Should be a pretty easy let go, yeah. For Carino. Pocket 5s now for the Austrian player.
Everyone's highlighting their messages now, so I'm going to ignore all of you.
I have a lot of points on this channel, James.
And what do points make? Prize. No, they don't make anything. Bam Bam. Raises small to big. Interesting sizing, though, and you're going to get called by pretty much anything there. And Carino had the best hand pre. Maintains their dominance with a pair of aces.
Has an unfoldable hand now, unless Bam Bam just like puts insane pressure on, and then I think you still have to fold top pair here. Both players with a wheel draw now.
I mean, that would be the sickest beat for Carino, right? The deuce on the river for the chop.
Yeah, really bad.
Especially when you have to, like, receive half the pot through gritted teeth, because you know that everyone loves it, and you can't push back on that mantra. Yes, K. Wagner, Poker Dave 476 is a former Sunday Million champion. We established earlier that Poker Dave beat Tonka heads up to win the Sunday Million. Alan Shake is also a former Sunday Million champion. Those are the two we know of. Both those players going for their second Sunday Million win at this final table tonight.
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake your Alan.
Shake, shake, shake. Corino going to win a nice pot here. And get a little bit closer to Bam Bam. It's right where he wants them.
Well, I'll tell you what, Nick Walsh called this perfectly, Joe. He said that we were going to see this car crash after car crash and just collision after collision as we got down to the final table. But once we got to that final table, that's where we would see things slow down. And sure enough, you know, this is now playing like any other online final table that we've covered recently.
Yeah, that's why I kind of put my head in my hands when you said that things had gone so fast. I was like, oh, don't do it. Don't jinx it.
Well, jinxing it, I mean, it's, you know, we know how many chips are in play. We know what level this thing is likely to end. So it was always going to slow down if it was going to be really quick at the beginning. You're either going to get that fast race to the final table and then a meaty final table, or vice versa. Or maybe a perfectly balanced day where it's 50-50.
If King 8 beat those nines that hand, we'd have a totally different story on our hands right now.
Of course. What are you sniggering at now?
This guy T-Dog, I think he's going for the record for most bans in a single day.
Permanency is an option, by the way, Joe. It doesn't always have to be 600 seconds.
Nice try, Colton. Unfortunately, you got outflopped. You got bit by the canine. Whoa!
And that is still the winning hand for Poker Dave.
Dave's not here, man.
And blinds are up to 300,000, 600,000 with a 60K ante. Pressure.
Yeah, 10 big blinds, 10 big blinds, 10 big blinds.
Yeah, Knowledge, Melon, Colton, Danger Zone.
Danger Zone. Good hands here. 3 decent hands. Big raise from Alan Cheek. Well, no, it's not big, is it? It's just a 2Xer.
Sophia had a question.
Well,
how many Brazilians remaining? I hope the question is how many Brazilians remaining, because that's an easy question to answer. 1, Alan Shake. If you're asking how many Brazilians participated in this, I have no idea, and I'm not going to add them all up. There were 11,411 entries. I reckon a decent percentage would be Brazilian.
Okay, everyone be real quiet for a second. I'm going to try to count them.
Dave shoves here with ace-jack on 2 of the shorties, gets folds from both of them. Morpheus asking about the table theme. This is not a publicly available table theme. This is our Cards Up replayer, which is displaying the action that happened 30 minutes ago in the Sunday Million. Occasionally we'll run through how it works. Basically, after a hand is played, a hand history is created. It's held server-side for 30 minutes, and only then is that information released. It's not possible for a hand that's in progress to be displayed. Should somehow a hand take 30 minutes, highly, highly unlikely, the stream would simply stop and we wouldn't be able to see anything. Are you genuinely adding up the number of Brazilians who took part in this? Pocket rockets for Alan.
Up to 900.
Is this an approximate count or an accurate count? Oh, hang on. Knowledge all in with ace-7. As previously referenced, Bam Bam with kings calls. An ace and a 7 on the flop.
Ooh.
No king. Spades not a factor. That's the double up for Knowledge. And that evens things out. Bam Bam still chip leader with 25.5 million, but not that far ahead of Carino, who's got 20 million. And now we get Wax Melon open with ace king. Colton B shoves with jacks. Wax Melon calls. Off to the races. And that is jacks holding. Wax Melon left super short with 2 mil.
1,410 Brazilians.
That's a lot of Brazilians.
Now, that's not unique Brazilians. I'm going to have to count again for that.
No, please don't. We got another all in here. Wax Melon at risk with Jack 10, and considering how short this shove is, going to get called. I was going to say probably get called by 2 players here, but actually Black BC reshoved to isolate. 10 on the flop. 10 on the turn, and a jack on the river for good measure. Wax Melon with a multiple of combinations for a full house there. Doubles up to nearly 5 mil. How did you do that so quickly?
So you can organize them by flag, right?
Oh, and then you just basically see where it's... Got it.
Then I counted how many there was per screen. So I knew every time I clicked, it was another 30.
Wow.
So I might have been off by 1 or 2, but or more, honestly.
Goes to a flop here. Ace-9 versus Jack-10, and it is a pair of 9s for Carino.
How much is it for a second? I'm curious what Bam Bam's going to get when they finish second to Carino.
Second is just shy of 84K. Still a very, very nice ROI. But yeah, big jump between second and first.
If I open my PokerStars account in October 2020 and then cash her $83,000 in November 2020, I would close my account in December 2020. Sorry for the hit and run. Not.
Controversially, you are allowed to withdraw winnings without closing your account, Joe. You can still play and continue playing $10 events, which I think is what Bam Bam's been doing since joining Stars.
I can't think of a better way to celebrate Safe Gambling Week than to self-exclude forever after a huge score.
Carino betting 1.5 into 4.7. Knowledge now open-ended. It was a belly buster on the flop, Joe. It's now an open-ender on the turn.
I don't care for it if it's not a belly buster. Oh, wow. Knowledge. I am Corinne Horio.
Opening with the ace-king. Wax Melon calls with 7-6. Flops. The belly buster.
The belly buster.
And all in. Stop and go.
Oh, my goodness.
Needs a 5. Doesn't hit. And that's it. Wax Melon's gone. Eliminated. In 8th place, our second bust out from the Sunday Million final table. Cashing for $11,500. The remaining 7 players all now guaranteed nearly 16K. And let's see if that changes the dynamic now. We've got Alan Shake opening with ace-10. We've got ace-king for Knowledge. Pocket 5s for Colton B. What better time to bring Nick Walsh back into the mix?
Nicky.
How's it going, guys?
Alan.
I'm over here listening. I'm trying to. I mean, Joe got his beer. I had some buffalo chicken just now, and I was laughing my ass off watching this.
I had beer cheese soup. Let's not. I don't need anyone thinking that someone is doing commentary after having had a beer. There's a grand total of 2 Coors Lights and a vat of soup this big that got boiled for 6 hours.
I mean, it started off as Coors Light, so I think we're good. We're
It was
good.
barely beer to begin with.
It was exactly sitting on my sofa, just laughing my ass off. So I thought, okay, cool, get back in the game. Meanwhile,
Yeah, down to 7 players now, Nick. And I did give you credit for predicting the flow of the game, though. It did tighten up once we got to the final table. I think those differences in prize money obviously making a huge difference. Plus a little bit of stack consolidation now and things evening up. Knowledge, Bam Bam, Carino, not that much separating them right now.
yep. I'm really excited to see how these guys are going to change gears as we get down to sort of 4-handed, 3-handed. You guys know that's my jam. No
I'm really
improvement for them.
excited to see the belly buster.
The belly buster to add to his flush draw.
Oh, dear.
Oh, the Jackson spades are out, though.
I don't know, Joe. I thought, we got, like super bad. They got like road beers. I thought it was pretty standard to have a beer on stream. I didn't realize that was part of I was written out of the contract.
There's an unwritten rule that you can't crack open a beer during commentary until they're 3-handed or until you've been going for 10 hours.
All right. Okay.
But also, you have to remember, Nick, the time difference, right? So for us, it's like late evening. For Joe, it's practically
Right.
morning.
It does feel like morning still. That's another reason. A strong reason.
I guess so. Yeah, for me, it's like, it's 10 o'clock.
It is weird, though, like when we're on location doing commentary, that like if we had a beer at like 3 in the afternoon, we would get taken aside. But if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, people are like, yep, no, they
That seems fair. I think people take pity on us at some stage, right? They're like, they've been in the booth a long time. Give them a break. Poker Dave still duking it out. Love to see it.
Got Dave and Alan.
Joker.
Alan and Dave.
Alan.
Colton B here opening with 6s. King, Queen for Poker Dave. In the big blind. Calls and flops top pair.
Pairs is the worst. Every single one of them.
It's a good start for King Queen.
You're like, it's 1 overcard. They can't have that. But they do every time. Every single time they have it.
Oh, wow. Just piles on the pressure. Oh, wow. That is one way to do it right there.
Dave's not here, man.
Black BT all in with ace-7. Sourdough for Knowledge. This is a short stack shove.
Sourdough not needed.
This is the Morrison's brand sourdough, guys. This isn't this is not the Whole Foods variety.
Oh, I remember back in the day when it was Safeway.
Oh, is Iceland still a thing, James? Is there still Icelands in
There
place?
are still Icelands.
Yeah.
Wait, it's Iceland, right?
If it's the country, yes.
Iceland.
If it's the store, Iceland.
No, I would think it's the opposite.
You'd say Mum's gone to Iceland, not Mum's gone to Iceland.
Iceland is the store. Mom's gone down to Iceland, get some frozen food, get some fish sticks. Nick, do you like fish sticks?
I love fish sticks.
I also love fish sticks.
Oh man, great episode.
Artisanal sourdough completes in the small blind. Bam, bam with the tens. 3x.
See, now tens are out right now because we don't rate people anymore on a scale of 1 to 10. So they're not in fashion at the moment.
I don't think tens have any. I mean, we don't even have a clever name for the tens right now. They got no chance in this pot. Artisanal sourdough is just winning all over the joint right now.
Okay,
Boom.
that's a pair of fives for Colton, but not enough. 10 still good. Facing a bet of 2 million. That is a third of Colton's remaining chips.
This is such a tough spot. This is so savage. You're like, well, there's an easy answer. Oh, he gets away like an absolute champ. Artisanal sourdough, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not all it cracked up to be. Focaccia for the win. And the players take their next break. We are at the final table of the Sunday Million, an event that started yesterday with 11,411 entries and is now down to the final 7 players. We're at the final table of this event. We're going to follow it through to its conclusion. Bam Bam still has the chip lead with 30 million. Knowledge 911 not that far behind with 25.9 million. Carino with 18.8. And we have got some short stacks right now. Colton B and Black BT hovering around the 10 big blind mark. Something I want to pick up on, we did touch on video games earlier on, and we talked about Cyberpunk and referenced the fact that it's a game that's been pushed back and back and back. It's a game that's coming from the studio that brought you The Witcher 3, a game that came out in 2015. I only played it this year. Joe, have you started playing it yet? I know you were downloading it last time we talked.
No, I got into Spider-Man. I'm going to try to beat Miles Morales first. I'm like, why don't I have this brand new system? Why play an old game on this new system when I have a brand new 4K Spider-Man game that I should play first?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I still think it's insane that you have both consoles and are trying to kind of like play multiple games across both when I know how little time you have. Nick, did you play through The Witcher 3?
No, actually, I've completely omitted The Witcher altogether. I'm not really sure what happened during that time. I think I was spending... basically, I think I just got really sucked into playing games like Warcraft 3, like the actual RTS game, as opposed to, Warcraft, World of Warcraft, which obviously spawned from it. And most notably, like the original Dota, what we enjoy as MOBAs now all stemmed from a custom game that they actually made using like the Warcraft builder engine where people could kind of make their own little levels and stuff. I was really into that, and I think that's kind of the path that I followed. Didn't get too into the darker RPG stuff. I definitely played Skyrim, though. Skyrim was one that I really liked.
Yeah.
I thought Nick was going to say that he's like, oh, no, I kind of missed that era of games because I was dating. And it turns out, no. This is the exact opposite of that.
There was other nerd shit that I was into. But I didn't have time for that really nerdy stuff. I was doing this geek stuff over here.
Oh. I mean, if I had thought about it, that would have been a great response, right? Like, no, sorry, guys. I was too busy having a life.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
No one would have bought that.
That bluff would have been called immediately. But one thing that came up in conversation the other day, and I guess it's something that will put some people off, is that we're hearing that with Cyberpunk, when it eventually finally comes out, is how much of a role player it is going to be, to the point where the choices you make will completely change the course of the game. I think with some of the earlier games, you might miss a mission or it might change the fate of certain characters, but this is going to be like a game you can play through multiple times, taking different avenues, making different choices, and pretty much playing different stories. And Joe, you were saying, nah, that's not for me.
I don't care for it. I have this really weird thing about me where knowing that there are parts of the game I won't see or could have completed better really bothers me. It really like stays with me. Like if like, oh, I made this choice and now that option has disappeared. I'm like one of those people that like back in the day when you could do this, I would like save before every decision in a game just in case I didn't quite like what happened. Like this is going to be Bandersnatch all over again. And I hated that. I want a story. I want to be on rails. I don't want to have to live with the decisions I made.
Yeah, but with
That's what
Bandersnatch,
life is.
Didn't you like just watch Bandersnatch multiple times, taking different avenues because you wanted to see it all?
Yeah,
Not
that's
because I didn't know what the real ending was supposed to be, and I found all of them to be hugely dissatisfying. So I was like, "There's got to be a better one than this," and apparently there was a good one. I was just not smart enough to get to it.
Were you a fan of Bandersnatch, Nick?
You know, I love what they were going for, and I love when people try and push the limits there. I ended up watching, and like I would just go back and repeat, until I finally sort of got to one that I sort of found satisfying. I guess for me, it was I didn't know what the official ending was meant to be, so I was just kind of sat there going again and again and again. At some point, I got kind of stuck on like were asking me for the numbers to put into the keypad or whatever, and I couldn't figure that out for ages. So I kind of got lost at that point. But
yeah,
I liked it. I like what they were trying to do.
I liked the concept more than I actually liked the program. It's an idea, but the execution, I think, left something to be desired. Plays restarting at the final table. Let me leave you with Nick and Joe for the next session.
All right, my babies, here we go.
Do it.
Playing from 1, 2, 3, 7 down to the winner. Everybody
All right,
now
straight back
guaranteed about 16 grand. Crazy Carl's here. Nick Walsh is here. Joe Stapleton's here. Carino's here. A few other folks. Bam, bam. The first pot of the restarted action. Blinds at 300, 600,000, but they're going up shortly.
So, Joe, is Cyberpunk going to be on one of your brand new consoles? I'm assuming so.
I think it's on both of them.
Okay, right. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's that huge multi-platform kind of epic event. I mean, I was hearing some crazy things about customization, though. You could like change the length of your teeth and like your fingernails and all kinds of craziness like that. And if you're an RPG fan, that creation process that takes you like a week to get right, so you got your I love that. I love that process. That's my favorite part for sure. You can ask Ava from OP Poker as well. She'll do like an entire gaming stream where she just spends the entire time making a character, and I love
Wait,
it.
what's this now? We can watch OP Ava just make RPG characters as like a thing we can do in our life?
She does some gaming streams from time to time. It has been known.
Huh. Look at Bam Bam taking it down pre-flop. The dominated ace. I played quite a bit of Skyrim, Nick. Actually, you might enjoy my Skyrim story.
Okay.
So I played Skyrim for weeks and weeks. I had a girlfriend at the time, didn't care. She would go to sleep. I would stay up all night. I'd be like, I'm just going to play for an hour. 8 hours later, the sun would be coming up. I will have realized that I spent 2 hours just on inventory management.
Yeah.
Just on like organizing all my spoons.
Gotcha.
And I didn't realize this, but about like 2 months into playing the game, I realized that you could go look at your stats. Like how many dragons you killed and how many this and that. And then at the end, it's like how many hours you played.
Yeah.
And it said I had played for 120 hours.
Wow.
And I stood up and I went over to the console and I pressed the eject button and I snapped the disc in half.
I mean, I don't know about you, chat, but Joe, those are rookie numbers. You gotta bump up those numbers. This is a Wolf of Wall Street moment. You know, how many CDs did you snap? No, you got to up
just
those
the one.
numbers.
Dude, it was to the point where I was killing dragons. Like, remember how I was to kill a dragon when you started, and I was killing it with one arrow. One arrow kills on dragons. I was like, I gotta stop. This is I can't get a thrill anymore.
I feel your pain. At some point, like I thought I was a real badass, and then I started to watch these like super OP, like builds that you could get on YouTube, and there's like the necromancy tree where you could like bring, and there was like a limit. You could bring back like 3 people back to life or something at any given time. But they figured out that actually there's no limit to how many you can bring back to life, assuming that they're not, they're sort of NPCs. So this guy figured out how to have like an entire army of like 50 people following him around, to the point where like the frame rate was destroyed because there were so many NPCs following him through portals. And he had elephants, you know, you could kill the elephants. He had the giants, had all of them following him around at one point. I did that, and again, yeah, it kind of lost its luster. But what a stunning game! What a beautiful, beautiful game.
This isn't the only poker game going on right now, by the way. There's another $1 million guarantee final table playing out right now. The 5K Titan event. Top 3 players: Sam Greenwood, Luke Greenwood, Guillaume Nollet. So 2/3 of the final table are Greenwood twins. Pretty fantastic. We got 3s getting shoved on by 7s. Got to be tempting here. 23 million. There's the call. Colton's 7s are holding. Double up, Colton.
The double on the final feels good.
Yeah, I will say that I don't really go look at gaming content very often because the rabbit hole is just so deep. Like, I don't look at, but I did enjoy watching like Skyrim bloopers on YouTube.
Sure.
Were really, really fun.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I actually try and avoid it at all costs. I don't like to spoil. Like, I recently started playing Hades, which was a really cool independent sort of slasher game. Kind of, it's a little bit like a Diablo sort of thing, but it's a little bit more fun. Well, it's a little bit more, casual, excuse me. That's the word I was looking for, than Diablo. And yeah, I intentionally didn't look because I knew some smartass would have figured out like the ultimate sort of like weapon combo or whatever. But then you go back and realize people are speed running this stuff. So once you've completed the game once or twice, I think it's fun to go and see what people are doing.
Heck of a turn card here for Bam Bam. Locks it up.
Oh yeah, easy game now. No improvers for Corino.
No card you're afraid of. Whether you know your opponent's hand or not, it's pretty tough to have a bad river here.
Yeah, he checks to him on the turn. I really like that check. I mean, you're just so nutted at this point, right? You kind of want to give him some rope, but
oh, the
really
deuce.
A great run out. Yeah, unless he's sitting there with the deuce in his hand, it's not really a lot you're going to get paid by at this point.
Norica Brucha, interesting question. I don't know. I think it'd be cool to do commentary over really tiny events. You know, give everybody a little thrill there, but I don't know what the audience would be like for it. So it's a good question. I think it'd be cool. I'm available for private commentary if anybody makes a final table with Micro Millions.
I love the idea. Joe's like, oh yeah, I got this gig, and I want me to go down to this club, and yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be digital. It's just like a bunch of people playing poker, and he's just got to stand next to the table and just do live commentary, just out loud.
There it all goes. Alan Shake, the player at risk, was the start of day chip leader. 8s do not catch up. There goes Alan Shake in 7th. Time to shake a leg. Head on out of here. $15,957. Everybody now guaranteed over 20 grand. Congratulations.
Nice one.
6 players remain.
Yep. Now we're starting to get into the pay dirt, as they say, when you watch too many of those Gold Rush shows. We've all been there, guys. Don't judge me. Don't judge me.
So many Gold Rush shows.
So many Gold Rushes.
Raise and take it for Valaka Beatty. Bam Bam hasn't gotten out of line for a while, so that's coming soon. 2-horse race right now. Bam Bam and Knowledge. Oh, I told you. Did I tell you or did I tell you?
All right, Bam Bam with a 34 mil, and looking at aces here.
Limp.
Just makes it up, man. Just really makes it up. He's going to go for the open.
Nah, dog. No.
I think
Queen
he's just going to
Black Beatty.
There you go.
Oh, Black Beatty.
Bam, a lamb.
You're going to ram and jam.
Okay. Jack 7, I don't think is going to spin him here. We're not playing a knockout tournament. Oh. Colton's fresh off his double. with those sevens,
Knowledge
breaks
is
up with the
gonna
aces.
have to raise.
Yeah, I mean, this could be another spot
Dude,
where
this
he
is
just.
why blockers are so stupid, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, but also like I think with A7 suited, this is less to do with like, oh, I got a blocker, so this is more just straight to do with like, do I think I'm gonna have the best hand? And you have to put yourself in Colton's shoes here. Is he gonna be shoving that crazy that often? It's A7 suited is getting really close to a call here, right? But I think it's more to do with, would Colton get super out of line there with a hand where we're gonna have like ace-5 off or something like that, where we got a little bit of an edge on him? Probably not.
Here's what I want to know.
Okay.
It's easy to say, is Colton ever doing this with ace-6 down the line? Probably not. But is Colton doing this with king-queen, king-jack?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, if you're somebody that's more in tune with this sort of like final table ranges after they've been adjusted for ICM, I guess people can really confidently put them on those kinds of ranges. I mean, my guess is maybe even hands like king queen suited are preferably a flat there, because you just kind of want to keep the pot small and play a really, really super playable hand in position, as opposed to getting it all in against ace king and just kind of being like, quote unquote ICM suicide, whatever you want to call it. So, maybe, I'm not sure, but I think generally speaking, the answer is not as much, especially in the context of this final table.
If you can eliminate all of your dominating hands, right? The hands that you dominate.
Yeah.
But can include all of the ones where you're a slight favorite. Is it okay to just get away from those spots?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many situations like when you have this final table dynamic where just purely based on position and purely based on the way that they're stacked, you're kind of like, well, this is just him never getting out of line. That's why we see these like absolutely massive final table, folding pocket kings and all this kind of stuff, when it's like the massive stack versus the massive stack. And yeah, you have to be brave as well, right? I mean, one of the things that I've learned about streaming is like, you kind of just have to have the power of your convictions behind you. Otherwise you end up just going, I really feel bad about this, but I'm going to do it anyway, just because I know the stream is going to berate me, because, everybody else thinks that you can never fold, queens here or jacks here or whatever the case may be. And I think that's what makes for really strong poker players, right? Like, they're not always going to get it right, but if it's going to cost you $110,000 or $116,000 in this case, you got to be confident by the time you've arrived. Otherwise, it's too late.
We have arrived at blind on blind. Raise the ticket. The real Chris asks, has everyone information on Jay Carver, Jason Somerville? What is he doing? Is he into poker? Yes, he is into poker. Thank you for your question.
I feel like he's a fan. I think he's played a little bit before. There you go. Colton with the ace-7 off, getting out of the way like snappish.
You don't want to go up against artisanal sourdough. Not in this day and age.
Nobody wants to go against the sourdough. The sourdough cartels of this world take you down.
JJ Butts asks, does PokerStars work in the U.S.? Can I join these tourneys? Yes and no. Thank you for your question. PokerStars exists in the state of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. And I think that's it. Is Delaware included in that? I can never remember.
And Nevada?
No PokerStars Nevada.
No?
Oh, goodness, no.
Goodness, no.
Bottom pair and a flush draw for Carino. I am Carino. Carinholio.
All right, King 5 goes for the bet. I don't think he's going to get rid of pair plus FD.
I need BB for my bankroll.
Nevada absolutely hates gambling. Yeah, that's right, Chad. Yeah. So, no improvements on the turn, but the deuce is still the best hand. Does Bam Bam continue while he picks up this belly buster on the turn?
I love a good belly buster. The Bam Bam belly buster. Bricks. Boo. Bet.
I mean, it's not the worst run out for king high just to be the best hand. I mean, your opponent will have some flush draws, but yeah, you don't blame him for getting too crazy there. It's getting out of the way.
Vancouver Via, my boy, former Poker in the Air super fan. Played the Sunday Million. Did not cash. Good to see you, homie. Sorry about your brick.
Blind v blind, but 6 deuce of diamonds is not a pretty
Not even
hand.
defend, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
There
Man,
you go. That's the hand you're waiting for.
how many times are we going to see aces on this final? Absolutely killer spots here, but again, not a lot of action to be had here. Where are we at? Where are we at, Joe? I mean, Shorty could have some limps here. I don't mind the limp. You definitely want to get some action from this hand. Poker Dave can certainly turn up the heat over the limp here, but
Uh-oh. Poker Dave flops the belly buster.
the belly buster. I was gonna say this is a spot where like the limp is also pretty suspicious, right? Blind v blind, you're sitting there with this kind of a stack. You're probably gonna end up pushing a lot of your sort of medium and strongish stuff that isn't monsters.
Ace queen for Bam Bam.
10-6 suited looking really pretty when you've got 28 millions, though.
Get out of here with this 10-6 suited stuff.
I'm telling you, it's the absolute nuts in this position. There's no chance you can fold this hand.
There's no chance you ever flop anything. Because when it comes Jack, Jack, 4, 2 spades. No, of course, a belly buster.
You can do it. You can go a long way with the
I would
belly
give anything to
buster.
flop this good.
Backdoor clubs as well.
Just anything to keep me interested in the hand. Sweet says, but why is it called a gut shot, though? Where does that come from? It comes from poker? Thank you for your question.
All right, there you go. A 10-6 suited. The rich get richer. That's how you do it right there.
So annoying. Stupid nickel. Just stupid strategy. Black Beatty just jams it with the ace jack.
Yeah, not
I
messing
will
around here.
allow it. Poker Dave's turn with the old AA. The A
lot of aces, but not that much action. Bam Bam might just let this one go. He does.
Win a small pot or lose a huge one. That is aces in a nutshell today.
I like the open here with 8-6 suited. Yeah, I think this is a nice way to adjust for your stack depth here. Do you see what I'm saying about Colton flatting off of that stack depth, Joe? You see that? You see that?
That seems fine, right?
No, it seems great, but we were talking about a very similar scenario just now, and we were asking, is this also a spot where he's going to shove hands like King Queen? When he was
Oh, because he didn't shove King
right,
Queen. I get it.
Yeah. So you can see people kind of taking the more passive lines with some of those more playable stuff that otherwise you might play as a push fold. Maybe if you were in the middle stages of the tournament, something like that. Depends on the situation, of course, but goes for the bet. King Queen with the king of diamonds. I mean, you do have the ability to float, but you don't really have that many chips to really realize the value of that bluff that often. If your opponent's any good, he'll probably give you multiple barrels in that scenario because a lot of your ace X is going to shove pre. So he can put you on hands like Queen Jack, 9-10, King Queen that might just float you once and then give up on the turn when you got the middle pair there or whatever. But yeah, interesting that we got to see both sides of that coin. And it looks like our expectation about the way he's adjusting for the final table dynamic is pretty close to true.
The real Chris says, Joe is think you will be funny, but some answers of questions are pretty rude. Feels bad, man. Nick, if you're going to watch a movie trailer that was pretty rude, that had like a lot of swearing in it, what kind of movie trailer would that be?
You banned.
Wait, what color?
A blue?
A red band trailer? You banned. A red band.
A red band. I've
The
never
red
heard
you
of,
band trailer.
I've never heard that before.
Thank you for your comment. You've never watched a red band trailer?
No. Is this
No wonder you left me hanging there.
Is this an American term, chat? I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's a movie term.
Is it?
Knowledge in the big blind with the plain old sourdough store brand.
It's an Americanism. Thank you, James Hartigan. Thank God for that. He's here.
Yeah,
for me.
well, what? It's called the internet. Look it up.
Look it
on
up.
the internet.
Ace 5 pumping it in there. He's like, what are you doing? Trying to steal my big blind. Get out of here.
Also, you're a sorry excuse for an expat.
I so am. It's so true.
Loser. Bet you don't even own any guns.
I think I might have had like a Red Rider, like, you know, like America. What was this?
I bet if you got pneumonia, you wouldn't have to go bankrupt to pay for it. What an unpatriotic American you are.
What was the name of the gun that he got in A Christmas Story? Was a little
Red Ryder BB gun.
Red Ryder BB gun. I had one of those, and it was magnificent. Loved it.
The two big stacks taking a flop here. Ace-7 against 5-4. 5-4 outflops the Ace-7. But some backdoor funsies for Bam Bam.
He's got a piece. He wants to defend it.
This is my piece. I have to defend it. What movie? But not piece.
I have no idea.
It's a Christmas movie. Someone's going to get it.
Come on,
Nice
Chad, help me.
raise here. There it is. Tom. Tom the mod. Home Alone. 5 makes the call and turns a 5. So sick. So sick. Oh, my God.
Does Bam Bam have more bullets?
Bam Bam is a mood. Oh, Bam Bam. Give it up on it, hopefully. $3.5 million.
I love Twitch chat. Twitch chat. I
Chases
love
away
you
the
guys.
action. We've got a new far and away chip leader. Knowledge, 9-11. Ace-7. This one here from Zaloni. Joe looks like the guy in Comic Store who is very sarcastic when you don't know the date of releasing first Spider-Man.
Oh, God.
It's fair. He's not getting banned for that.
Ace Jack putting it straight in here. Directly all in. Looking for that triangle. All right. Now, Colton might open the 8-9 suited, but my anticipation is he probably won't include this because he's kind of an awkward stack depth right now. Bam Bam to his left is going to put him in all kinds of pain. You know, he could 3-bet him really, really, really aggressively here if he chooses to open. So I think he wants to avoid that spot. Very nice. Well maneuvered. And not just because we're seeing ace 10 of spades on the button, right, guys? I mean, think about put yourself in Colton's shoes. If you open there a little bit too aggressively, Bam Bam with any kind of blocker, any kind of like semi-bluff or whatever he wants to do, all he has to do is click it back at you, and you got no plays with a lot of your range if you're too wide. But looks like it would have been a great flop for him regardless had he entered. I think there's a good chance he wouldn't have made it, though. I think ace 10 suited probably would have put him in pre or something like that. So I think it would have cost him, even though this is a great flop for that hand specifically. We can't be results oriented.
Plus, Bam Bam turns the belly buster. Many 8s missing from this deck, however. 6. Oh no, full house for Colton. Oh no, ace high. Gonna win this in showdown. Can Black Beatty find a bluff? No. And we got two shouties. Colton and Black Beatty. Neck and neck for bottom of the barrel. Oh, bottom of the barrel. That reminds me of Coors Light. Whoa, the shove here from Carino.
Carino
Knows that these folks got to wake up with something pretty decent. Call it off. No blockers, though.
That was definitely a really interesting shove. And it's those low suited connectors, they actually do make up a pretty good portion of your push fold kind of hands that you want to play sometimes, because they have that interesting dynamic of not only, well, obviously when you're all in, you're going to generate a lot of folds, and that's where the majority of the value comes from. But hands like 5-4 suited, 6-7 suited, those are the hands that perform really well versus a calling range. Some of the best hands to have against aces, for example. So even some worst case scenarios, if you're going to get caught, it's almost best to have some of those as opposed to hands that are super dominated, like, ace 5 off, ace 2 soft, that kind of thing. So in particular, when we see three-handed and heads up play, you'll see them making some really big jams with those kinds of combos. Once it gets down to 15 big blinds effective and less, sometimes more, depending on the ICM dynamic. And very effective, super effective in a lot of stuff that people are just unaware of otherwise, if they haven't played a lot of those formats or final table situations like this.
Action folds around the knowledge who is going to step it in a little bit here against the pocket jacks for Carinolio.
Yeah, jacks. I think this is kind of a default to push scenario. Jacks, despite being a really good pair, are still very at risk against a lot of hands that he's going to open in this scenario. And I think maybe just putting it in right there and ending the pot, ending the hand with the pickup is probably a good way to proceed, especially when you got three shorties who are at great risk of going bust at any minute, right?
Great risk. Wow, another shove from Carinolio.
Dr. Oz asking, if 5-4 suited and 6-7 suited have so much equity versus aces, for example, why do less people use it for 4 or 5 bet jams? I'm not saying that they have so much equity. What I'm saying is that if you do get caught in the worst case scenario, they have some of the best equity compared to other.
Especially because you want to flop some equity with it, right? You don't necessarily need, it's not one of those hands like ace king, you want to see all 5 cards.
Yeah.
Pocket nines, you want to see all 5 cards. 6-7 suited, you want to catch a piece. You want to catch a draw, a pair and a draw.
Right, exactly. I'm not suggesting that those are like, oh yeah, 6-7 suited is the absolute nuts. I would love to get this in against aces. What I'm saying is that if you are in a scenario where you want to play push fold, there's some of the best hands to have, because when you do get called against, aces is the worst case scenario, and that's one of the best hands to have. But for example, 6-7 suited versus hands like ace king is pretty damn near to a coin flip. So when you sit down and do the math, right, you say, well, he's going to fold this amount of the time, which makes up the majority of the times where you're all in, and we're going to win this many big blinds when we do so, depending on the scenario. And then against his entire range that he calls with, you're going to turn up there with 35-40% equity, which is pretty good when you're running into the top of their range. That's just one of the outcomes that you one of the outcomes as part of that sort of equation.
Just want to give a quick shout out to one of my biggest fans, Maria Ho, is in the chat.
Hey, shout out Maria Ho. Hello.
We told Maria we were railing Carinolio at the final table. BB for my bankroll. She hopped right in here.
Oh,
James is putting up the velvet rope in front of Maria Ho. Don't speak to her. Don't make eye contact with her. Do not breathe the same air as Maria Ho. Oh, that just really made me miss Maria Ho buying bottles for me at the club in the VIP. Nick, with all this quarantining, it's been a lot less of people buying me things.
I understand, mate. I know.
Been a lot less dinners being bought for me, less bottle service, fewer lap dances, everything.
It's
Just
a lot.
nothing. No one's buying me anything anymore.
It's a lot less bottle service and a lot more takeaways, huh? That's my life right now. You should see my kitchen. Just like I think I've ordered like
How am I supposed to?
5 times in 3 days.
How am I supposed to go to be conveniently in the bathroom when the check comes when I'm out to dinner with Maria Ho if I can't be out to dinner with Maria Ho? Unbelievable.
I wouldn't know. Maybe one day Maria will take me out. A guy can dream.
Whoa, Black Betty.
Whoa, 6 deuce off. He's like, let's steal. This is garbage. Let's do it. Absolutely. Let's just win the blinds right here, right now. That's what he says.
Do you guys know that it's been a while since we've seen a flop, right? And I'm not just talking about my last stand-up performance.
Heyo.
Are we going to see a flop here? Yeah, we got to this time.
Poker Dave taking the more passive line here.
First flop in 14 hands. Top pair for knowledge. Oh, boy. Here we go. That's a fun little turn. Too bad nobody's got a belly buster.
Belly buster greater than up and down straight draw. It is known.
The river is a third jack. Lock it up for knowledge. Poker Dave in the weeds. Surrey Hunter says Maria is lush. Do you mean Maria is lush or Maria is a lush? Because that's two totally different statements. I'm going to assume you wrote it right the first time. Although if you saw that video on the internet of me and Maria Ho drinking margaritas at the PCA, you'll know that both are accurate.
Oh, man. Those Bahama Mamas were killer. Those were brutal in the Bahamas.
Especially the price.
Oh yeah, I think at the time Team Ireland were buying them for me, so I think I was all right
Nice.
too. Yeah, you remember when people used to buy us stuff, Joe?
Oh, man. Do I ever. All right, my babies. Blinds are going up. Just got real. $500,000 for the small blind. $1 million for the big blind. Nobody particularly deep. This is going to get messy.
Yeah, I foresee some next couple hands. I'm foreseeing some pretty weird setup situations. These blinds are coming up quick, and these guys are definitely going to find themselves in shoving territory very soon. And eventually, somebody's going to find a hand they want to put it in with ×2. And I think it's going to slow down right again. As soon as we see some of these bigger stacks getting richer, I think we're going to see the play slow right down, 3-handed and heads up. That is, unless they decide to do a deal, of course. We have seen a lot of deal making on these Sunday Million situations in these Sunday Million tournaments. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe the fame will push people, the notoriety of making it to a Sunday Million stream, a final table for the first time ever might keep them going.
The world premiere. Sunday Million. Final table. Stream. Nick Walsh criticizing your every move. Joe Stapleton barely paying attention. The prestige. The honor.
Joe Stapleton, beer soup.
It's right. If you're lucky, they'll stop discussing soup long enough to catch the final hand. King high out in front for right now.
The air fryers, the beer soup, the poker. Come for the poker, you stay for the air fryer recipes. Oh my God. Too much fun. Too much fun for a Monday. Jack 5 is going to try and take this away from King 4. Paired board is pretty good for King High, though, but people don't tend to get too out of line at this stage in the tournament. They're trying to keep those chips in their stack.
People ask me for my beer cheese soup recipe. I think the action's about to pick up, guys. If it was 20 minutes ago and we hadn't seen a flop in 10 hands, I'd be all about it. There is some beard in it. You're right, Uncle Jonesy. The beard cheese soup. Here we go. This is what you've all been waiting for.
This is it. This is the spot we've been waiting for, guys. Jacks, aces, tens. Oh, man, this is a weird one, though.
I mean, I can see the whole cards, but I think he should flat, personally.
I mean, if he knows that the guy to his left has got tens, the flat is
Gotta
probably
let
the
it go.
dream.
Let it go.
This might be the only way that tens get away at this stage.
Yeah, you gotta let it go, man. Let this guy go broke. I mean, I guess if you both go broke, you still ladder up.
Tens are an absolute monster in this scenario, though. They really are getting up there. So it's really just an ICM decision at this stage. Like, does he think he'll be able to ladder? He decides to go with it. 3 ways all
Poker
in.
Dave, look at the odds. Come on, you got to get in there. You got a life.
Priced in, priced in.
Ace is dodging. Ace is dodging. No, it's a jack on the river. Black Beatty out.
Oh.
ICM nightmare. Black Beatty out in 6th place for 22,000. Everyone else ladders up to 30K. Carino's ace is cracked. Now down to 15 million, second from the bottom. It has been an absolutely terrible day to get it all in pre-flop with aces. I don't think they've won a single one.
Oh, man.
We've had like 5 runouts.
Savage. That's just. Tell me about your Sunday Million final table. Well, there's this really crazy spot where I had jacks and the other guy had ace in it, and I hit the jack, and all of a sudden I had 30 mil. 20 mil, excuse me.
That is the nightmare scenario, right? You get in there with the 10s, you're like, well, look, if we both go broke in this spot, I still ladder. Nope.
Yep.
Nope. Only one of you went broke. Crazy.
Yep.
Awful. Gross. Puke.
Tough spot. Really, really sick. It's worth a lot of money, that situation.
Yeah, Poker Dave's real happy. Apparently, someone read my tweet earlier. Look at that. That just got me real excited. That shredded my voice.
All right, chat, check out, if you're on the Twitch channel, check out the current poll that we have up there, guys. Take your votes. No spoilers, obviously, or you will be snap banned. Who are you rooting for to win? Let's see it. Get your votes in the chat now. We'll see you in a minute.
By the way, if you're spoiling, I'll know. Hold on a second. Stop the stream. Stop the stream. Pause this for a second. Nondescript says, I lost 4 hands in a row, 8 in total, on the river in a heads-up game on a sit-and-go table 15 minutes ago. Can we stop the stream for that? I would like you guys. Why aren't we stopping? Guys, did you hear that? He lost 4 hands in a row on the river.
4 hands in a row, 8 in total. I'm confused.
Somebody's got to look into this. Somebody. Wow. Thought that would have been a bigger deal, but apparently we're just going to play out this Sunday Million, having learned about that. Weird.
All right, Corrino has ace-king off in the small blinds. Where are we at now, guys? I mean, blind v blinds. I think probably if ace-king just ships it in here, king-6 has got to get away, but...
Imagine that was Sam Greenwood, by the way, talking about the 5K. He just comes in the Twitch chat, and he's like, I just lost 4 in a row in the river.
Yeah, I mean,
Carino shoving on Poker Dave.
King 6 is a Nash call here, blind v blind, but there is ICM's considerations here. He still has the opportunity to ladder if somebody else busts.
I think King 7's a snap call. King 6 fold. Personally, that's me.
I think it might be something close to King 9, but I don't know. Somebody in the chat can figure it out.
Oh my goodness, Sarlis just won 4 hands in a row, 8 in total on the river 15 minutes ago.
Coincidence? I think not.
Poker Dave.
There you go. That's an opportunity.
Knowledge with the king high. 2 shortish stacks. Can just pick up a bunch of blinds here. Does. Oh, knowledge. Right in that. Big stack to victory. Yeah.
Oh, man. He's not messing around now, guys. He's just pumping it in.
Go again.
Just,
oh, good fold.
just don't stop. Kings now from the button. Oh, 7's no way out, though, huh? He's
Bam,
the
bam.
shortest. He's the shortest of all the stacks. You can't fold 7s here, Poker Dave, and it's going to be GG unless he finds a 7 or something better.
Oh boy, clubs too. But the 7 on the flop, it is always coming.
7.
So sick. What a stupid day. What a dumb day. Don't get in with kings. Don't get in with aces unless there's a better hand out there. Oh, but how many under pairs have cracked big pairs today? All of them is
What a
the
day.
answer.
What a day.
All of them. I didn't even see that 7 on the flop, to be perfectly honest. I'm sure you guys noticed that. All I saw was 3 clubs. I should have been looking for it. The 7 is always coming. That's right, Evil Onion. I am sour.
Sourdough. Blind v blind,
That's
ace
right.
deuce. Easy push. Easy push. Knowledge is absolutely cranking it out now. He knows exactly what he's supposed to do. And again, he could just pump that in too. Why not? Just put it in. Show him who's boss. There you go. That's all you need to do. This is easy. This is hyper poker now. This is my wheelhouse.
This is good times and great oldies. Poker
Oh,
Dave,
damn.
King 9 suited. Your only chance. You got to open before Knowledge can
Queen
get
10
in.
could just rip it here too if he wants to.
Yep.
I mean,
Boom.
he's got 3 behind him this time instead of 2, but I mean, he's got everyone covered by such a massive, massive, massive amount, and they're under so much pressure to ladder at this point. He's going to get him to
Knowledge
make some really tight folds.
does appear to have some knowledge of the game. I mean, I don't think it's intuitive to know to play this way. Bam, bam. Man, this looks like you don't want a courtesy double up, but yep, King 3 suited makes the call. It's a King high flop. Oh, bam, bam.
All right, there you go. Priced into call for sure with King 3 for sure. And, you know, right there, 40%, whatever it was.
Goodbye, bam, bam.
Goodbye, down to 4. This is fast and furious. We can see Knowledge just walk this game if he keeps applying that kind of pressure. And it's like, this is a really cool one, right? Because everyone's kind of got, you know, 13, 11, 13 million, 11 million, that kind of thing. And he's not really under threat. There's no part of the table where he has to work his way around another big stack. He can just go to town, and he's not slowing. He's not even doing it slowly. Just disregard, complete disregard for anybody at this table, just slamming it in.
10 big blinds for Carino with pocket queens. By the way, that 5th place finish worth $30,000. Everybody now makes another 13K. 43,000 for the 4th place finisher. Top set. 9-6 doesn't even flop a belly buster.
I was about to say, not even a belly buster. It looked like it for a second. Poker Dave, without the belly buster, how can you ever hope to win this tournament, sir?
Oh. Well.
Speaking of which, well, that's not a belly buster.
Oh.
So
4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, forget it. I'm not interested anymore.
Senor Corrino is for 1.6.
I hate to tell you, Dave, this straight never hits. Oh, good fold. Dave's not here, man. Corrinholio.
Well, if we know knowledge at all, I think he's probably just going to go ahead and punt this in his face. Well, actually, I don't know, where are we at right now? Yeah, I mean, he very well could just get this in with the ace deuce here. It's a little bit of a different dynamic, right? If Carreño just opens to 2x or whatever the size is that he chooses, like 2.5 or whatever, 2.25, I think it's a lot better to push with ace deuce suited as opposed to basically essentially commit to the all-in for that stack depth. Instead, we see the king queen essentially commit all the chips, which is a very different dynamic because you don't generate fold equity by the shove, right? They're always going to call it off once they put that much in.
Poker Dave very likely to get snapped off here. It's Domination Nation. 2 spades on the flop. Looks like someone's bringing up a deal. Poker Dave does not hit the turn or river. Left with crumbs.
Oh, and then immediately straight into the fire here. Ace queen going absolutely nowhere. That's going straight in.
Looks like if there's going to be a deal negotiation, it's going to be three-handed. Another domination situation. Lock it up on the turn for Carreño. Poker Dave, 4-7-6. Could not win a second Sunday Million. Very impressive, however, to have outlasted a field of 11,400 runners to finish in 4th place for $43,000. Everybody now guaranteed $60K. We are three-handed.
All
Try
right.
to follow this chat as it comes in. Pocket jacks for Colton.
And now the fun begins, guys. This is where the champions are made.
Jack's holding.
Yep, definitely a dynamic shift here, though, guys. Stacks a lot deeper than they were just a moment ago. Or deep enough to try and discourage knowledge from taking some of those more aggressive lines that we've seen him take leading up to this point.
Colton just does not want to go broke with Carreño sitting on 16 big blinds.
Yeah.
Too strong of a hand to play super passively, though.
I mean, I actually kind of like a check in this situation, right? Like, you got jacks, you have the spade blocker. You know, they're going to have some queen X, but you're blocking hands like queen jack. I think I kind of like a check on that flop, but obviously the bet's going to do just fine as well. Probably not that dissimilar equity or value. Apart from maybe preventing yourself from losing a bigger pot, you know, when Carreño is kind of in the strike zone there.
Nice flop here for knowledge.
Really, really nice. Ace-7 might be tempted to float here on the paired board as well with the 7 spades blocker.
Yeah. You got the straight draw, the backdoor straight, the backdoor spades, the ace high.
A belly buster.
A belly buster.
But in this case, the belly buster, no good. He doesn't know that, though. The 6 will give knowledge. The full boat, 8's full of 6s.
This is why floating here is just so ridiculous, because you need 2 cards. You got to go perfect. And in this case, your gin card is actually your death card. Blind's going up. 600K, 1.2 million in rut row. All right, so guys, do you want to see some numbers? That would be a very good time for you to see numbers, Colton. Yeah, let's do it.
I mean, is anybody surprised by him asking to see numbers at this point with such a ginormous chip lead? And clearly an idea. He's got some knowledge of what he's doing, it would appear.
Nah. There's the shove for Carreño.
Carreño's like...
Colton's like, I asked for a deal.
Carreño's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I assume you're threatening me. And I don't take threats lightly.
You know who loves deal negotiations? And also, hold on. Are we talking numbers or what? Yeah, see, Colton really wants to make a deal. You know who loves deal negotiations and loves a 1-to-1 commentator to player ratio? James Hartigan.
Mr. James Hartigan.
How could I miss
A
this?
belly buster.
Not only do I not want to miss a belly buster, Joe, I do not want to miss potential deal negotiations. I have to share your slight confusion, Nick, though, that it's Knowledge who's pushing for there to be some kind of chat here when Knowledge has this ridiculous chip lead over the other two players.
I mean, but like that's my point is like knowledge being the one in charge could afford to lose a couple big pots and then talk numbers when everyone's more even, right? Like unless he thinks he's going to work everybody over and just be like, all right, cool guys. So give me like 100K and you guys can chop the 16 or something like that. You know,
here we go.
That could be the angle as well. But
so we were waiting for a response from Carino, who says, I want a bit more, to be honest, if that's okay with you guys. Colton B is still keen to look at the numbers. Worst thing we can do is keep playing. I mean, that's the thing, right? You can look at the numbers, and if you can't agree a deal, you just play on.
Yeah.
I mean, we had some suspicions, Joe, about Carino's pedigree. So I'm guessing that this is a player who feels that they deserve significantly more than what their perceived equity might be.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, this is a tale as old as time. The most accomplished player, oftentimes players with similar accomplishments. Hello. Oh, my goodness.
The worst thing we can do is keep playing, he says.
Well, this
meanwhile
might make things easier, right?
They always want more. People go, how much more? Then they hear it and they go, you know what? That's too much more. I'm not going to do it because it's always outrageous. It's always, I'd want a little more. It's always outrageous.
So we know that the deal is going to be paused after this hand and they're going to talk deal. And I think there's a very strong chance that they're going to be talking heads up because I think that this could be the hand where we lose Carino.
I think what Carino is saying as well is like, you know, they're oh, okay, there you go. It's all in. Let's see.
And he's out. Okay, so here we go. And I don't know. I get the impression with these two players, I think this might be quite straightforward. I don't see a lot of back and forth. I don't see a lot of, I want this, I want that. I think Colton B right now will be very happy to lock up a bit more than second. I think, and I'm pretty sure that as long as Knowledge can secure a six-figure score, as long as Knowledge can get more than 100K, I imagine they'll be happy with that.
I would demand at least $83,000 in this deal. That would be I will go no lower than $83,000.
I think I'm right in saying that unlike a W Coup, unlike an EPT, there's no demand that these guys have to set any prize money aside, right? They can chop all of it.
Nice.
Deal cancelled.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Hang on.
Equal? Okay, I thought this was actually going to be a relatively easy negotiation. If Colton B thinks that they can just chop it 50-50, he's living in La La Land.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, you know, a couple bad flips, but he's still got a pretty huge lead.
ICM, it's fine for me. Okay, so now they've ticked the box to look again.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's a king and a deuce on the flop.
You made me look, TJ. Joe.
Okay, here we go.
This is my favorite part. Ticking boxes. I can watch this all day.
So if there is no money left to play for, I'm going to ask a really stupid question here. It says deal completed. Is that it then? Is it over?
Deal agreed.
Well, they still have to like flip for the title, right? Oh, well, here we go. GG
Okay.
and GL. So no money left.
Good game, buddy. I'm playing out. Yeah, well, I
What does
mean,
that mean?
I think he's basically saying that's it. I want this to be over. They're not playing for any money, right?
Okay, they're flipping. Ace Queen looks like it's going to get the
over
double
yet.
here.
Okay, there's the big switcheroo, and obviously we'll know what the deal
Yeah,
was
there we go. Okay.
after the conclusion.
Oh, wow. Jag 9 folded. Somebody still cares about the title. I love it.
I would play this out. You must be so exhausted at this stage, though, right? You've been playing a lot of poker, so I understand Colton's desire just to get the chips in and get it over with. But I mean,
He's not sure what the deal is. Poor guy. Poor girl. He wants the title. Okay, there you go.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I think they're going to do it. They're saying that, you know, that just get this done. I mean, okay, there's a title on the line, but just to be clear, they have chopped the prize money. We're not sure exactly what they've locked up, but we know there's no money left in play. They're not playing for any additional prize money. This is purely playing for...
It's just, if the title means something to Knowledge and not to Colton.
I mean, but like,
I know, obviously you can't like explicitly collude, but
if
he shouldn't win it just on a flip if one of them cares and the other doesn't.
If you're like, let's say like a year from now, you want to play like a 25K or something like that. You go, okay, well, like, you know, why should I stake you in this, or like, why should I buy a piece? Well, I won the Sunday Million. You know, I'm a Sunday, and that's impressive. People know what that means, right? But
Yeah.
potentially, you're just gonna chuck it in the bin just because one guy's done and he doesn't care about it. You know, I do think that there is like an actual tangible value associated
For sure.
Okay, well,
with the title itself.
so here's the thing.
Intangible value.
They at least clicked to play through the break. When they're heads up, they have the option of effectively skipping the break, and that's what they've chosen to do. Okay. And we've got flush draws for both players, top pair versus second pair, and no heart on the river, which I think would have ended this. And this goes back to what I was saying the other day, Joe. Never underestimate the ego of poker players, right? They are literally playing right now for $0. All they are playing for is, I can't do this. I mean,
James, I did this in a tournament, like a $150 nightly in Ohio. We were like three-handed, and I was like, I'll even chop money with everybody, but I want the win. I want to be able to say I won this poker tournament. If you guys don't agree with that, we can play it out. The win means something.
Yeah.
I mean, look, hats off. I admire Knowledge for taking this seriously. I admire Knowledge for wanting the win so bad, for wanting to be a Sunday Million champion, that they are willing to grind this out. But right now, I'm with Colton B. As like, well, why am I still here? Or why are we just not moving all in every hand? We saw people
like
doing that when there was
James,
10K on the line. Here, there's 0 on the line.
I mean, I really want to be able to say I won the Sunday Million outright. I want the first place for sure, and I don't think that's about ego. Like, I think honestly that can come back to mean that you could get more in terms of staking or anything like that moving forward, and I think that has great value for sure.
It's a freaking title.
But okay, what I find a bit unusual about this is that Colton is obviously expressing that he's done with it and he kind of just wants to go, you know, get it all in, but is also playing out the hands relatively reasonably.
Oh,
straightforward. Yeah,
I didn't say for 1 second that the story checked out. It's just this is one of those. Here we go. Knowledge. Do you want to push and stop? Okay, they're getting to the point now where, yeah, I'm done, man. Lol, can't be serious right now. Okay. Here we go.
I mean, this is one way to do it. You're like, all right, cool. Should we just get it all in?
So, what happens next, guys?
Unless I'm misunderstanding, does the person who got the better of the deal get the win no matter what, or is it who has all the chips at the end?
No, it's who has all the chips at the end. So they are absolutely playing for the win. Push to win. Knowledge. This is absolutely bizarre.
This is dodgy, man.
Imagine if a poker movie ended this way.
It would still wouldn't be as bad as the ending of Lucky You.
Like, what do we do now? Do we play or we both win a lot of money? Yay!
So,
Happy ending.
do you want to just, put all your chips in?
Here we go.
Push,
Here we go.
Push to win,
This is
question
it.
mark.
This is going to be it. This is going to be it. This is going to be it. This is it. This is it.
Stream the Sunday Million, they said. It'll be awesome.
It was awesome, and you know what? This makes it even better.
Oh. Sorry. Did they agree, the whole push to win thing? Did they agree that
I don't think there was an answer to that.
Oh, we're still waiting.
He's like, let me see what happens in his hand first.
There seems to be some agreement on getting the chips in when they have a strong hand. That's for sure.
Right, yes.
But I don't really know what else is going on at the moment.
Soda Pop, I love you, but you just said Lucky You is a decent movie. You banned. Okay.
All right. Colton picks up the jack. Knowledge
Quiet,
with the gutter.
Quiet down for a minute. Just take the L.
I genuinely am not sure what's happening right now.
I don't think they are either.
Do you think they're both frantically searching the lobby to check they haven't missed anything in the small print? Do you think they're just absolutely making sure that there isn't
and I think
a trophy?
Colton may or may not be waiting for actual money to come out of his computer.
like an ATM.
What a terrible thing to happen to Colton when all the gentlemen's clubs are likely closed down. What are you supposed to do to celebrate?
Put on the kettle, have a nice cup of tea, sit back, see what your DVR's picked up in the last
You can
few
just
days.
literally light money on fire at home instead.
You might realize,
I hear Witcher 3 is pretty good.
I missed the season finale of last week tonight. Still got that to watch. Sit back and watch it.
It was fun.
I hear Witcher 3 is good.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
yourself.
Ace-7 all in against Queen 10.
Spade.
Spades.
Spade.
Doesn't need to improve. Ace High still the best hand. So now knowledge doubles up. And they're still playing.
Yes, they are. Oh, this is great. I'm rooting for a Salter Bonanno
No.
grudge match now. You don't want to make a deal with me? I don't want to make a deal with you. We're going to play for 3 days.
But they've made a deal and there's no money left to play for.
I don't like the way you check that box.
I mean, I don't know if they keep disagreeing. Can they uncheck the box? All right, fine. We'll duke it out. Let's go.
Taking it back. You agree? Yeah, I agree.
Oh, man.
I mean, Joe, we have covered some long, weird, surreal heads-up battles. When was the last time we ever covered a heads-up battle that was worth $0?
It's the Sunday Million. Let's go.
Right now, there are literally thousands of people watching on Twitch and YouTube. 2 guys who've already locked up agreed sums, playing for nothing.
Oh, no, the belly buster did not come in, but the 9 did.
Does this look like a man that is beaten by jacks?
Nice call, Colton.
Oh, nice call, Colton.
You can't put a price on winning.
This is actually a bigger audience than we had for some of the 5Ks. I don't know how you count for that.
In the same way, Joe, that I complain. Oh, there we go. No, we don't. In the same way that I complained. In the same way that I complained about those high rollers deciding to flip a coin for $10,000 in an EPT trophy. I'm also complaining about the fact that these two guys aren't prepared to do it for nothing, with no trophy or any
Well, they're
money
not,
on the
though.
line.
That's the point. Yeah, I'll flip for it. Sure. What do you want to do? All right, I'll limp. Well, I'll put in a raise. I'll put in a 3-bet. I'll fold.
This is the tightest ICM play I've ever seen, and no one has any more money to make.
By the way, guys, once this has finally concluded, possibly in several hours, we will know what the terms of the deal were, and we will know exactly how much each playout locked up. But it is worth stressing that all of the prize money and the advertised payouts were 117 grand for the winner and near enough 84 grand for the runner-up. All that money's been chopped. It's all been carved up. They are just playing this out for funs and lols.
Also out of fear, maybe, that they didn't do the deal right. We don't know.
I mean, I'd love if they were just on Skype somewhere and they're just trolling us. They're like, I'm pretty sure they're going to show this in 30 minutes time. Should we just mess around for ages and act like nobody knows what's going on?
Yeah.
Like, let's go. That'd be funny.
Sourdough.
Ooh, sourdough makes it straight in the river.
A belly buster?
Hit the belly buster. When the sourdough hits you in the belly buster.
The first belly buster and
Top pair
cooler
on the flop and the straight draw.
So the weird thing is, though, like Colton was the one who said, I'm done with this, I want to go, right? And Knowledge is the one who kind of wants the win. So I kind of want Knowledge to win, because I think it clearly means something to them. Whereas I get the impression that Colton is just done with this now.
Colton's already settling in for some John Oliver.
Yes. Opening credits are already running. I mean,
okay,
Nick, I know you love analyzing shorthanded play. I'm not really sure there's anything worth analyzing here.
I mean, we're not seeing bad poker per se, but that's kind of why I'm confused, because I think, you know, if you really do just want to get it over with, I think you probably just punt it every hand, right? But we're certainly seeing a bit. They're kind of picking and choosing, but you know, it's
okay.
It's selective apathy.
Okay, I think Colton's ready to watch John Oliver now. Yeah, all in with 10 deuce against ace king. And this is going to be a double up for the ace king. So now Knowledge with the advantage. Let's see if Colton is still shipping. Has the option here. Jack 8.
Oh, man.
Gets it in. Ace 7 calls.
Ace 7.
Knowledge on the verge of victory. Ace high good. Still good. Wins. It's finally over. And Knowledge wins the title. What a bizarre end to this Sunday Million. But Knowledge 9-11 is the official winner, is the official champion, and after the deal they struck heads up, walks away with $109,000. Colton beat 0-2, $91,846. And this Sunday Million, ladies and gentlemen, is in the books. Yeah, that didn't play out the way I was expecting. I guess that's why it always makes sense to leave something up top for them still to play for, right? Because if you do it like that, why does the event just not end?
Yeah, do you think that by any chance Colton waited for the stream to catch up for us to confirm they had made a deal and then started shipping it in?
I mean, I can easily believe, Nick, that you do just want to double check the T's and C's and go through every single tab in the lobby just to make sure there isn't still prize money and work out if there is anything, you know, whether there's an added value prize or something, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And it felt like there wasn't a lot of communication between the two of them at the end there, right? Because they were, you know, it wasn't really clear whether or not they were agreeing to just do the all in or whatever. And I think there was a lot of question marks surrounding, like, okay, so that's definitely all of it, right? There's definitely no more money on the line and not much communication thereafter. So I think there was some slight confusion, but also maybe Knowledge didn't want to let on that he wanted to play for the title as much, or, you know, but it was an unusual end, but I think it was a fantastic stream, and I think everyone really enjoyed that Sunday Mill. What do you think, chat? Let me know. on social media, etc.
That is something we can all be on board with, Joe, that this was a lot of fun. Just before we recap and sign off, let's just recap those sums one more time, because we know what the advertised payouts were. So the deal they did, straight chip chop at the point that they negotiated. Colton B02, $91,846. That's a significant increase on the advertised second place payout, nearly 10 grand more. Knowledge 911 walking away with more than 100 grand, $109,018, and is the official winner of this week's Sunday Million. And yeah, it was a fun event to follow.
Yeah, super, super fun. And I love the fact that we had a couple of players in the mix who did have some big marks on their resumes. But ideally, what I think the Sunday Million is made for is for two people to win. Maybe not necessarily what we saw here, not necessarily life-changing money, but money that's going to make a big difference in their lives. And I think that's very cool.
Absolutely. Nick, thank you very much for being with us this evening. Spraggy's going to be our special guest analyst next week when we do this, but awesome. Loving your work as always.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me, guys. Check me out on social media. I'll see you guys next time.
Absolutely. And just to confirm, Joe and I are going to be here, same bat time, same bat channel, with more Sunday Million action. But for now, from Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from the PokerStars Arena.